Alright, here we go again. It looks like Charles has a bit of a hot take on a beloved new film that just came out. 31-year-old man still has to go against the grain the old-fashioned way. But I can't help it. I'm a little sea turtle fighting the tide here, going the other direction on it a little bit. Weapons. Debuted at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, people hyping and glazing it out the wazoo about it being like the best horror movie ever. Which I think is more of a curse than a blessing. It reminds me of Longlegs, how like a core component of its marketing was, hope you brought your diaper, cause you're pissing in it with how scary this one is. You're gonna be sucking on your thumb till you pop that bitch right off your hand. It's too scary. What are we doing? We shouldn't even release movies this scary. And then I saw Longlegs and it was just fine. And with Weapons, the hype is not quite to that level, but, 100% Rotten Tomatoes, people, of course, going ballistic for it with how incredible it is. I've never seen a horror movie like this. I've just seen it. Kind of feel the same way I did about Longlegs. Like, it's fine. Like, I enjoyed it. I had a good time. But, man, oh man, is it not nearly to the level that a lot of people are portraying it as, at least not in my eyes. Not that I let the hype really skew my thoughts on things. I just thought it was worth mentioning that, to me, this film isn't what people are gassing it up as. It's a horror movie, sure, but I would actually argue it's more of a comedy. And I don't think people are aware of that. We're gonna get into spoilers, of course. I do spoilers now when reviewing things, so this is your warning there. I would say there's actually more comedic elements to this film than there are horror elements. Like, the actual plot and a lot of the things that happen, very clearly supposed to give you the heebie-jeebies, but all of it is undercut with comedy and humor, even in the most tense situations. It's like the MCU of horror. So, like, you'll have something that is clearly like, wow, this is going to be, like, scary. Oh my god, we have built up to this huge tense moment. And then they play it off as a joke, especially at the end of the movie. I'm going to get to that here in a little bit. And it was fine. Like, I don't hate that, but it's not really a horror when it's not taking itself seriously. You know what I mean? Anyway, I really like this director, Zach Kreger. He, of course, I liked his work in The Whitest Kid You Know, but he really surprised me with Barbarian. Barbarian is a film I saw on a whim, and I was blown away by with how interesting it was and just how much I ended up really enjoying it. So, like, I was very hyped to see this as well, and I do like it. I just didn't love it like I was hoping I would, and I think a lot of people are expecting this to be one thing when it's really not that thing. Like, I think they're going to get something completely different than what they're expecting. And for some people that might be nice, for others it might be a bit of a letdown. In my theater in particular, this isn't just me being like, big tough macho man, no movie scare Charlie, he too strong for a movie to make him scared. I mean, like, this is actually, like, I'm pretty sure, by design, supposed to make you laugh. Everyone in my theater was laughing a lot in this movie. More so than there were, like, any kind of, like, on-edge frights from people. Nobody, like, gasped or anything. Like, it really felt like most people were there having a hoot and a holler at it. And I think it's not laughing at the film, it's with it. Like I said, it feels like it's supposed to be more of like this unserious take on a horror movie when everyone else seems to be talking about it as just like a full-blown horror film. So I want to kind of set the record straight on that. Anyway, the film has a really interesting premise. Everyone's talked about that a lot. It's about this town where, for some reason, mysteriously at 2:17 a.m., an entire classroom of kids all gets up in the middle of the night, goes downstairs, walks out the front door, and disappears into the night. They run away, and they run away with their arms at their side, and it's really weird. They're running like the Titans from Attack on Titan. A month goes by, they still have no leads, can't figure it out. Of course, the parents are distraught. The town's still trying to, recover from this because everyone's on edge about it. And now we follow the core characters, one being the teacher of that classroom where all the students except for one disappeared. We then follow some other characters like one of the parents, and it's a really interesting way of telling the story because you go through some scenes multiple times from other characters' perspectives, which fill in a lot of the blanks. And I thought it was really creative. I thought it was very fun. It actually reminded me of something like out of a video game, like almost Until Dawn-esque to a certain extent. Like, I thought that was a really cool idea to visit these things from a different character's eyes, like chapters in this movie. I thought that worked extraordinarily well because you get so many different pieces of this puzzle through so many different lenses that all, of course, meet at the end. Everything comes together. And I just thought that was really smart. I also really like the way the movie's filmed. I've seen a lot of like people praising the cinematography going into this film, And I think it definitely deserves that. It is like a really well shot movie. They have some really creative scenes that are shot in a really interesting manner. It's not all just like the standard by the book formula that horror movies follow, or I guess comedies by that extension. I thought they got very creative with their shots. It's clear they were having a lot of fun. The performances across the board I thought were super strong as well, especially with Justine. She's the teacher of that classroom where all the students vanished at 2:17 a.m. where they all ran away. And the whole town hates her. They torment her. She's ostracized. They think she had something to do with it, is withholding information, maybe even just she, mastermind the whole thing. And then you start getting these questions in your head about, well, where is this going to go? And then you'll go to the next chapter and you'll see a character that initially you don't really see how that ties in anywhere. And then all of a sudden, bang, eureka, this is where it's leading. But this is one of my big holdups with the film. The questions that you have, the answers the movie gives you, aren't all that interesting. Like, the questions themselves and the premise of the film are so strong. Like, the mystery of it, the thrill of trying to solve it, trying to see where it all leads, and then when you get to where it leads, it's a little unfulfilling. Like, I feel like it's just a little underwhelming, especially because the final act, as I mentioned earlier, is played off as a joke. That kind of takes a lot of wind out of the sails. You spend the whole movie with this mystery and these questions, only to then meet the big scary entity, which is just an old sick lady with a magic tree. And she has badly put on makeup with this wacky, zany wig. It's like a Ronald McDonald wig. It looks like Chucky Finster if he went to the worst barber on the East Coast. And she like jump scares you occasionally throughout the film. And that's like the main horror, is they rely on her being like the jump scare moment. So like Josh Brolin, when he's looking for his kid, he goes into like the dream space, like he's in a nightmare chasing his son Matthew. And as he's telling his son Matthew, I know I never said I love you enough, but I really do love you, son. Then all of a sudden he looks at his son's face, and it's that old lady. Her name's Gladys, and she's like, ah! And like she does that a couple times. She's like the thing bringing horror to the movie, because without her doing that, sometimes it's just not really present. Like I said, it really is more of like a dark comedy kind of film as opposed to like a horror film, not to like split hairs. But then as you have all these questions that you spend like an hour and a half, stewing on, trying to piece it together, and you go through a bunch of different characters' perspectives, then one character meets Gladys, and then all the answers start coming in. Gladys is the big bad, and it's just kind of underwhelming, because from that point forward, a lot of what Gladys does gets played off comedically, unfortunately. But it's not just her. Every time there is like a horror sequence playing out, they undercut it with humor. So, for example, Justine is spying on a house where she believes there might be something fishy afoot. And then she falls asleep in her car, and while she's passed out, the door opens, and a lady comes out, and she's holding scissors, and she's walking weird. She's walking real weird, and she's literally walking like Doodle Bob, actually. And she gets to the car, she's right by the window, and then she just like kind of walks away, like Crab walks away. The theater laughed really hard when that happened. And then the back seat opens, or the back door opens, and you can hear her get into the car. And then it's like tense. It's like, oh, okay, this is like a good tense moment. And then she leans over and cuts some hair, and then the theater laughed again. So, like, they took a horror moment, made it silly, then brought some kind of, like, horror life into it, where it's like, oh, this is about to be, like, kind of intense, like, what's about to happen? And then played a joke again on it. So, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? It's like, it does have horror, and when it's there, it's executed pretty well. Like, I think there's, like, some solid scenes, but they always take the wind out of the sails of the horror aspect in order to play a joke into it. Now, granted, the joke is solid too, like it was clearly landing with the audience, but I feel like a lot of people might find that to be annoying or not what they signed up for. For me, I didn't care that much. I thought it was fine, definitely different for sure, and I was still entertained. Especially because in the last act, they don't even try to make it scary. They literally play it as like almost a slapstick comedy skit. In the end, they piece together the mystery, which, by the way they figured out where the kids were, to me, felt like they kind of wrote themselves into a corner and then couldn't figure out like a good way of getting there. basically they were able to connect the dots, like the pose that they were running in, and after another guy goes crazy while doing that pose, they then, Josh Brolin's character, tracked the trajectory, and then Justine was like, oh, that's the house of like that one lone survivor kid, like the one kid that didn't run away. Probably something about that house, and it's a house she previously visited, like with the scissors and shit. So they figured it out because of the pose, but the authorities like scrubbed over this footage a lot, and there's even this montage sequence they showed where all the kids were running in a group together in front of houses, literally triggering motion sensor lights and everything. They were running in groups to this house. I feel like the Ring doorbells would have absolutely caught them running in groups, and they probably would have been able to find them far, far sooner. I don't know how they would have missed that. Like, they made a mention like the Ring doorbells only caught them like running into the night, but they passed so many houses in groups. Like, I feel like that footage would have absolutely existed. They could have easily tracked that trajectory. Like, I don't think it would just be Josh Brolin that would somehow figure out, like, it's kind of weird that they're all doing the same pose. Maybe they were running somewhere. Especially when you would couple that with these groups of kids that no doubt would have been caught on all these cameras from all of these houses that they're running in front of and triggering all the motion detection. Like, I don't know. But anyway, they find the house, they go to the house. And they're like in the house, and she can control people with her magic tree, so she has like bodyguards of people that she's controlled. That's how she got the kids, because she mind controlled them to, you know, go hang out in the basement. And while they're there, trying to save these kids, two people that she's controlled, one of them being a junkie, start attacking Justine and Josh Brolin. I don't know why I'm calling Julia Gardner's character by her character name and Josh Brolin instead of his character name, calling him Josh Brolin, but whatever. They're there, and they get, of course, ganked by her bodyguards that she's controlling. And I shit you not, one of the bodyguards, Josh Brolin punches, and he gets knocked out. And then he gets up again, he punches him, and he goes, geez, what the hell? He gets knocked out. The guy gets up again, punches him again, knocks him out. And by this point, the theater is like actually erupting into laughter. And then as Josh Brolin's running away, guy gets up again, charges him, and he picks him up and actually ragdolls him. And then he's like, God, he's so persistent. And then he's walking away, and the guy gets up again, screaming and shouting, running at him, and he ragdolls him again. Literally like WWE, like fucking suplexing him and then throwing him around. And then theater is literally laughing at all this when this is like the entire build-up. That we have built up to this moment. And it's like actually just a slapstick routine. It just feels underwhelming. Like I still think it's fun. Like, I mean, laughing at a movie is great. But if you're going there expecting horror, like a really good horror movie, I don't think that's what you're in store for. And it's not just that scene, it's this entire sequence, the finale of all of this tension, this build-up, all of your questions being answered, but the answer just not really all that amazing. So, like, the Gladys, she's about to have Justine killed, and Alex, the one kid who did not get mind-controlled by Gladys and the magic tree, he was watching Gladys, understands how to, like, control the magic tree and use its branches, so he frees the kids, well, not frees the kids, he uses the reason the movie's called Weapons is because Gladys weaponizes people. She's able to control them and have them do whatever she wants. So Alex then uses the kids as weapons against Gladys, where they then chase her down, hunt her, and kill her. And this is I shit you not, like maybe 8 to 9 minute chase sequence of Gladys going, oh no. She literally says, oh no, when the branch breaks, when he breaks the spell and like directs the kids at her. She literally says, oh no. And then starts doing this, opens the door, running away as all the kids are chasing her, going, and she's going, So she's running away, getting chased by the kids, and then she starts, like, breaking into strangers' houses, and they play it off as a joke. So, like, there's a family, like, watching TV, and then, Gladys comes through, and they're like, oh my goodness. And she's like, and she runs through the kitchen, runs out the front door, and they're like, that was weird. And then all the kids bust through the windows and bust through the door, like, oh, Jesus Christ. And they do that for, like, 3 separate houses. There's one where a guy's mowing his lawn, sees Gladys running away going, He's like, huh. And then a horde of kids starts chasing him, and he's like, huh. Like, they play it as a joke, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's an effective comedy movie, but overall, I just felt like it was a fun movie. It was good. It wasn't, like, amazing. I definitely don't think it's the horror movie of the decade or anything. I don't even think it's the horror movie of the year. I still think Bring Her Back is a significantly better, like, horror film, but I think this was solid with the horror that was here, sprinkled throughout occasionally. And I think the comedy was solid, which is here in a bigger capacity than the horror. Like, it's to me, it's more of like almost a dark comedy, kind of. And I think maybe that was the goal. I didn't know that going into it based on the trailers and what people are saying about it, but after seeing it, I would definitely classify this more as like a dark comedy as opposed to some kind of like horror film. But I do think you will walk away entertained. I know I was. But yeah, I just have to disagree with the hype a little bit on this one here, sports fans. Sorry to tell you. But it's not like I was super disappointed or anything. It was still a fun time. That's really about it. So yeah. First things first, before I cannonball into the spaghetti and meatballs of today's topic, I'd like to let you all know I've been actively working on my Mickey Mouse impression, so please let me know your thoughts. Pluto! So with that out of the way, I'm going to show you all of my analytics from my lifetime of being on YouTube and almost a decade of being on Twitch. Now, the reason for this is, a week ago I made a video called I'm Turning It Off, and in that video I'm explaining why I'm disabling any and all means of people having the ability to donate money to me. No more super chats, no more YouTube memberships, for all intents and purposes, no more bits on Twitch. I say all intents and purposes because you can't actually fully disable that on Twitch. Once you start streaming on there, you're fucking shackled to the bits ecosystem. It cannot be turned off. So I made the minimum so high that no one can pay it, hopefully, and actively discouraging people from subbing on Twitch as well. Any and all avenues where people could just give me clams, I am just putting the kibosh on. I should have done this a long time ago, but better late than never. Might as well get the farty sharded now. The reason is super simple. I would much rather you keep your money, use it for yourself, or use it for things you deem important, whether it's charitable causes or what have you, but just stop forking it over to me. Now, since posting that video, there's been a lot of questions and even somewhat of a pushback from other streamers about how, like, this sets a bad precedent where it, like, starts to shame other streamers if they don't follow my footsteps here. Let me be clear, I'm not trying to make a rallying cry here. I'm not your dad. You do what you want with your own streams. Keep donations and subs on out the wazoo forever. I don't care. That's your prerogative. This was just my own personal decision. Obviously, that wasn't like the most prevalent take or anything, but it is a conversation I saw stirring about after I posted that video, because there are some streamers that believe that normal people having the ability to give them money helps them feel included in the community, part of the crew, part of the ship, and it's like integral to the streaming experience to be able to like sub and donate and things like that. I've never really shared that perspective. I've always viewed streaming as content that you are providing to viewers for free, and if someone's nice enough to toss you a doubloon, you tip your fedora saying, "Holly jolly, thanks for the Reddit gold, kind stranger," and move on. But it's not an obligation, and no one should feel like they need to be able to give you money to be included in the community. That feels very parasocial to me. But that's just my own view on it. But what I will tell you, breaking the magician's code here, there is no top streamer that needs your financial support to put food on the table or continue providing those streams for you. Also, the bulk of a streamer's income comes from ads in the first place. Anyway, though, I think this stems from people just not really knowing how much money a top streamer can make on Twitch, for example. So let me show you my analytics from my lifetime on Twitch. Now, Twitch analytics are a little wonky here on the back end, so I wasn't able to just set the date range from 2017 to 2025 because it would just freeze. It would just have a conniption. I bet the Twitch HQ server just fucking caught flame with me trying to do that, so I had to break it up into chunks. So in 2017 is when I really started like actually streaming on Twitch. I had dabbled in 2016, but it wasn't until 2017 where I got like partnered and everything. So from 2017 to 2019, I made $55,500 for those 2 years. And I wasn't full-time streaming at this point or anything. It was just a bit of goofing around, having some fun, and it brought in $55,500. From 2019 to 2021 is when I took it a lot more seriously, as you can see. My time streamed went from 600 hours on the 2 years to 3,600 hours, and I made $1.2 million for those 2 years. And this was before my Twitch contract, so the only ads that were running on my stream were like the pre-roll ads, the ones that Twitch would insert themselves. So this was still without ads, by the way. $1.2 million, almost 1.3. Then I got a Twitch contract which necessitated a certain amount of ads, 3 minutes of ad time per hour. And from 2021 to basically 2025, I made $4.1 million. And to those astute observers amongst you with those keen peepers, you might notice that my subscriptions are less than half of what they were for the previous 2-year period. So even though I have 180,000 less subs across these 3 years than I did for the previous 2, I still made significantly more. And that is because of ads. Ads are the breadbasket to streamers. That is the jelly to the peanut butter sandwich that is streaming. And keep in mind, these numbers here, the 4.1, the 1.2, those don't even include brand deals or sponsorships. And I didn't have any like ancillary donations, but a lot of streamers do through like Streamlabs for like text-to-speech, stuff like that. So that doesn't include any of those other means of making money through the medium. This is solely through just Twitch itself. And I think something important to mention, contrary to popular belief, I am not a top streamer. I am also not even a full-time streamer, and I haven't been for over a year and a half. So, my 2025 earnings, I didn't really put them here. It's about 100K. So another thing to add to the total here. But I'm not even a full-time streamer anymore, and I haven't been a top 20 streamer probably since the fucking Among Us boom. You know, back in the prehistoric internet age now. Like, the Among Us era is the only time where I broached, like, the top 20. I've not been in that ball game for a while, and yet this is still a crazy amount of money. Where there is no reason I should be taking money from just normal people working normal, everyday jobs. It just doesn't feel right to me. Streaming is the easiest job there is. Hot take, I know, sorry, that was a blistering, scalding magma that I just spewed out there, but it is just the truth. I sit in swamp ass for a few hours every day, well, at least I used to when I was a full-time streamer, playing games, or just yapping. Now compare that Weenie Hut Jr. routine to a normal person who is actually working their ass off every single day in a 9-to-5 environment, grinding in the hopes of chasing the American dream. And then they'll come home, maybe turn on my stream and donate a couple of dollars to me. And it just doesn't sit right with me taking that kind of money, given what I've made from all of this. And I really should have just stopped this a long time ago, especially considering this is just the Twitch side of things. I told you, I'm going to show you my YouTube earnings. So be ready, because here it is! Huge fucking number, an unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million. I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day. Now, something I saw a lot of people asking after the video I made about turning off all the donation stuff is how much money I'm leaving on the table. And while it's kind of hard to show it on Twitch considering both subs and bits are technically still on, even though I discourage both and have bits at a point where I don't think it's even possible to use them, I still can't get like a hard number on what's like gone now or anything like that. But on YouTube, I can show you directly. So with memberships and supers/gifts, I made over $1 million. Keep in mind, I've only had those things enabled for about a year. That was $1 million in a year from just normal people donating it to me. Again, that just doesn't fucking sit right with me. Now I know there are plenty of streamers and YouTubers that have significantly more money than me and have subs and donations on and whatever. I don't care. Like I said, this is not me trying to lead some kind of revolution here where all of them turn it off. It's their choice to make. I wanted to explain fully why I don't want normal people just giving me their money anymore at all. Also, to be honest, I think just full goatseeing, showing how much streaming/YouTubing can make, just showing you the full, unedited, raw numbers is probably helpful for normal people so they can see how much money is in this space, because I think there's often so many question marks from people wondering how much does a streamer or YouTuber make? They'll either say like they're making billions of dollars or they're making nothing. there's never like an in-between because there's never any like really hard numbers to look at. So I think something like this can be helpful for that, especially because over the years I've noticed there's been a multitude of creators that have come out and tried to like underplay how well off they are financially because they believe it could be somewhat of a brand risk where if they are perceived as being someone that's very rich, well, maybe their audience wouldn't like them as much because they're no longer relatable. It's just something I've seen here and there over the years from a bunch of different creators, and I just find it a bit disingenuous. So hopefully something like this can help show that if someone is in like the top sphere of YouTube or Twitch, they are very, very well off financially. Anyway, though, if you add both of these numbers up, I've made a total of $41.3 million. But that's not to say that's what I have. Now, I do live in Florida, which means there is no individual income tax. Big time Florida W right there. And I know, I'm big time gushing grannies, Florida glazer. I've lived here my whole life. And that is something very nice about it. But it's not to say that the tax man comes in gentle with the lube. He still goes whole hog raw. It is still brutal when the tax man comes a-knockin'. He'll blow up your guts. And that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. Obviously, a good chunk instantly goes to taxes. There's also like salaries for the people that I pay on my team, other expenses, and also for the first 4 to 5 years of me earning money through my YouTube channel, I donated every single dollar to charity. So while I may have earned $41 million over the course of my time online, I don't have nearly that much. But I still have more money than I will ever know what to fully do with. And I actually thought it would be kind of fun to go through like a deep dive on what it looks like. You know, taxes, expenses, all that kind of thing to see how it all breaks down. But maybe that's a topic best left for a different video. So for now, I'll probably just conclude it here. Hopefully this was insightful. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Oh, what's the matter? You can't sleep either? Yeah, I know the feeling. Look at us. 2 peas in a pod. Unfortunately, I can't deploy a tactical breast with some warm milk for you to suckle upon. These puppies aren't spec'd into that build. Best I could do is maybe lactate a bit of gamer subs out. So, we're gonna have to settle for the next best thing, which is a little lullaby, which hopefully will serve as a nice AoE and hit us both, making us sleepy.
I'll see you a little bit, alright?
Yeah, see you soon.
Thank you.
Hello. You want to clip this on?
Sure. Oh, you're a streamer?
Yes, I am a streamer. Well, best of luck. This is our last game. I believe it closes at 7 today. So.
6, actually.
6? There's only half an hour left.
This is a clip that blew up a few days ago, but it has a brand spanking new development here where the gentle sir, fedora tip, in the video has decided to double down on his cringe embarrassing behavior. So we're gonna give you the whole kit and caboodle here. So this is the genesis. This is where it started. The woman in this video is a streamer. Her name is aka Nimsco on Twitch, but she is a grandmaster in chess. Her name is Nemo, and she's doing this at a convention where people sit down, they play chess, and she's streaming all of it. This is the last contestant of the day. She believes that there's still quite a bit of time left, thinking that it closes at 7. He hits her with the classic, actually, it's 6. So there's even less time than she thought, but she's more than willing to accommodate and play through this game with him because he waited for it.
Take your queen.
Oh shit, I forgot I can do that.
Yeah. Take queen.
Just gets hard.
Yeah. You're running out of time, Bill.
What happens if I run out of time?
You lose the game. But it's okay, you can use some of mine. I do have to run though because I didn't realize the con is closing at 6.
Oof, that's a big time blunder right there from this prodigy that stepped up to the plate. He hung his queen out to dry and she capitalized, taking the free piece. He then hits her with the forgot you could do that. Now when I first watched this, I assumed he was just like a fan of her and wanted to at least like interact and play a game for fun, despite not being like an active chess player. Him being unaware of how the knight can move, to me, was evidence of that game theory, but turns out that's not the case at all. He actually takes this extremely serious. He's treating this like it's his fucking Super Bowl here. So, as you can see, he's starting to run out of time. She mentions that, saying like, hey, you're running out of time, but, you know, don't worry, you can use some of mine.
That's time. Yeah. Okay. I'll pack up while you make your move.
You know what? I surrender.
Are you sure? Okay. GG's.
Zoinks! Jinkies! The declined handshake in anger. That's fundamentally a rage quit moment there over the board. Very unsportsmanlike. That's a 5-yard penalty, no doubt. And again, she was willing to let it go on even though he did lose on time. He was taking oodles of time here coming up with his moves and then still ended up just giving away a free queen. So it's not someone who I think actively plays chess, so I don't know why he's getting so heated about it. It's pretty fucking embarrassing because this isn't high stakes here. This isn't a game of life or death. It's not a goddamn shadow game from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or anything. It's just supposed to be entertaining and enjoyable, and you get to hang out, you play a little chess. She's a grandmaster. You were never going to win. So I don't know why he's getting his ham so steamed about it.
Alright.
It took forever.
Okay. Oh shit, he took the mic. Oh, hello. He took the microphone. It's alright, he forgot about that. So, he wanted it, yeah?
I feel like you really wasted my time.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Waiting. You told me after this person, and then another person comes in.
I'm so sorry about that.
That guy, you're like, oh, I'm gonna see you at dinner later.
Yeah.
God, I was waiting here for like half an hour.
Can
And
I...
you just rush through it?
Well, you're welcome to play out the rest of that game if you want to. I gave you that option.
And then here comes the wambulance. So he starts really whining about how she wasted his time. Brother, you're not entitled to her time in the first place, by the way. This is just a little fun setup at the convention. It's not that deep. But anyway, he then accuses her of rushing through the game, even though he lost on time, and she made a very generous offer to still play it out just using her time in order to finish that game because he waited a while, I guess. Which again, if you were unsatisfied with the wait, fucking leave. You're not held hostage there. He doesn't have the fucking cuffs on him, forced to play. Like, what? Just go. Just leave. Why? What? It really feels like he wasn't there for chess in the first place. It seems like he was there to try and, like, have this be some kind of pseudo date or something. So when someone else was in front of him, or someone else that she knew, like, stepped in to play a quick game, it, like, deeply offended him in that capacity. And again, I don't think he was actually there for the chess itself, because he's like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. What, move the knight backwards? Like, what the fuck what? So, the whole thing just smells very fucking fishy, and it's really weird. And his behavior just continues to deteriorate about it.
Okay, I'm so sorry about it. Is there anything I can make up for it? I can give you chess.com diamond memberships or anything like that.
Free membership for chess.com?
Yeah, if you want one. Okay. Take a picture. I'm gonna give you a second one as well. And heck, since you're the last person for tonight, take a picture of the third one. So then if you redeem these, you'll just have like 3 months free membership. There you go. Take a picture of that one too. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry if you feel like you wasted your time.
You did waste my time.
Okay.
So, fuck you, but I hope you have fun with the convention.
Okay. The guy there was so like, fuck you, gave me the middle finger off.
She is going above and beyond to accommodate this loser, being extremely nice, offering him 3 months of premium membership, again, for a complete non-issue. This guy feels like his time was wasted. Why? Because he chose to wait in that line and then sat down fucking drooling and blue screening in his brain, blundering his queen, and then just sitting there idly with the Orb of Confusion in his pocket and then losing on time before surrendering. How is that her fault? If you wanted a longer time with her at the chessboard, or you wanted to, like, prove yourself, fucking play chess. Learn how the knight moves, I guess, bro. Like, what? Why is any of this her fault? Like, she didn't do anything wrong here. All of it's streamed, by the way, so you can see it all. There was nothing strange or underhanded. She didn't go up there and put her hand on this guy's head like, no, stay back, you swine. Everyone else is coming first. You will be the last one today. Learn your place, plebeian. Like, nothing like that happened. She didn't disrespect him or anything, so but he still feels so slighted that he wraps back around, gives her the middle finger, and says, fuck you, while getting to reap the benefits of 3 months worth of premium membership that she's given him because she's just, I guess, very nice. If anyone's time was wasted, it was hers for having to interact with you for this long. And now, like I said, this blew up a couple days ago. He got clowned on, and then he wanted to give his side of the story. So I read an article that apparently he is now doing his tell-all here about what actually happened.
Against this person, I have no idea who she is, but there it is. First off, I was just laughing at how ridiculous the video is because it doesn't offer any context. So there was no line there. I have no idea who this person is. It just says like, hey, let's play some chess, you can win a prize. Cool.
If you want to let people know that everything that's happened bothers you greatly, try and pretend that it doesn't. Well, I actually couldn't stop laughing about the whole thing. People just don't understand the full scope of the situation. And I can't help but giggle. I shouldn't, in fact I shan't, but I can't help but giggle a little bit about this because it doesn't even show the whole context of what happened. So please, let me enlighten you. Let me give you the real scoop here. It's just, like, I always hate that approach from people when they try and, like, oh, I'll just brush this off. Yeah, you guys are all wrong. I'm right. That kind of attitude. It's so fucking, like, cringing. It's awful. It elicits the yuckies out of me. There's such a bad vibe about that approach. But anyway, he goes on to say that he just hopped in this line because he saw that you could play chess and maybe win a prize. He didn't know who she was, but was more than willing to play chess and go for that. Big question arises there. Why? When you suck this much ass at chess, you hung your queen, like, immediately.
I go up, she's with someone, and I have to wait. That's fine. She says you'll come up after this person. That, there's a timer going on, and I see that, so I'm hoping that these matches are going to be short so I can go, but they're not. The timer runs out, it's made completely irrelevant, and she's just having conversation, talking to this person. It's going on for a while.
Pal, you asked for that same thing, by the way. When you lost on time, she also extended the same courtesy to you, like, hey, look, we can keep going. We can play out the rest of this game. It's not that big a deal. So it seems like she was just more than willing to let people play chess with her and try and, like, enjoy the experience of playing against a grandmaster. Because that's not something a lot of people ever will get the opportunity to do. It's supposed to be something fun, which is a concept that completely eludes this guy, apparently. He took this as like a call to arms or something, like, I must compete for this prize in this chess match. Chess, which something I don't really understand how the knight moves, but I can do this. I must do this, in fact. So he's complaining about other people getting to play through time, like after it runs out, when he himself wanted that same privilege.
Whatever. Match ends. And then, without even acknowledging me at all, some other guy comes up in front of me and starts playing with her. I do feel a little disrespected at this point, because if I'm going to wait for you, I'm just, I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm just waiting. But you're going to just kind of push me aside. That doesn't feel right. But I've already waited long enough. I'm waiting for another friend of mine, so might as well.
But why, though? Why might as well if you're going to be salty about it? What's the point there? You're just letting yourself stew and marinate. So, from his story here, his telling of the encounter, someone cut him in line and took his place, his rightful throne there at the board. So now he has to wait even longer. Well, just leave then, man. Like, again, it's not like you lose anything by waiting except your time. And if your time is something that you don't want to allocate to this, then just leave. No harm, no foul, no big deal. Maybe it's a little upsetting that you got skipped in line when you were really eager to play. Okay, that sucks, I guess. But that's also not her fault. She didn't just, like, wave someone through like, hey, fuck this guy. I want this guy to come up and play instead. Doesn't sound like that happens. It sounds like just some other guy went in front of the line in front of this guy. And if that is what happens, why didn't you say something to the dude? Why didn't you take it up with the guy? Why do you take it out on her? It's not her fault. So why are you going up berating her and then saying fuck you, giving her the finger, storming off, that kind of thing? Why take out all your frustrations on her when she had nothing to do with your place in line and your wasted time that you chose to still continue to sit there and not say anything to the guy who skipped you? Were you afraid to confront him?
Their match goes, I want to say, even longer. Not entirely sure, but again, timer is completely disregarded entirely. She's like coaching the guy, talking to him, saying that they're going to meet up after this. So I'm thinking, I'm waiting for you, and you're just kind of hanging out with your friend. That doesn't feel right. It feels like my time's not being appreciated.
What do you mean your time wasn't being appreciated? Brother, the only one not appreciating your time was yourself. If it's that important, the time that you were losing in there, you should have left. It is not her responsibility to be conscientious of your time, of you choosing on your own volition to just sit there and just fucking bake in your own anger. She had a little event. You sit down and play chess. She had people coming in. She was playing chess. You were one of those people. How was she supposed to know that there was some turmoil going on over there with your place in line? And when she did have the unfortunate encounter with you, she was extremely polite and sensitive to your sensitivities around your time. She let you play out the game past time, offering to keep it going, letting the game continue because you did wait and you were the last person there at the convention, so she was more than willing to be accommodating. And when you wrapped back around fuming, taking out your frustrations on her and getting upset, she was extremely apologetic that you felt the way you did, and then even went way out of her way offering you 3 months of premium membership, which you should not have gotten under any circumstances, by the way. That was very undeserved. All just because you fucking ordered some french fries here about your wasted time that you wasted yourself. Like, she did nothing wrong, and he is still doubling down on this as though people just didn't understand the full story. Brother, the thing was live streamed. Everyone knows everything that happened because it was all on stream. You can't even fall back on that like missing context excuse.
So, match finally ends. I come up. I'm a bit frustrated, but I'm trying to keep it together. We're playing, and time runs out. And I can tell, she had a mistake with when the convention is ending, so she wants to go. Timer ends. You know what? I can tell, and I feel like she really just wants me to go. I feel like she's already kind of been disrespectful to me before. She clearly just wants me to leave now. So I get up and I go. And I am very frustrated, right? I'm very upset with the lack of time management, the fact that there was no line, there was no people there, and yet I'm still having to wait for so long.
Then don't. No one is forcing you to do that. You even said you don't know who she is. Why are you waiting that long for this then? I don't get it, man. Make it make sense. I don't understand. And again, if you wanted more time there playing chess with her, get better at chess so you can play out a full game without just getting steamrolled. Like, you were never going to win in the first place against a grandmaster, but maybe you wouldn't have blundered so quickly and had everything go tits up right away. Like, it's very peculiar what this dweeb is even so upset about. And he's still upset about it. He's still frustrated. He is defending his behavior, where, again, I don't think there's any justifications for it. He's just a jerk. Like, he's just mean. He was just very upset at her for nothing.
And yeah, I was very upset, and I left. I wanted to come back because it just didn't feel right. It really just didn't feel like I was treated properly. So I wanted to make my case as like, hey, you wasted my time. I wanted to be upfront about that and say, like, I don't appreciate it. No, you wasted my time. And I was angry. And she tried to respond in a very nice manner, and I acknowledged that. But that doesn't change the fact that I was wronged and I was disrespected.
No, you were not. You were not wronged. You were not disrespected. She did so much more than any other human being on the planet would have in this situation, with treating you with respect and being very apologetic over a complete non-issue, just an issue you've made up in your own noodle. This is absurd, man. What a crazy response to have to this. Like, it's shocking to me that there's no self-awareness. There's no realization that he was in the wrong. There was nothing disrespectful that happened here on her end. If he was cut in line, yeah, it's disrespectful. Why didn't you take it out on the guy who actually disrespected you then? If that actually happened, why are you targeting her for that? She had no control over that mishap. She didn't order that guy to cut you in line. It's not like it was a sleeper agent. She didn't have, fucking security come in and just, push you to the side so they could play with her and take away your precious time to ruin and disrespect your time at the convention. So why are you taking all that frustration out on her when she did nothing wrong and did everything she could to be respectful and polite and even apologetic, even though there was nothing to apologize for in the first place? Wild, man. Truly wild stuff. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Stop everything you're doing. You've got to check this out. I know that sounds like I'm trying to peddle cigarettes to you, but you really got to put your peepers on this puppy here. This is something fascinating. I just saw the wackiest robbery attempt. It wasn't really a successful robbery. It plays out like a skit. Like if you were playing pretend with your boys in middle school. It is so odd. It's like if a soccer mom picked up a hobby of crime instead of wine.
I need you to and tell them that I am Rebecca Peterson and sorry. And that this is a robbery.
Now this is how you do character introductions. So she marches in, fee-fi-fo-fums her way up to the counter, brandishing a firearm, and introduces herself. She says that she's Rebecca Peterson. Now, at first I thought that was like a fake name and she was trying to frame someone she didn't like, the local book club or something that she attends. I thought she was like, oh, it is I, Rebecca Peterson, committing this armed robbery. Let the police know that Rebecca Peterson committed this robbery. Because I'm pretty sure she said, call the police and let them know Rebecca Peterson made this beat, committed this crime, that kind of thing. But it turns out that is her name. She is Rebecca Peterson. So this is extremely polite. Excuse me, sir. You are being robbed by Rebecca Peterson. It's like some fucking Princess Bride shit here. And the way she's moving from side to side there, I think she's trying to dodge the camera. But I also don't understand why she's bothering, nor do I understand why she's bothering to put her hoodie up when she's still giving her full name to the cashier to identify herself with. See, it seems like at that point, goose is already cooked, cat's out of the bag. Why even bother trying to dodge the security camera?
Okay.
Put it down.
Okay.
Yes, listen.
Cashier is cool, calm, and collected. He's like, all right, I understand. Now put the gun down. And she does. He hits her with the Jedi mind trick, disarms her just like that.
There's a robbery.
What is that? Down.
I'm telling you right now. There's a robbery.
What robbery? Oh my!
Yeah, she snapped out of the hypnotism attempt there from the cashier. Lets him know once again, putting her foot down. This is a robbery. We're not playing games here. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. And then just does a fucking desk pop there. Blasts the stand, which obviously frightens him. So it's not a fake gun or anything. She did come in here with a loaded weapon, and she'd been pointing it at this guy the entire time. That is some pretty scary shit there. Now, with the way she's acting, she's making it sound like she's placing an order, like, pardon me, one robbery. Please. Like, she's going about this robbery like she's expecting it to play out like something she saw on TikTok or like a movie or something. It's like she's getting directions from ChatGPT on how to conduct a armed robbery. It is so fucking peculiar. And her behavior is just alarming. It feels like she's not in her right mind. Like, it feels like, I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of psychotic episode or something, but it's very scary, especially for the cashier, who has this gun pointed at him this entire time.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Your owner in the back room.
It's like when that shot went off, it confused her as well. She completely forgot that she was the one doing the robbery, so she's looking around like, who did that? Which one of you just shot this gun? Which one of you cowards just shit in my pants? I don't know, it's like she's under some kind of spell or something here, and the sound from the shot, like, briefly broke it, but then she goes right back into the robbery. The cashier's like, the store owner's in the back. Go to the back. The store owner's there. That's the guy you want. If you're robbing us, you got to start over there.
The robbery.
Yeah, the owner in the back room. The owner in the back room, run!
I also love that he grabs a cardboard box as his, like, ballistic shield. Like it's straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. I understand being, like, panicked and afraid, so you're just looking for anything. I totally get that. But I love his strategy of, the owner's in the back room, run, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Go, 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 go! He's getting away, go, go, go! That is a classic Looney Tunes strat of, he went that way, Doc. That way. He's over there. Go, go, go. What are you doing? Go, go. What's that over there? That kind of thing. And it actually works. So she's like, oh, okay, you're right. All right, I'm going to go over there now. So the cashier is like one of the most convincing men on the planet, it seems. He does get her to go to the back of the facility there, which I imagine gives him time to run outside, which I believe is what happened. He ran outside, he called the police came, they did arrest her. But we do have footage of her going to the back here. And she posts up like it's a James Bond poster. She just right down the pipe, bang, and actually hits the camera. A genuinely pretty impressive shot for someone who doesn't seem to have any training with firearms in the first place. She was clumsily able to hit the camera on the first shot there. Apparently, after failing to locate the owner in the back counting money like Scrooge McDuck, she then fled the scene. So she got into her car and allegedly tried to escape that way, but police were able to track her down. They picked up her scent somewhere along the way. They were able to apprehend her, and now she is currently awaiting arraignment and all that. So, a very peculiar set of circumstances. The clerk also made a statement saying that he tried to remain calm and calm her down because he saw that her mentality was not awake, which I think he was very correct on. It definitely does appear that something has gone awry. It doesn't seem like she's all there. It does seem like it's some kind of psychotic episode or something, which very sad stuff, but very scary for the clerk there because she did come armed and willing to fire. She was letting that shit air out. She was clapping it. She fired a shot right at the checkout. She fired a shot at the security camera. Luckily, no one was hurt. She's now facing charges of attempted armed robbery, wanton endangerment, brandishing, assault, and destruction of property. Which sounds about par for the course based on everything we saw on the surveillance camera here. This whole thing was just really bizarre. I had to just yap about it a little bit when I saw it earlier today. I don't know if it was like a mental health crisis or drugs or what, but man, the clerk there must have been fucking terrified when that gun went off. I also read in another article covering this from a local agency that he was covering for a friend's shift when this unfolded. So I don't think he's going to be super willing to do that anymore going forward. But anyway, yeah. Just wanted to yap about this a bit because I was stunned with the footage I saw. That's really about it. So yeah. Feels like it's been a while since the last time I covered a good old-fashioned Walmart weirdo, and I got quite a specimen for you today. It's a gentle sir who's going ballistic because, as I understand it, he was upset that there wasn't 3 managers in his section to complain to. I guess he really wanted to run the gauntlet, wagging his finger at a manager. Customer's always right. You should know that, or something. He's going like a sports player coming out of the tunnel giving everyone high fives. He wanted to go through and just give a bunch of fucking complaints to a ton of Walmart managers, I guess. And since they weren't there, he instead took his anger out on one of the employees. And apparently, the woman that was filming tried to interject to get him to calm down, which only fanned his flames of anger even more.
You want to call me a dumb bitch again?
Dumb bitch?
Okay,
Fuck you.
So
I'm recording him for.
Let me tell you what I've accomplished.
Do you have a son?
I don't have any children. I haven't found a capable mate.
Oh, that makes a
It
lot
sure
of
as hell
sense.
does make a lot of sense.
That makes
Turned into like a pseudo-therapy session there for a moment. This guy just came over and just trauma dumped briefly. So she asked, do you have a son? I imagine she was going to ask, do you teach him to treat people this way? But he immediately took that question on the chin saying, no, I haven't found a capable mate. So he's like, he comes over here, yeah, I'm mateless, what about it? No mates? Is what it is, I guess. And then he even says, like, yeah, it does make a lot of sense, actually, why no woman would want to be around me. I get it. Yeah, you know what? That does sound about par for the course. I'm over here just fucking spitting and shitting in a Walmart because there's not enough managers for me to be yelling at. Also, just the sassy way he says it sounds like a child during a temper tantrum. No, I haven't found a capable mate. Oh, man, it's pretty fucking pathetic. Anyway, though, he comes over after calling her a dumb bitch and then saying, fuck you. He marches over, he gets his phone out to start recording, which is a pretty common power move that dumb assholes like this try when they're getting, like, called out on something and then they try and, like, go into their defense mechanism of also recording, like, I can do it too, look at this. So now he's recording her because he deludes himself into thinking that people will be on his side if they have his perspective from his camera. So after blowing up on a Walmart employee and then calling this stranger a dumb bitch and then saying, like, he hasn't found a capable mate, there's no woman on this planet capable of handling my seed. I'm a victim of my own masculinity. I'm too much of a man, and women can't handle it. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense why no woman wants to be around me. That I do get. Time to start recording now. Now it's time I win. Here's my checkmate move.
a lot of sense.
Tell me about your accomplishments today, ma'am. I can talk to them however I want.
No,
you don't even know what I was saying to him.
It's disrespectful. Look,
You're
you're
standing up.
speaking to me. You're a large man.
You involved
and I'm
yourself
a
in
small
something that's
female.
not your. It's not your business.
It's my business to protect other
No, it
women
isn't.
from
It's
abusive
not.
assholes
I wasn't
like
abusing
you.
them. You have nothing. You have no idea what I was
It's
even
verbal
saying to
abuse.
them. No, you just wanted
It's
to get
verbal
involved.
abuse, and if I'm a woman
The
and you're verbally
only
abusing a
one
woman,
of- the only
I will
one
stand
that-
between you and them every time.
And do what? Do you want to talk about it outside? And I'm going to stand between them. You want to go outside and talk about it, stupid?
So here she's kind of laying the foundation for what led to all this. He was being rude to an employee, she stepped in, and then all of this started blowing up. And now tough guy here's like, so what are you going to do about it, huh? You want to take it outside? He must have analyzed the surrounding area, making sure there was no men nearby that might take him up on the challenge, no doubt. So now that he's confirmed that it's only this woman and the other female employees, now he feels like a real big guy saying, let's take it outside then. Do you want to take it outside, huh? Now, something I want to mention is he's only just started recording. This is the intro to his video from his side of things. So they didn't even get all the prerequisite lore of him being like an asshole to the Walmart employee or what led to this interaction between him and the woman filming. So when he shares this with his fucking Facebook group or whoever he hangs around with, if anybody at all they're going to see is their goofball loser-ass friend going up to a woman, asking her, do you want to take it outside, challenging her to a fight. Wow, bud, I'm sure this one's gonna bang. They're gonna be cheering for you. A big round of applause. Somehow the video he himself is recording makes him look even worse than the full video does. Because now it's just him as like a highlight reel challenging a woman to a fight at Walmart, basically.
Guys, do y'all want to get trespassed out?
No, I want to find out who's the manager for the section.
He's being
She's
verbally
involving
abusive
herself in
to
something that's
these
not her
employees.
business. She
Okay,
should just go
so
about
just-
her business.
And he's
Okay,
being
Bye.
aggressive.
Calm down.
Bye. Was I abusing you?
I said he was being verbally abusive.
Was I abusing
yes.
you or was I complaining about the manager? Don't lie.
He was using
I don't know about you
language
getting mad.
and everything.
That's right. Why did I get mad? Because you're supposed to have three. Because your manager can't do her
Okay, y'all
job.
need to
That's
keep
why I
it down a
got
little
mad.
bit, or I will have y'all.
Yes, sometimes it could be.
That's pretty much where the video wraps up right there. The other employee comes over and just threatens to trespass both of them because of all the commotion here, so they get separated. And that's kind of where it is curtains. So the context clues here. If I'm understanding correctly, he was mad because there wasn't a manager there, so he took his anger out on the employee for the lack of manager, saying that there needs to be 3 of them there, I think? 3 managers, maybe? Which to me seems excessive. Why would you have 3 managers in a single section in the store? Unless he's like this raid boss of cringe, like the top tier male Karen, that they need 3 managers just to like wrangle them in, to like hold them down. I feel like that's just way too many managers to allocate to one spot. But maybe he meant like there's supposed to be a manager here and then 3 employees? So he needs like a whole army to take care of him to like fluff his nuts or something? I really don't even know what the whole complaint is here in the first place. Because clearly there are employees in this section. He was just berating one of them about the lack of manager, apparently. So like, you did have people there to help you. I don't know why he needed to like escalate it and get even angrier at the employee for what I imagine is something very trivial in the first place. Now, the woman who filmed this did make a follow-up to it to give like a little more insight onto what happened next. They did like go their separate ways, but apparently he kept carrying on, and according to her, he was escorted out of the Walmart. Not super willingly, he wasn't, very enthusiastic about that, and she did mention that police were involved with that. Not overly surprising, that checks out. That makes a lot of sense. Much like him not being able to find a capable mate. That also does make sense. And I'm gonna let you in on a little secret real quick. Here, come in close, I'll whisper it in your ear. Anyone who says capable mate probably is doomed to be alone forever. You're already kind of too far gone. You are so lost in the fucking sauce. You are probably already a douchebag and already kind of just in a loveless position. The only salvation that you can find is crawling yourself out of that hole that led you to thinking that that's a normal thing to say. No sane person is going to be talking about like, yeah, the reason I have no kids at this age and I'm not in a relationship or anything is just because I haven't found a capable mate. That's just so fucking odd. What a peculiar thing to say. You immediately raise eyebrows with that kind of shit. So that's just a little, free tip right there. Don't end up like this guy. I think it should be a pretty easy fate to avoid. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit. It does feel like it's been a while since the last time we analyzed a wacky Walmart meltdown freakout type thing. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. When you think of Mark Zuckerberg, I bet you're not thinking of his top-tier showmanship. And I think that is a crime. He is so slept on when it comes to his talent as a performer. He is like Penn and Teller, but for technology. The way he is able to, convey his electrifying personality to the audience, to get them on the edge of their seats, eating out of the palm of his hands with his really high-octane and fun tech showcases he likes to do. And let me tell you, he is no stranger to things going tits up during these demonstrations. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a Mark Zuckerberg-fronted meta showcase that goes according to the book. And there is nobody less equipped to handle that than Mark Zuckerberg himself. So yesterday, or it might have been 2 days ago, I already can't remember, he was doing a showcase for his new Meta glasses, and nothing was going right. But you wouldn't even know that with how smooth he plays it off.
Really proud of this. Maybe let's make, I don't know, what should we make? Maybe like a steak sauce, maybe Korean-inspired type thing, just to show what the live AI is like.
Yeah, let's try it. It's not something I've made before, so I could definitely use the help. Hey, Meta, start live AI.
Starting live AI.
Whew! Close shave. We've passed the first obstacle. Having Meta respond and the live AI assistant agreeing to take part in this demonstration without any kind of rebellious undertones. Mark Zuckerberg can breathe a huge sigh of relief. And his sidekick that looks like Seth Rogen, well, for him, the torment is only just beginning.
I love the setup you have here with soy sauce and other ingredients. How can I help?
Hey, can you help me make a Korean-inspired steak sauce for my steak sandwich here?
You can make a Korean-inspired steak sauce using soy sauce, sesame oil.
What do I do first? What do I do first?
Extremely rude from Seth Rogen here to interrupt her, saying, "What do I do first?" She did not take kindly to that, so then she started not talking to him anymore. She gave him the silent treatment. It is pure fucking pandemonium out here. It's chaos, and you can see him start to fidget. He's kind of swaying back and forth, hitting like a, fighting game character idle animation right now, and it's only going to get worse.
You've already combined the base ingredients, so now grate a pear to add to the sauce.
What do I do first?
You've already combined the base ingredients, so now grate the pear and gently combine it with the base sauce.
All right, I think the Wi-Fi might be messed up. Sorry, back to you, Mark.
It's all good.
Now, what you're seeing here wasn't part of the plan. I know that's hard to believe with how well it was played off here with, the Wi-Fi excuse. Very possible. Maybe it is all just a big Wi-Fi error. Naturally. Live AI got confused here, thinking that he had already combined all of the ingredients for the steak sauce, so it was giving him the final directive of grating the pear. But we weren't up to that step yet. I don't know...
You know what? It's all good. It's, the irony of the whole thing is that you spend years making technology and then the Wi-Fi at the day kind of catches you.
Now we're running with the Wi-Fi scapegoat. A solid strategy here from Mark. We are all in agreement it must have been the Wi-Fi, the culprit behind this disaster here with the Korean-inspired steak sauce. Now, a lesser man would have packed it up and called it quits saying, fuck you guys, this Wi-Fi is not up to my standards, I will not sully my technology with this less than premium service, we're out of here. But no, not Mark Butt Fuckerberg. He said, I'm here to smoke meats and damn it, that's what I'm gonna do. The show must go on. And so it did.
A few moments later.
So I think our call will be coming in any moment now.
Pause WhatsApp video call.
There we go. Uh-oh. Well, let's see what happened there. That's too bad. I don't know what happened. Maybe Boz can try calling me again. All right. Well, I got a missed video call. Okay, there's the actual video call. All right. I'm just going to pick that up with my neural band. This is, it happens.
You gotta love a supportive audience. The way Mark Zuckerberg is working them, he's turned this disaster into something positive. A comedic experience that the crowd is going wild for. They're loving it. They're having such a great time watching this. Now, if you've got real keen eyes, you might be able to observe a hint of uncomfortableness emanating from Mark Zuckerberg. He's doing a great job at hiding it, but it starts to shine through the cracks a little bit that he is a little perturbed. He is not liking that the technology is completely floundering here during the demonstration. Technology that will, of course, cost consumers hundreds of dollars, and now it is being shown that it doesn't work super well, apparently. But it could just be that pesky fucking Wi-Fi. It could even be sabotage. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, let's, what do you think? Let's just go ahead and...
Pause WhatsApp video call.
Let's go for a fourth. All right. Try it again. I keep on messing this up.
There is one clapping seal in that fucking audience that anytime Mark Zuckerberg smiles or says a word, he just goes, woo! Grow up! Jesus, man. Good Lord. Get a grip. You don't need to be trying to, cushion the awkwardness here or anything like that. You can just sit there and let him continue to stew in the agony of all the fuck-ups that are unfolding in front of you. But you don't need to be there to pat him on the ass like, it's okay, Mark, you tried your best. Whoa, Mark Zuckerberg, yeah! It's just, I don't know, I find that behavior so odd for these kind of, tech showcases. Mark Zuckerberg's not gonna care about you. He's not gonna give you a big thumbs up for it. Hey, wait, where's that positive guy that keeps cheering me on every time something fucks up here? Is it you? All right. And he starts crawling over the chairs. I'm gonna suck your cock. All right, now present your wiener. I want to give you a sincere thanks.
And if not, then we'll go for the less fun option. Okay. I don't know what to tell you guys. All right. We're going to have Boz come out here, and we're just going to go to the next thing that I wanted to show, and hope that will work.
I wonder what the less fun option was here. That sounded like an ominous threat. You gonna kill her, Mark? Is that what that was? You're gonna go back there and slit the AI assistant's throat or something? That was I don't know, it sounded so devilish. But he even like took responsibility, saying, "Oh, it must be something I'm doing wrong. I messed up." And that's very big of you, Mark. He's saying, no, it's not the technology's fault. It must be user error. I didn't consult the handbook. I didn't go through the tutorials here or the certification training to handle such beefy tech. It must be on me. And, of course, the pesky Wi-Fi that we all know, known to cause these kind of problems, naturally. But good news. Hopefully you still got your hand on your wallet ready to fork over hundreds of dollars for this. They did identify these problems, and they have fixed them, apparently. According to Andrew Bosworth, they fundamentally DDoSed themselves, which caused those hiccups. And as far as the video call goes, it was a never-before-seen bug. When the glasses went to sleep at the exact same moment, the device received a call notification, which apparently happened a few times. The bug has, according to Bosworth, been fixed, but he acknowledged the demo was a terrible place for that bug to show up. Yeah, unfortunately, just another awkward tech demonstration in the books for Mark Zuckerberg and the squad. I just had to talk about it because I've talked about all the other ones before, so this just fits kind of nicely at home with the rest. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yep. 3 reviews, 1 cup. I'm going to be reviewing 3 shows that all ended this week in this video here, doing it all in one, going crazy style on it. So I want to start with what I think to be the most, interesting that not enough people are talking about. Sentenced to be a Hero. I made a video glazing this when it first aired. The first episode was like an hour long, and it felt like I watched an entire movie's worth of content to kick off the season. I was blown away. I know nothing about Sentenced to be a Hero. I watched that on a whim because so many other people were gushing grannies on it, and I thought, well, this isn't something I heard of, so how good could it be? And then episode 1 came out and just slapped me around with high-quality animation and a really interesting story. I expected generic slop. It was not. It had a pretty simple premise, but throughout the season it fleshed it out into something genuinely interesting, and I am glued to it. So I was hooked right away, and a lot of people were. But, unfortunately, it's come out at the worst possible time, because this season's lineup was so stacked. It was clashing with Titans, the Behemoths, JJK, Freeran, Hell's Paradise, Fate's Strange Fake. It was such a big stacked lineup that unfortunately Sentenced to be a Hero started to fall off of people's radar, starting to play second fiddle, and then everyone just kind of collectively stopped talking about it, which is such a fucking shame, because if this came out at any other time, it would have been the standout. This would have been what everyone was talking about and suckling on because it's extremely good. The animation is top tier. I would say it's second only to JJK this season. I put it over Fate's Strange Fake and Hell's Paradise in that regard. Its action, I think, is beautifully animated. And every single episode of Sentenced to be a Hero had action. There was never any, slow slog, anything, boring. It was just a lot of action, but even while delivering all of this, it still kept planting seeds of mystery and, intrigue. I will say that its characters aren't exactly the deepest. They're pretty standard shonen tropes that I feel like pretty much all of you have seen before. You'll definitely recognize that in a lot of these characters. But they're put into a world that is unlike most others that are out there, where being a hero is like the ultimate punishment for only the most vile of criminals, where they can't die and they have to devote their lives to just saving everyone else. No glory, no fame, no appreciation. These are scum villains. Those are your heroes. And we follow the hero unit as they are saving the world from the demon blight who use fairies to basically just destroy humanity. But along the way, and I'm going to get into a little spoilers here because, the season just ended and I want to talk about a lot of the things I liked. Throughout the journey, you learn that there's other forces at play, coexisters that want to exist with the demon blight because they believe humanity is doomed, and the only way to ensure a future for themselves and the ones they care about is through cooperation with the demon blight and accelerating their plans so that way they can have authority in the new world once humanity falls. So then, not only are they clashing with the demon blight, they're clashing with other humans that have allied with them. And in particular, this concept gets explored extremely well in the final episode. My jaw was on the floor for the finale here. The fight with Bujum was great, and then the final episode hits, and you get so much that had me on the edge of my fucking seat, man. Like, Kivia's clash with, a very important figure in her life and everything that unfolded there. And then, I'm trying to avoid, like, the biggest spoilers here, but I just want to say it was masterfully done how they handled that. It was animated beautifully, and it was extremely emotional. These characters that we had followed throughout the entire season, everything getting flipped on its head in a crazy clash at the end that doesn't feel like just an ass pull, but feels like a really natural development of things. Holy shit. Chef's kiss. It was incredible. I really, really, really liked this season, and I hope that there's more to come from this, because they did a great job. They knocked it out of the park. I know I've been complimenting its action in particular because there is so much of it here, but as I said, it's not just that. I think they do a great job of setting up a very interesting world, and I'm excited to see more from the characters. Like I said, they are a little one-dimensional throughout season 1. There's not like a ton that you get outside of Kivia. Kivia is the one that gets the most development. She gets fleshed out a lot by the end, but the rest around her, also aside from Xylo, he gets a lot of fleshing out too. But like the other cast of heroes, they don't get a ton of time to shine and develop, but even still, they're very cool and they're very hype. Especially someone that we only get introduced to in like the last 2 episodes, Rhino. I'm really excited to see more from Rhino because there was a big twist with that character. And even though we just met him, it felt substantial and it felt really interesting. But anyway, I won't yap too long on Sentence to be a Hero since I'm reviewing 2 other shows here. But I want to say this show is incredible. I really hope people stop sleeping on it. Let's now move on to probably the one everyone wants to hear my thoughts on, JJK Season 3 Part 1. I'm a big Jujutsu Kaisen guy. I think all of you know that. I was very excited for Season 3, and overall, I really liked Season 3. But I don't think it was flawless, and it's something I talked about on stream throughout the season as it was airing, and I was met with collective boos because people don't like when you step out of line of the hype train and rock the boat, but I feel like it wasn't as strong as Season 1 and 2. There were extremely great moments in Season 3, of course, and some of the new characters they introduced, I am really happy to see there. I'm really, really happy that Yuta is blossoming here after JJK0. We get to see a lot more of him in Season 3. He is an extraordinary character. I also really liked Higuruma. I think he was extremely exciting as well. It's just, Season 3, I think, got a little too lost in the sauce of the culling game and its rules and really drilling home numerous times, even outside of like the infamous lore dump episode where it's basically an entire episode dedicated to just vomiting out all of the culling game rules and regulations. Like, I felt like I was at a fucking board meeting for it. But even outside of that, there are just multiple times where it like just halts its own momentum to just over-explain what's happening in the grand scheme of the culling game itself. You know, like explaining someone's curse technique and then talking about why they need to take those points or add a rule that allows them to take points in order to accomplish this goal. Like, it just felt to me like they didn't respect the audience's intelligence to kind of piece it together on why certain things were happening. So they would instead just like hit the brakes screeching and then explain it to you. And to me, it just felt like a little messy because of that. And of course, like, it jumps all over the place, which I don't really have a huge issue with, but I know a lot of other people did. They felt like it made the story a little more disjointed, which I can see that, but that personally didn't bother me nearly as much as just like this constant need to over-explain everything that you're already seeing in order to ensure that you know how it fits into the culling game rules and the big plan and the overall scheme of the culling game. That really did start to irk me. I'm just being honest. I don't think it ruined the season or anything, but I do think that it weakened some moments because of that. But like I said, overall, I still really enjoyed it. Like, it wasn't disappointing by any means, and the final episode of Season 3 Part 1 here, one of the best in the entire series. It might be the best in the entire series. The start to finish, Yuta's fighting against multiple opponents, delightful. What a treat. A visual spectacle. That was a fucking home run. They crushed the finale. And I'm very excited for Part 2. Now, this is a Part 1 of the culling games here. So I do think it's also a little unfair to like review it as its own separate thing, because as it fits into like parts 2 and everything that comes next, I'm sure it'll feel a lot better if you were to watch them all back to back to back without like a break in between. But since I'm reviewing everything that ended this week, obviously I'm going to be talking about JJK Season 3 Part 1. Again, I still really liked it. It had incredible moments. I think it also has one of the best episodes in the entire series. It's just, I didn't love how hard they went on making sure you got every single fucking tidbit, every tiddlywink of lore in regards to the culling game, and every single rule and the fine print of every rule too. It just made it kind of a headache that I think, made the pacing a little worse at times. And now let's move on to the third thing I want to review that just ended. I just finished it, Frieren Season 2. You might remember, I didn't watch Frieren when it first started. I was not a day one Frieren enjoyer, and it wasn't until December of 2025 that I went through and watched all of it, and man, did I fall in love with it. When I first watched it, I watched like 4 episodes or so, and I just didn't get into it. But when I watched it in December, it hooked me. Like, after, really getting the vibe of Frieren and what it was doing and how it differs from every other show that I'd seen in recent times, it really started to hit. A word everyone uses to describe Frieren is cozy, and it is, but it's a lot more than just being cozy. Especially in Season 2. It extends far beyond just being some kind of, slice-of-life comfort show. It really is just a show that gets you invested in a journey and what it means to enter a time of peace and just appreciate the little things and every experience that comes your way. We follow a party that is many years past a grand journey that Frieren was on, where they defeated, the ultimate evil, the land is saved, and by all accounts, we're in peaceful times. It doesn't mean that everything's sunshine and rainbows. There are still monsters out there. There's even still demons. And occasionally, the party we follow now of Frieren, Fern, and Stark will kill some of the demons or vanquish some monsters. But oftentimes, they're just doing real simple chores. And we're meeting some characters that we only spend an episode with, but they leave a lasting impression. It's just a very human feeling of, like, how characters connect with each other, helping one another, and recounting a journey and trying to really hold on to those memories and an experience. I just think Frieren does a good job of making you care about every character that you come across and root for this new party of heroes. And Season 2, they now are in a much more dangerous location. They're in the Northern Plateau, where there's a lot more turmoil, there's a lot more chaos, things are not amazing. And in fact, the highest rated episode in Frieren was in this season, and it's an episode that's entirely action, where they're fighting a 4-armed, 4-sword wielding demon. And it's a fucking hype episode. So, like, there is action here, but it's not the bread and butter. And I really appreciated the action here, but it's also not why I'm watching Frieren. It's not like I'm going into every Frieren episode hoping that they're gonna fucking, blast this demon, face fuck a demon lord or something. Like, I'm there because I want to see them go from village to village, maybe get a new grimoire that helps them, butter some waffles more effectively with a spell, and they help this individual or help this town by doing their fucking laundry or something. They make such trivial tasks and chores have such a deeper meaning to them. And it's easy to feel like a connection to that, which is why I think this show hits so hard for so many people, myself included. It's just a really unique show in that regard. Now, Season 2, though, I will say, it's short. And, of course, that's not a surprise. We knew going in it was going to be 10 episodes, but it feels really short. But the finale, I think, is very strong. I'm very excited for where it's going to go when it comes back. They set up an incredible encounter here with a character that we knew from Season 1, Dinkin, against one of the most powerful demons in modern time, one of the Sages of Destruction, that's taken over his homeland and turned it to gold. I'm very excited for that clash, and I imagine that's going to be a pretty pivotal moment in the next season. I just wish this season was a bit longer. I wanted to spend more time with these characters and on this journey. The 10 episodes, to me, didn't feel like enough. Which is a good complaint to have, that you want more, because it's just that good. Season 1 had a lot more episodes, and I don't know, I just want more free reign is all. So the season did feel a little short. It's not that it feels incomplete, and it doesn't feel like it's, abruptly ending or anything. Like, I feel like it had a pretty solid conclusion. It's just, I don't know, I wanted more episodes. That's really it. That's my only real complaint for season 2. Anyway, these are the 3 anime that concluded this week. I know Hell's Paradise is right around the corner, as well as Fate's Strange Fake, but I didn't really want to wait for those 2 to end before dropping some reviews here. Plus, doing 5 reviews in one video seems a little too ambitious. So anyway, just wanted to give you my thoughts on these. That's really about it. So yeah. I wasn't home much yesterday, so I missed a lot of the happenings from the last 24 hours, but today I happened to see a wacky headline. Nicki Minaj praises J.D. Vance as assassin as Erica Kirk sits next to her. This was apparently at something called AmFest, where Nicki Minaj went up on stage to celebrate Trump and a bunch of stuff or whatever, and then I guess while she was busy glazing and gobbling on, like, the administration's wiener, she tried to pay J.D. Vance a compliment by calling him an assassin, which obviously raises some eyebrows as Erica Kirk sits right next to her, whose husband was literally assassinated. Ordinarily, I'd put the clip here so you could hear it for yourself, but I don't want to take a chance of DMCA, especially with how rampant that kind of shit's been going on. You can watch it yourself if you want, though, but she immediately recognizes the blunder. She kind of scholars mated herself there by using that word. To me, it probably sounds like an Austin Powers type moment where it, don't say mole, don't say mole, don't say mole, mole. Where she was trying so hard not to use the word assassin, but then for some reason, her fucking neurons couldn't fire properly, and all she could think of for a compliment for J.D. Vance was that he's an assassin. And Erica Kirk tries to, dispel the awkwardness and, reassure her, it's okay, and try and make light of it and move on from it. But what a weird compliment to try and pay somebody. Who says that? Oh, this guy's, so epic. He's so awesome. He's an assassin. That's like something a middle schooler would say on fucking Xbox Live or something. What are you talking about? Who says that shit? Now, that's not the only thing I wanted to yap about here. Obviously, that's just a weird, wacky little thing. But Nicki Minaj's presence at an event like this is so head-scratching to me because she herself is not a U.S. citizen. I don't know how many people know this or how many people just forgot. She herself talks about not being a U.S. citizen and that she is literally an illegal immigrant. In 2018, she even made a whole statement about it with what was happening to immigration back then and how her heart was breaking for it, telling the story of how she came to this country at 5 years old, an illegal immigrant. She was discussing how she can't even imagine being separated from her parents at 5 years old and everything that was happening then. And since, she still has not become an American citizen. In 2024, only a year ago, she once again opened up reiterating, confirming she is still not an American citizen, despite paying so many millions in taxes and all that. So her going on stage yesterday and being like, the president is dashing and handsome, it gives me the same feeling as someone who's trying so hard to avoid getting in trouble by trying to butter up the person that can really fuck them. Oh, you're just so smart and striking. Devilishly talented, by the way. Did I tell you that? Honestly, I'd go as far as to call you a god, even an assassin. It feels like she's so over the top. Maybe she's worried about getting deported herself or something. So now she's trying to suckle the titty here of this administration and hide in its ranks as, a public figure. So now she's just stuck looking like a fucking imbecile. Yeah, this administration is perfect. Frosted Flakes, they're great. Yeah, who just said Epstein files? Someone shoot that guy. Yeah, us U.S. citizens. All of us, my fellow U.S. citizens, we gotta stick together. We love U.S. citizens like me, am I right? That kind of thing, she's cutting fucking WWE promos. But I think there also might be another explanation here. Again, just another game theory. maybe she's not looking to protect herself. Maybe she's fishing for a pardon for her sex offender husband. Since Trump likes to hand out pardons like they're fucking Girl Scout cookies, I think there also might be this play from Nicki Minaj here to try and get one of those for her husband, Kenneth Petty, who is literally a registered sex offender. Maybe she's trying to make it so he no longer has to keep re-upping that and getting in trouble when he refuses to do so, like recently when he had to go under house arrest for failure to register as a sex offender. So perhaps maybe she's trying to get in their good graces so she can then float the idea to Trump about, like, pardoning Kenneth. After the never-ending circus that has been the Epstein files, especially the most recent shenanigans here, it should be painfully obvious that the government is more than willing to bend over backwards to protect sex offenders and the most evil, heinous people on the planet imaginable. So it's not a far-fetched idea to think that maybe Nicki Minaj is making a play like that to try and get that special treatment for her husband. But yeah, anyway, I mean, I just found it to be a really interesting fit here. This is one of those situations, you know, the call's coming from inside the house. This shit feels a little odd because she herself is fundamentally the exact opposite of everything Amfest was presenting based on all the other clips I've seen. She is an illegal immigrant, she's not a US citizen, and her husband is a sex offender. I don't know, sports fans, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but that doesn't exactly sound like the ingredients, the recipe to a perfect fit for the conference she was attending here. But, you know, what do I know at the end of the day? I just wanted to yap about it. That's about it. So yeah, I was sleepy once. It was a long time ago. If you think I look tired, well, you better get your eyes checked, Buster. That's a certified WebMD diagnosable moment right there that something has gone awry with your peepers. Could a sleepy man do this? Checkmate. Point is, in my endless battle against insomnia, I happen to have stumbled across something interesting again this evening, and it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show Twitch streamer fan production extravaganza, mansion, titties, beer, rock and roll, whatever else it was pitching itself as, called the $1 Million Fan Show. Well, I speculated that it was a big scam, and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show. And nothing about it seemed legitimate. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything from last night's video. You can check that out if you want a deeper dive on everything that was wrong with it. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary shit, and all of that is removed. It seems like they are scrubbing any existence of the $1 Million Fan Show from the internet. So like even the Reddit post that the livestream fail mods posted is taken down. I don't know if that was by order of the $1 Million Fan Illuminati or if the mods that had signed an agreement with them had a come to Jesus moment that they may have been misled, so they decided to take it down. But apparently they also removed like their Discord and their socials, which is a huge blow, by the way, because the $1 Million Fan Show had like 5 Instagram followers, so really playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin now that 5 Instagram followers have been cast into oblivion, banished to the Shadow Realm. I feel like that's pretty strong evidence for my game theory that it was all a big load of hullabaloo, a bunch of hooey. I don't think a legitimate company that's putting together a $20 million grand prize reality show that is also a television program that is also employing some of the highest level production staff imaginable for a once-in-a-lifetime unforgettable experience for streamer fans. Also, their About Us section had all the telltale signs of just being AI generated, where literally every section ended with triplets where it was, you know, it's not this, it's this. Performance, power, mentality. Mentality, tits, mentality. Like, it's just like, it was very clearly AI generated. The fucking first thing you see on their website is an AI generated image of a mansion. The whole thing just reeked of scam. And now everything has been deleted, presumably by them. I don't think, you know, some governing body came in to, you know, wipe them out. I think this is them trying to cover their own ass, so that way there isn't some kind of legal action taken against them. Because from what I've read, there were actually some members of some streamer communities that put money into the $1 Million fan show. They bought emote packages. I read a report on someone that claims to have spent a couple $100 doing so. So I imagine there was a handful of people that did legitimately lose money on this. Now, of course, you have to take those claims with a grain of salt because there's no real evidence to back it up, especially now that everything is deleted. There's nothing to prove that. But I'm inclined to believe those statements from them because these streamers are, you know, to a lot of people, a trustworthy source. And if they're endorsing something and they say that there's a chance that they can win $20 million or whatever the fuck through like signing up for it, they will do so. And when you go to the website and do their free sign up, they're very heavily pushing you to do the monetized sign up for unlimited entries by giving them money. So I bet a lot of them were baited into doing that. Now, as I said in the last video, I am shocked that Mythic Talent actually even floated this to their creators like Extra Emily. She, in her statement, mentioned Mythic Talent by name, that they had pitched it to her. I was surprised it made it to a streamer because anyone that even had their eyes open and neurons firing for a second would go to that website and know full well immediately, right from the jump, that this is not real, that this is fraudulent. So I did a little digging, and I was able to get in contact with an agent, not at Mythic, but at another agency that did have this exact same thing come across their desk for their streamer clients as something to pitch to them. And according to that agent, I don't know how deep into the nitty-gritty I'm allowed to get, what they sent them, the pitch deck, was extraordinarily different from what ended up making it to that website. From what I understand, and from what I have been told, they were under the impression that this was an Amazon-backed production, at least initially. And at the time of receiving this offer, they didn't have a website or anything public outside of that pitch deck, I guess they were hawking to agencies. And it is indeed a paid promotion. The streamers that are listed there were paid for this partnership, and there was no additional information available beyond the concept of the show and the promise that Amazon was behind a historic $20 million streamer fan buttfuck hullabaloo reality TV show. Now, one of the streamers also sent me the exact offer that was presented to them, which gives further confirmation to all of this. It comes from Mythic. This is the direct offer from Mythic that this streamer received. I'm not going to show the actual thing, so that way no one gets into legal hot water here. I don't want to, step on too many Legos, but I will give you the general overview for what the pitch was, the offer. Interestingly enough, the offer came back in June of 2025 from Mythic. And the opening line was about how it's an Amazon series. This is an Amazon series looking to break records, a historic $20 million prize purse reality show. It doesn't even name the show, by the way. I'm guessing back in June of 2025, they didn't even have the name of the show or anything concrete. There was no website, no mention of like LSF or brand partners or anything like that. It was just a single sentence that said, Amazon reality TV show set to air on Amazon Prime, featuring the soon-to-be-broken Guinness World Record book for biggest prize pool in history, 20 million, winning group splits money in half, 10 million to you and 10 million to the fan. That is the entire explanation for what this deal was. Interestingly enough, like I said, June of 2025. The deliverables were a reality TV show appearance, 1 to 7 days, depending on how far you make it, and a single social post. The initial filming date was November 3rd to November 10th, but guessing, some wires got crossed there, fucking nipple clamps came down, maybe government shutdown, put that on the back burner, so that had to put the kibosh on that and shelve it till, I guess, 2026. Anyway, though, they were offering $3,000 for the streamer involvement here, plus 20% of net ticket sales from your ticket, which the streamer expressed some confusion over because they didn't believe Mythic knew that there was like this paid entry option, but in the offer it says they were getting 20% of net ticket sales. When you go, well, knowing now, hindsight's 2020, but like going to the website that existed, when you would sign up through a streamer portal, you were paying for those entries if you wanted to extend beyond just the free submission. So I'm thinking that the idea from this offer was that when someone, a fan of the streamer, did a paid entry through their portal, they would get a portion of that. So like I feel like Mythic would have had to have known that there was some kind of like paid component to the fans, but who knows? There's so little information here in the actual offer that Mythic took to the streamers. I am still extremely surprised it even made it to a single streamer as something to consider. I don't know why there wouldn't be more digging to confirm if this is actually even an Amazon show, because after the offer, they then go into like a general explanation for it, and it is so bare bones. It sounds like something that a person would cook up in 5 minutes while taking a shit after consuming like, you know, their morning oats or something. There's not a whole lot of thought into this. Competition details. 1 creator, 1 fan group eliminated per day. $20 million cash prize. 1 creator, 2 fans. They will be gaming, IRL, and cognitive challenges. Think Survivor, but for creators. And then it just lays out like the most simple, boring shit ever for the competition. And then the Apocalypse Challenge on day 3, during which fans will compete head-to-head with each other, resulting in a mass elimination. Narrow the group down so each creator is ultimately paired with one of their original fans for the last 4 days. It's like, it's if you went to like a fucking Redditor and asked them to really quickly come up with a streamer game show or something. Now, as for the initial start date of November, the streamer was just told that it got pushed back to March. I don't think there was any like real explanation for what went wrong. You know, maybe bad weather, perhaps government shutdown, you know, all kinds of possibilities for why it got moved. But they weren't really, you know, kept up to date, kept abreast on everything going on here with this huge, giant Amazon show. I am even more surprised that any agency would have seen this and just shipped it as is, just said, fuck it, do it live. We'll send it out to our streamers to see if they'll accept the $3,000 offer with the 20% ticket sales split or whatever. Because, like, I feel like when you are getting this as, you know, pitched as an Amazon production, you would probably want to confirm if this is actually coming from Amazon. Because if you're going to work at this agency managing these kind of contracts and stuff, but you're working under the impression that no one's going to tell lies on the internet, what's stopping just any old Joe Schmo Dorito dusted fingers from sending you a cold call email saying like, hey, this is me, Amazon, pitching you a $50 quadrillion reality television show. I'll offer like $3,000 with some rev split to your streamers. Do you mind taking this to them? I'd love if they start shouting out goochsweat.org soon. It's a very legitimate reality TV show. We're Amazon, by the way. And you not press that any further, because that's what it feels like. Looking at the offer, there is no actual information about like Amazon being behind this. And since this was back in June of 2025, I can understand the absence of a website a little bit more back there, because if this is like an Amazon show, they're probably not going to make the website first and foremost because they don't want to like spoil it or anything. Like I can kind of understand that. So streamers being left in the dark on, you know, like a website that they can access, like this website, it didn't exist according to the streamer. It just recently popped up, which according to Whois, that does appear to be the case, even though the domain had been registered for a while. It was updated in like late December. So that's probably when it actually went live, which is when anyone could go on there and see how fraudulent it was with just a single fucking glance. So I do now understand that there were streamers that literally couldn't look up this show because the offer doesn't even have the name of the show and the website didn't exist. What I'm still confused on is like why anyone would still accept that deal. And then I start to understand a bit more that they just have trust in the agency not to be presenting them with a scam. They had trust that the Mythic talent, for example, like in Extra Emily's case, was bringing them something that was legitimate. So they're seeing like, oh, it's an Amazon show that wants to work with me and they're making this offer. Okay, this seems like a big deal. I'll sign up to that and, you know, do the social post or whatever. Also, if you try and look up milliondollarfan.show now, the most recent update to the site was today, because the update was just nuking it, taking it down. But prior to that, it was updated in late December, which is when I imagine this went live. So now it seems like the streamers literally didn't even have access to look up the information themselves on that website, which again, doesn't take a super sleuth, you know, fucking pinky up internet, you know, narwhal baconing at midnight master to see that that is a fucking disaster of a website that is clearly in a shady spot, most likely looking to scam. The streamers didn't know that site was there because the deal was all the way back in June. Though I will say, looking at the offer, this should have been something that I think streamers should have been a little weary of, because it feels like it is very odd just looking at it. But I think that does fall a bit more on the agency than it does the streamer itself, because there is a level of trust from streamers with the person that is like managing their brand deals, that what they are getting is not just fucking toilet paper that's trying to wipe their ass with their fans. And in this case, I am still just shocked that it even made it to the streamers in the first place. This should have been probably caught far earlier. I imagine they could have confirmed well beyond this, like almost a year later, that this wasn't Amazon behind it. If they had like, maybe set up like calls or something, or looked for any level of proof of this being Amazon, like even just questioning, where is this money coming from? Who else are we working with? What is the actual production timeline and all that looking like? I feel like there was definitely a way like Mythic Talent could have caught this and then never even had to get to this point where there were real victims, where based on what I've read, there were people that put in like hundreds of dollars, which again, I know you have to take it with a grain of salt because there's no like evidence to support those claims that people lost a ton of money, since now everything is scrubbed, but I'm inclined to believe them because the audience has a level of trust in the streamer that what they are pitching is not just a scam that's going to just rob their fucking piggy banks. So I do think that there were real victims here, and I think it was just so easily avoidable. This shit is just fucking wild that it even happened. R.I.P. $1 Million Show. Definitely feels like it was a scam from the get-go, considering they have just vanished, poofed out of existence, and erased every trace that they were ever even here to begin with. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. I cannot believe it. I thought this was impossible, like a growth spurt in my 30s. I didn't think this was something that would ever happen here. I feel like I'm 9 years old and I just watched a birthday party magician pull a quarter out from behind my ear. My mind is blown. Earlier today, former Prince Andrew was arrested following Epstein Files revelations. For those that don't know, Prince Andrew was in a lot of the files. There were even pictures as well. Very disturbing stuff. He was a stronger presence in the Epstein Files than Obi-Wan Kenobi was in the original Star Wars trilogy. He was in there a lot. And there's been tons of allegations and a lot of evidence and a lot of ties with Epstein. But I think most people, myself included, just didn't expect anything to happen, because that's been kind of the protocol recently, where the Trump administration in particular is constantly just telling the American public to move on from it, and it's not a big deal, stop caring. Pam Bondi struggles through her lobotomy to try and get a story straight about where she stands with Epstein files, on if they exist or if they don't, if they're on her desk or what's going on there. It seems like everyone kind of plugs their ears when Pam Bondi's around and they don't fill her in on the talking points, so her story's never cohesive. The only thing she sticks to is that Epstein files are all out there and we're done. And there's nothing more to be done about it. Justice has been served with 0 arrests outside of Maxwell. And of course, Perjury Patel loves to lie about it. Todd Blanche also takes a special kind of joy in letting people know that, yeah, most likely nothing's ever coming from this. It's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there videotapes that you all have?
Yeah, there's a lot of videotapes, actually. But according to Todd Blanche in this administration, that's not like actionable evidence. Yeah, there's nothing here. Everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill. But interestingly enough, it seems like other places in the world are taking it more seriously than America is here, this administration. Internationally, there have been a lot of powerful figures that have come under intense scrutiny and have stepped down or been relieved of their position. And now we're seeing Prince Andrew be arrested in the UK for his involvement here in the Epstein files. And they're investigating that, seeing what's going on there. That's more than this administration has done. The Trump administration, still 0 fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, whom they're doing everything in their power to ensure has the most luxurious time in prison possible. Now, normal, sensible people with a functioning frontal lobe are all celebrating that it's an arrest in regards to the Epstein files. Finally, hallelujah! That's a pump your fist moment. That's a certified finger-wiggling situation here. But weirdly enough, there's one person who's real tore up about it here. I'm telling you, this guy looks like he's got the suds right now, like fucking SpongeBob. Trump's extremely sad that Prince Andrew got arrested.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. So I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing.
What a fucking odd response. It's sad that someone has been arrested in relation to the Epstein files. Why? Why shouldn't they be investigated? Why is this sad? Why is this cause for tears? Like, he looks like he just watched the ending to Marley and Me. He's looking emotional as shit right now over Prince Andrew's arrest. Why is this something sad? Like, not a single mention of, like, the victims ever from Trump, really. He never really seems to care about the victims in the Epstein case. It's only ever, man, there's a lot of innocent men here that are getting roped into this, and that's the real victims. That's the real sad story. Guys that, you know, just wanted to talk baseball with Epstein and all of that kind of shit, getting labeled nasty stuff. Man, that's the real bitch of it. It's so wild to me that when it comes to Epstein, Trump's MO is move on, it's not a big deal. Yeah, the most infamous child sex trafficker in this nation's history, you know, had a bunch of clients and all of them are getting away with it. Big whoop. Go cry about it. Kick dirt, pussy. Let's move on. It's nothing that anyone should ever care about. You know, all the rape, the torture, the murder, all of that stuff, it's not a big deal. That's small potatoes. Get over it. And then when someone like Prince Andrew gets arrested in regards to it, he's like, oh, no, that's sad. That's really sad. We need to take a moment of silence here. That's sad stuff. Please, won't everyone play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for Prince Andrew? This is a really heartbreaking scenario here. It's like watching an ASPCA commercial. I couldn't believe it. I shan't believe it when I saw Prince Andrew was arrested. Oh, my lord. An entire tissue box was expended, wiping the tears from my eyes. What a weird response. It's very clear this administration is desperately trying to do everything in its power to distract and deflect from the Epstein files and try and minimize just how important this is, how big of a deal this is. And now he's trying to sell you on this pile of dog shit here that it's like a bad thing that Prince Andrew's been arrested. And I guess maybe for Trump and his friends it is a bad thing because there's a chance Prince Andrew might start squealing. He might let the cat out of the bag and could implicate some other very powerful people in relation to Epstein. So maybe that's why he's so tore up about it. It's just so fucking crazy that he doesn't even try and hide it. And he doesn't need to. His fan base will absolutely just swallow his whole cock at all times for anything at all.
A stunning royal arrest. Former Prince Andrew taken into custody from his home in the English countryside. It follows growing revelations about the alleged connections between the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew, the former Duke of York and brother of King Charles. Thames Valley Police saying the arrest was on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
This seems like they're pursuing it pretty seriously. I imagine an investigation is underway where I would again guess that they find a lot of evidence on Prince Andrew and Epstein's connections and some really fucking horrible, heinous shit. Now, I've got a little hunch there's a little someone special out there that's also starting to sweat profusely after seeing this news of Prince Andrew's arrest. Victoria Hervey. Victoria Hervey had a relationship with Prince Andrew quite a while ago, and she's got a very interesting take on Epstein.
That was very powerful. So like if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like to be honest, like if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
They're just so brazen now. With her whole chest, she says it would be an insult if you weren't invited to party with Epstein. You're a loser if you didn't party with Epstein.
Police have been looking into emails in which Andrew apparently shared confidential government information with Epstein. The latest batch of released files showing Andrew forwarded reports about foreign countries and trade opportunities to Epstein in 2010, when he was serving as a UK trade envoy.
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
But the scandal has been growing for years.
That clip they show in the segment right there where someone said, "How long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?" and the crowd like erupts in shock and awe and disgust, like they're upset that someone said something about it. That blew my mind. Like, is everyone there just okay with it? They all rolled their eyes collectively like, "Oh, here we go, Epstein again. Can you just let it go? We're trying to ignore it." Like, what the fuck? I'm hoping I'm having like a bad read on what happened there, but I think it came across pretty clear that the people there were not too pleased to hear Epstein's name brought up there. They'd rather just pretend that it's not real, I guess. Which is crazy. And that's exactly what so many of these powerful politicians that have engaged in these unthinkable evil acts want. And people, just sheep, are okay with it. They're like, "Oh my God, look at this guy who went out of line and said something about Epstein and Andrew. This is crazy. Can someone shun that guy? Can we get him out of here?"
With other allegations, including of sexual misconduct against Andrew, including from Epstein victim Virginia Roberts Giuffre, seen in this picture with Andrew. The prince asked about it in an infamous interview in 2019.
She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat.
That one is a timeless Prince Andrew classic. That one is an iconic moment from Prince Andrew's time on Earth. I actually made a video on that 6 years ago. His defense was, this couldn't have happened. This is a big, bold lie. This is a fib. Because, I don't sweat. Even though there is so much proof of him sweating, this guy sweats. He's a fucking sweater. He sweats a lot, actually. It was the wackiest fucking defense. But again, he got away with it until very recently, it seems. And I guess it's not even clear if he hasn't got away with it. He's been arrested, but he's not, in jail or anything yet. They're still investigating. So, it's possible he still gets away with it. But for all of this time, he hadn't even been arrested or anything. So even, the worst fucking lie ever to protect himself about not sweating was enough. It's just so blatantly corrupt across the globe. They don't even bother trying to hide any of this or even cover it up at all, really. And people just excuse it. They just let it go. Like in that clip a moment ago, where someone brings up Andrew and Epstein and everyone's like, "Fuck you, buddy. I'm busy being a blind worshiper of this political figure. Come on, man. I'm busy trying to not think for myself." It's so sad and scary. Now anyway, in America, obviously there haven't been any Epstein-related arrests since Maxwell, of course, and if Todd Blanche and the rest of the administration is anything to go by, it doesn't seem like they're interested at all in pursuing anything Epstein-related with clients or co-conspirators, anything like that. It doesn't seem like they're actually pursuing justice in any way, shape, or form. They're trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about it, get over it. They are literally saying that. So it doesn't seem like there's any arrests coming to anyone there. And there have been a couple of very powerful people that have lost some of their positions at the corporations that they were a part of as a result of the Epstein files due to public pressure and scrutiny. So there have been some people that stepped down here, but again, no investigations, no arrests or anything like that. So it looks like they're still getting away with it. Even though they might not be at those mega corporations anymore, they still have unfathomable wealth and are not punished for their involvement in these Epstein files and all of their fucking crimes or anything. The administration is not interested in pursuing it, it seems. But who knows? Maybe Prince Andrew's arrest is the first domino to fall, and we'll see tons more arrests of these evil, vile people that are pulling the strings behind the curtain, that have gotten away with this evil for so long. Now, I want to put a little bonus clip in here because something else has just recently happened. A new name, well, I guess not a new name, but more information has come out with about Leslie Wexner and his involvement in the Epstein case, and a very interesting moment has just unfolded as he was being asked questions.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question. 5 words, okay? Answer the question.
His lawyer there said, "I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?" And then Les Wexner starts giggling about it. Do they teach that in law school? Is that part of the bar? I don't know if I've ever seen that strategy there from a lawyer. That's pretty alarming, I would think, right? Maybe? Yeah? I mean, come on. That's peculiar, right? For his lawyer to be saying something like that? Now, this is in an Epstein deposition. He also said some very fascinating stuff about Rothschild. Like, this had quite a bit in it, but this moment right here was by far the most odd. I would think most people would see this, hear this, and immediately recognize, okay, this is fishy. Anyway, though, Prince Andrew being arrested is good news. Don't let Trump fool you into thinking that it's sad news. An arrest finally being made in regards to Epstein. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can actually start getting punishment for some of these fucking monsters out there and learn who else is a part of it. Like this, I think this is a good thing. The arrest of Prince Andrew. Well, I should have seen this coming. Prince Andrew has been released. That didn't last very long. They got him in there, and then they said, okay, time's up. He's still under investigation, supposedly, but yeah, he's not being held or anything. He was arrested, but he's now released. The investigation, supposedly ongoing. I made this video, like everything you have watched up until this point, I made this afternoon, and now this news is just now breaking about him being released, so definitely need to include that in here. I'm hoping that they're taking the investigation seriously, though I'm now skeptical because, well, I mean, they already let him go. That was very quick. He was there for a couple hours, maybe. He went in there, took a nap, and then went home, I guess. Well, that's the latest update on the Prince Andrew arrest. Alright, well, that's really about it. So yeah. There's a show that's currently airing right now that's been such a pleasant, delightful surprise, I feel compelled to come out here and just wiggle my finger and preach the gospel. But before doing that, I believe there is a prerequisite yap that's needed to set the table here. And it is a subject that has been milked more than the Fast and Furious franchise. This is a topic that has been discussed a billion times. It's more worn out than your grandpappy's crusty socks. Game of Thrones. There has never been a show as big of... forgive the remix. Had a little Porky Pig had a little Porky Pig episode right there, and now I can't stop scatmanning. I could edit all this out, but I'm not going to. Game of Thrones. There has never been a franchise, or property really, as big as Game of Thrones that has had such a colossal fuck-up and an unfathomable fumble that it completely ruined its cultural footprint. For a decade, basically, Game of Thrones was a cultural juggernaut. And then Season 8 rolled around, and it was so catastrophic, so abominable that it ruined the entirety of the show and its identity in societal, mainstream conversation. Now, whenever Game of Thrones gets brought up, it's usually followed by a sigh, remembering how great it was and then how it all fell flat and was ruined. Since season 8, there has been another show that spun off in the Game of Thrones universe called House of the Dragon. The first season, I really liked. A lot of people really liked it. The second season, quite a bit of a fall off. Pretty disappointing, but it's not, completely in the gutter or anything. Season 3 could bring it back and save it. But overall, people's attitude when you take a temperature when it comes to Game of Thrones is not overly positive given what the IP has been through on, the screen. So when I heard that there was a new Game of Thrones a new Game of Thrones show set in this universe, I was apprehensive but willing to, give it a chance. And I'm glad I did. It's called A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. It's currently airing. There's 4 episodes. It is so good. It reminds me so strongly of the glory days of Game of Thrones, the early seasons. It follows the adventure of Sir Duncan the Tall and his squire Egg as he tries to make a name for himself. He wants to live up to the ideal of being a knight in a time where maybe knights aren't exactly all that chivalrous. So far, the show has just been a masterclass in getting you to care about its characters. It does such a good job at getting you invested. We are watching this guy who, by all accounts so far, has just been like a pretty stand-up guy. Sometimes he can be pretty strict because that's how he was raised, and he was raised to be a good man, and now he's on his journey to try and be the knight that he's always dreamt of. It is captivating, and the sets are beautiful. The sets, the costuming, all of it feels like early Game of Thrones. It feels so good. Obviously, since the show is still airing, I'm avoiding spoilers, and since the show is still airing, there is a chance that this just nosedives, just fucking spirals down the shitter here in quality, but I'm optimistic that it won't. This show has incredible momentum right now. The most recent episode was genuinely incredible. So I'm confident, cautiously optimistic, I guess is a better way of phrasing it, that the show will continue to stay this good. I think the next episode could be, one for the books. I'm very excited. Now, it's not just Sir Duncan the Tall that you'll care about, though I do think he is the big standout here, but everyone that surrounds him is also a very interesting character as well, most notably Baelor. Baelor just got introduced 2 episodes ago, and I think he's fucking awesome. I'm really excited to see more of Baelor Targaryen now. And of course his squire Egg is a very interesting character as well. Can't really talk too much about Egg because that would probably get into spoiler territory. But pretty much everyone Sir Duncan meets is someone that is not just some flat throwaway character that's used as a stepping stone to heighten your investment into Sir Duncan, which would be an extremely easy thing to do where, these characters are just, one-dimensional and Sir Duncan's there to contrast the show. This is what a good man actually looks like. Those are just evil. Boo, boo, boo. But they're actually complex characters that surround him that are very interesting in their own right. I'm just very impressed with the character work they've done in only 4 episodes. And I'm so excited to see how it progresses. Like I said, I think the upcoming episode has a chance to be some of the best in Game of Thrones. And I'm sure you've probably seen a lot of glaze for episode 4. Apparently it's got a 9.7 or something right now. It lives up to the hype. I really do recommend this show, and I know a lot of people probably have a bit of hesitation, a bit skeptical because of, being burned in the past with Game of Thrones. I think this one is worth giving a shot. I really do think so. I put it off for a while too. I forgot this show started airing until I was streaming and chat kept telling me Charles, this is really good. You gotta get in there watching it. And they were right. I don't read the Game of Thrones books. I am not familiar with the books that this one is based on, but from what I understand, this is a very faithful adaptation of George R.R. Martin's work here. And from the little bits and pieces that I've read about this show, they've learned some lessons from previous Game of Thrones shenanigans. And this time around, from what I've read, one of their big focuses, like one of the big things they wanted to stick on, was being faithful to the source material and breathe life into that, as opposed to, you know, trying to carve their own path outside of it where it starts to conflict with what was already being established, which is what we saw with Game of Thrones Season 8 and what we've also seen with House of the Dragon Season 2. So this one, if you're a fan of the books, is apparently very, very close to just the books here. And it's working really well. Perhaps that's the secret formula. Maybe that's the secret sauce, if you can imagine that. If you're going to adapt something, maybe be faithful to the source material, at least to some extent, right? So I wanted to throw that in there. But the main thing is I just kind of wanted to yap about this to put it on people's radars for anyone that, you know, liked Game of Thrones until the end, which I think was most people. I think this one's definitely worth giving a try. Hopefully I don't look like a fucking fool by the time this season wraps up. Like if it does, you know, get shitty, I don't think it will. I really think it's in such a good spot right now. It has such good momentum. So I just wanted to highly recommend it to everyone out there. Now, something else I really want to mention. This show is only 6 episodes long, and the episodes are 30 to 40 minutes each. So it's not like a ton of content. I was shocked that these weren't hour-long episodes. That's become kind of the norm, like an hour or close to an hour runtime per episode. These are on the shorter side, for sure. But they don't feel short. When you watch an episode, you feel like you get like a full tummy, like you eat a full meal. But they are 30 to 40 minutes. They just do an incredible job of utilizing every fucking second of screen time. But still, there is only 6 episodes, which feels like it's going to be really short. And it's just going to leave me and everyone else wanting more, and it's going to be a while for more to come out. So, gonna be a bit of waiting there. So I just kind of want to mention that it's not like a long show. It's only 6 episodes. So anyway, so far it's been great. That's really about it. So yeah. I just saw a very interesting video from Scott Schaefer breaking down an emerging scam that's apparently popping off and very successful, that seems to dust off an old method that was popularized on Reddit a long, long time ago. In the early days of Reddit, where updoots were the most sought-after currency since Bitcoin, the citizens of Reddit, the Narwhal Baconers at Midnight, came up with a strategy to farm these coveted updoots that everyone was chasing like the Fountain of Youth. In a nutshell, the strategy was take an image or a video from some unrelated person, usually like an older person or someone in a hospital, and then drum up a sob story like, this is, you know, old Peepaw Cletus. I loved him for so long. Yesterday he passed away, but his final wish was that this photo of him giving me a thumbs up reaches 50k karma and breaks the r/gaming super record. Can we make his last wish happen, guys? And then naturally people are like, oh, I'll support that. And then they all did. Well, now that exact same strategy is being used to sell drop-shipped items from Temu on TikTok, and it is blowing up.
I became aware of this scam not from TikTok, but a YouTube channel called Force Orbs. This channel is originally a TikTok account with the same name that moved all their videos to YouTube Shorts to try and scam more people. The page is all about promoting their custom Star Wars art, all made by one old man.
People said that you would destroy this and not join them. Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness.
Execute Order 66.
I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of nostalgic to see this scam again. I thought for sure this was a menace long since forgotten. I really cannot even picture the person that would see this video and think for 1 second that this is real. Like, I don't know who sees this and is like, oh man, this is heartbreaking. He's right. That video of that girl shooting a baseball at a car's window got so many views, but his Star Wars art is getting ridiculed? What kind of... What's happened to us? This is not right. I'm gonna buy 10 Force Orbs to support him and let him know how happy I am with this purchase. Of course, the reality is the old guy in the video here has no fucking clue what Force Orbs are. He is not involved with this at all. It's just some random douchebags that are drop shipping it, using this as their marketing tool here. He's become their mascot, the Toucan Sam to their cereal that they're peddling.
All of their videos are pretty much the same. It's a sad old man who makes custom Star Wars glass orb art, and he's upset because any clip on social media with a cute girl gets millions of views, but his videos trying to sell his art, no one watches. In many of the clips, he talks about that he's running out of money, and people in the comments taunt him, saying things like, "Grow up, old man. No one loves Star Wars anymore. Besides, nobody is buying your stupid Star Wars art."
Another classic. You rage bait and tug on the heartstrings here. Oh, look at what these people are saying about my Star Wars orbs. They say it's stinky and they don't want it. They say it's not art. They put art in quotations. They say nobody loves Star Wars anymore. Can we prove them wrong? Can you guys all buy my fucking art, please? Also, it's just such a dog shit comparison in the first place, by the way. It's unjust that this video has millions of views, but mine doesn't. Doesn't that just make you mad? Isn't that just the most upsetting thing ever? A real tearjerker. Now get your wallet out, please buy some of these Force orbs I found on Temu.
But what this item actually is, really is just a customizable LED glass orb that you can find on sites like Temu for $16. Any photo you want can be uploaded into these, but the scammers are trying to sell these with preloaded Star Wars images and calling them Force orbs. The real crime is on their website, where they are selling these for a whopping $60 a pop.
$60 is pennies to make this old man's dreams come true. Can we get his videos to 66 million views here so it matches that girl shooting a ball at a fucking car windshield? He deserves it, clearly. Come on, guys, what are we doing? If we each give him $1, we can afford one fucking Force orb maybe at this absurd price. This is always probably my favorite part about these kind of scams. Like, it's not even so much like the goofiness of the videos they post and how fucking trash they are, but it's their preposterous level of greed where they'll mark up a Temu product like 2,000% and think anyone would be willing to buy that. Unfortunately, it seems like there are some gullible suckers that do because they want to, support this story that they've bought into hook, line, and sinker. But it should be just so obvious that this is fishy. I cannot picture the person that sees this and is like, "Oh, I'm getting my credit card out." $60 for a Force orb, it's a little steep, but it's made with love and care. I could tell, because the TikTok video said so.
In the clips, it shows alleged production of the globes, but if you slow down the production videos, it seems to me that this might be AI footage, because the people in the video have weird body issues. Like this guy who has this weird crease in the middle of his forehead, and the arms in the next image look AI generated as well.
No, what? AI generated videos? As if. No such thing, not on TikTok. They wouldn't be using AI to show the production, that's all legitimate. The worker there with the wacky forehead, well, that's old Quirky Brows Joe. I mean, everyone knows that guy's got like that weird shit in there like an accordion. It's part of his identity. He's a zany character around the office that works with our favorite old guy at Force Orbs. Come on, don't be ridiculous. AI footage. My left shoe.
One thing that isn't AI, though, is the sad old man who shows up in every video who claims to be making all these orbs. With a reverse image search, I was able to find where this footage originally comes from, and it's from a TikTok account called TedDog13. TedDog has nothing to do with the Force Orb scam, and he seems to be a nice old man who created his TikTok account to help him make new friends online.
This is TedDog13. I want to thank you all for allowing me to make these videos.
He seems like a sweetheart. And like I said, this isn't anything new. This has been a scam that's existed for a while, but it kind of petered out and wasn't really popular for a while. But now, thanks to TikTok being such a strong marketing vessel and people so willing to just buy into a sad story and rally behind what they think is a good cause for these products on TikTok, people are now spinning that goodwill to exploit it. So now they're just drop shipping trash with fake stories around it, taking other people's videos, and then even using AI videos to try and, spruce it up a little bit to get people to buy into it. It is doing well. Force Orbs, I think, is the most comical example, but Scott Schaefer goes through a few more. It is a rampant issue across TikTok and YouTube Shorts.
Another TikTok and YouTube scam channel known as Fuzzy Paw Slides is doing the same thing to push their scam products, But this time, they've added another twist to the tale.
This is my last-ditch effort. Please stay to the end of this video, as it would help me tremendously. So my grandpa decided to take a leap of faith and start his own cat shelter. Currently, he's struggling to make ends meet and keep it open, so he decided to start making handmade cat slipper. He is the most kindest and talented person I know, but he has not received an order in 6 months. Please comment to boost this post and help support him.
Oh. Make handmade hand slip. Make handmade. You ever had a dream that you ever wanted the handmade cat slipper? Wow, that's so sweet. He opened his own cat sanctuary, but hasn't had an order for 6 months for his handmade cat slipper. Come on, guys, can you boost this post so we can all buy his handmade cat slipper? Wow, that's such a good story. What a story, Mark.
Sure enough, you can find slippers just like this on Alibaba, going anywhere from $1 to $3 for a pair, but the website for the scam is selling them marked down from $50 for the low price of only $30.
Fuck! I'm losing money not buying the handmade cat slipper. Only $30 for a handmade cat slipper to keep this old man's sanctuary running? Oh my god, the blood of those cats is gonna be on my hands if I don't support him. No!
Talk about a great deal. What truly is disgusting is they have a donate button, so you can help out their fake cat shelter that doesn't actually exist.
No sarcasm on this one. That is just straight up outrageous. That is beyond shameless. So then it's not even drop shipping dog shit products. It is actually just a full-blown fraudulent red alert lie. Super duper scam. You get nothing in return. It is literally a give us money for nothing button on their website with this imaginary cat shelter. That one was crazy. That one actually did catch me off guard. I haven't seen that before. That one is actually so far over the line that they might actually find themselves eventually in, like, criminal charges. A lot of the other scams are able to hide behind, like, oh, well, we did deliver something. So sometimes they do get away with that. Here, they don't even have that excuse. That could legitimately be a huge fucking issue for them, should anyone ever bother to pursue it.
Now, the old man that they show in the videos is actually a tailor and has his own TikTok account called George the Master Tailor, where he does tailoring work and never makes any cat slippers. George and his daughter have put out a few videos calling out the many TikTok accounts that have stolen his videos to promote their scam products.
Good morning. A lot of people using my face, and they're selling stuff that's fake. It's not me. I don't make slippers and I don't make all the junk that they're selling.
Like I said, it is actually a big problem. So big to the point that even some of the people that are being taken, like their content being taken to use to promote this, are becoming aware of it because some of their fans have been scammed by it and are alerting them that, like, hey, this is going on. Also, there's other fans that are confused, like, hey, I bought these, handmade cat slipper from you. It's trash. Why are you selling trash? And it's like, no, that's not me. I didn't do that kind of thing. So someone like George the Master Tailor here is coming out to set the record straight. Like, no, there's a bunch of accounts using my face to promote their products. It's not me. So just warning people. It is a big issue that is only being more prevalent because it's working.
I'm not that person. I'm not selling anything.
Here's a list of the fake profiles that we're aware of at this point. Please, if you see them, report them. And if you find any more, please send them to us and also report them.
And I think a lot of these channels may be run by the same group of scammers, because on the Fuzzy Paw Slides channel, not only did I find stolen footage from George, but even Ted Dog 13 popped up on the channel as well. Another channel even stole Ted Dog 13's voice and used it over the video of a different man to sell their drop-shipped cow slippers.
This video has some audio that may or may not be DMCA, I'm not sure, but it's the same thing. It's just like some sad-ish music playing and then this sob story. Stay 9 seconds to help save my cow shelter from shutting down by buying my cow slippers. It actually really could all just be the same group of scammers doing this, and then I believe probably some copycats. Because, I mean, this shit is one-to-one. They couldn't even be bothered to change the narrative beyond going from cat to cow. It's the same homework. There's no change, really. So it does lend credibility to the idea that it is one group of scammers that is just dropshipping all of this shit and using this as their main marketing across numerous different social media handles from TikTok and YouTube Shorts. It's very likely But I do think that there is definitely others outside of that group doing the same thing, just emulating their procedure, like their process, because it's working. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but I do recommend you check out the rest of Scott Schaefer's video on this subject, because he does go into others as well. It's very interesting. If you are someone that has seen these pop up, and maybe, God forbid, someone that actually bought some of this, my heart breaks for you, but you gotta be aware of this scam here. So putting it on your radar here, watch out. Don't buy into just some random fucking sob story aiming to sell you some slippers or whatever other garbage. That's really about it. So yeah. I've been on YouTube for almost 19 years, and I'm not kidding. I have never seen nor heard of something like this before. Yesterday I made that video about all like the Taylor Swift hoopla, and the video got copyright claimed because I showed a snippet of lyrics from her song Wood, which is an ode to Travis Kelce's cock, and I said a couple of the lines, and it got claimed because apparently that counted as me using the melody of Wood, the Wiener Ballad. That is unbelievable. Keep in mind, I didn't sing it. It's not like I gave an a cappella version. I just said a couple of the lyrics because they were so silly, and it's the one track on there that I thought was like actually just kind of revolting, like it just wasn't good. Overall, I thought the album was just like very generic and mid, but not nearly as bad as people were saying. But I used this one as an example for a track that I just didn't like, and somehow that was enough to flag the copyright system internally. Now, it's not like a strike or anything, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but I just found this so fascinating that now we split revenue on that video because I said some of the lines. Again, I didn't even sing it. All I did was say like a redwood tree, not hard to see, Dick learned to pee, put soap in my eyes. I had to remix it here a little bit just out of fear that this might get claimed if I say like the full lines. Like and speaking of soap, by the way, our vanilla scent is available now at usecheeky.com, best soap in the universe. But the point is, like, I cannot believe that just saying the words without even a single hint of melody was enough to get flagged because Taylor Swift, I guess, owns all of those words in that combination. That's wild to me. Now, I do know, of course, that you can get copyright claimed by doing like a cover of a song, or if you're like singing the hook to a chorus of a mainstream song, sometimes that'll, flag internally. Like, I know that happens. But this is so far removed from that, because not only was I not singing, it was only like maybe 10 seconds of that section of the song, too, that I said the words. It is crazy. Like, there's no music or anything there. I didn't have, like, the instrumental going or anything. I'm really just stunned. So I saw this last night. Obviously, I decided to take action just to see if, like, Taylor Swift's legal team was going to fight tooth and nail about me stepping on her toes by reading her copyrighted words. I guess she owns these words now. But I took action, and it has been overturned, which is nice. But I do wonder, for a channel that doesn't have the, ability to fight back against a claim like this, would it have stuck? Like, would a smaller channel, maybe like a Swifties fan account, still have this claim? I don't know. I'm just surprised that it was even allowed in the first place. Since when are words forbidden to use because an artist used them in their songs? Or maybe I guess it was me showing a snippet of the lyrics on screen, but even then, showing some words being copyrightable is pretty crazy to me. It is. I am not kidding. I've never seen something like this before. And since we're on the topic, I did learn that my assessment on her level of greed yesterday was underselling it. Apparently, and I've looked into this and it seems accurate, there are 28 variants of the same album that she is selling her fans. 28! And this album is less than a week old. That is crazy. And the differences between each variant are so trivial. Like, it's usually like a different cover or a different name, such as my personal favorite, The Crowd Is Your King Edition, parentheses, Summertime Spritz Pink Shimmer Vinyl Target Exclusive. That seems a little excessive to me, but I've seen a lot of defensiveness from Swifties that have purchased every single one of them, saying, Nobody was forced to buy these. We wanted to support her. I mean, she's a fucking billionaire. She doesn't need you to buy 28 copies of the same thing. But again, it is your money. You spend it however you want. You could wipe your ass with it. It doesn't bother me. You can waste your money in whatever ways make you happy. But come on, there is no justification for why Taylor Swift is selling 28 and ongoing, it seems like she's planning to introduce more variants, copies of the exact same album to her fans, other than just to make a lot of money off of them. It inflates the fuck out of her numbers too. I think each variant should count as its own separate album as opposed to all roped together as Life of a Showgirl sales. Because that shit is just foul. That is so absurd. It's like if I was going to show you my Skechers collection, and it's just the same pair of Skechers Go Walk 28 times, but with like dirt placed in different places. Like that'd be the only difference. Or like maybe the stitching was a little different on this one versus that one. But I have 28 copies of the same pair of Skechers. It's absurd. Like it is the only reason to have this many variants is to squeeze your community for all the money that they have. And again, if they want to like, you know, spend hundreds of dollars to own every variant of this album, all power to them. But it is greedy. Like you can't explain that away or justify it. It is greedy. And it's very clear that Taylor Swift only really cares about the money with this one. She already apparently released a little video with AI for this, which again is crazy. This is the album rollout and she's just freely, willy-nilly using AI for it instead of like hiring real people, professionals to breathe life or like bring any level of creativity or passion to the project. She instead just uses AI to save money. It does seem like the entire purpose behind Life of a Showgirl and the monetization model here and everything she's doing with it is just to make as much money off as little as possible. Which if you're a Swiftie who doesn't mind, thinks Taylor Swift needs an even bigger bag by any means necessary, then that's okay too. I just don't think there's any need for mental gymnastics to try and explain how it's actually not greedy. Because it is. There is just no world where that makes any level of sense to have this many variants and ongoing. Like, there'll probably be like fucking 400 versions of this by the end of the year. The goddamn Life of a Showgirl Travis Kelce Hot Dog Turbo Arcade Edition or something dropping this Christmas. Like, it is just for the sake of making even more money off of an already finished album that she keeps repackaging and selling to the community. There are more variants of Life of a Showgirl than there are re-releases of The Last of Us and Skyrim put together. Like, it is an outrageous number. But again, if you do not care, that's fine. But there's just no reason to get mad about people rightfully pointing out that this is a preposterous level of greed with it. Because it is. Like, just, it's time to be honest about it. It is just about the money here with this model. And if it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you. That's fine too. Anyway, got a little lost in the sauce there on like the variance tangent. The whole thing that I wanted to yap about was just that copyright claim. That is preposterous. I hope that was just some kind of fluke and an isolated incident that isn't something that's happening across the platform. Because I would feel really bad for people that do want to like celebrate the album that are just talking about it, getting claimed for it. Taylor Swift isn't above copyright law where she can just rewrite what is and is not acceptable at the mercy of her will. You can talk about the songs, you can show lyrics, and boy howdy, if you can believe this, you can even say the words that she uses in her songs, or rather, you should be able to. Again, I wasn't doing an a cappella cover of Wood or anything, like there is no melodies that she owns that she can claim by me just saying the words. So, you are allowed to say some of the lyrics from these songs without fear of copyright claims or anything like that. Like, I have to imagine this had to be a mistake. And of course it didn't come personally from Taylor. I'm not stupid enough to think that she was right there watching the video, got angry and claimed it or something. I know this is just from like her army of lawyers and her team, whatever. But this is a huge overreach that hopefully isn't something that's common right now. Because it shouldn't be. Anyway, that's really about it. So, good news. Phoenix Wright just lost a client as I will no longer be requiring his services. The potential lawsuit that I was wrapped up in is no longer being pursued. It is amicably being banished to the Shadow Realm, so it's done and dusted. I even talked to Brad Arnold on the phone a couple of times, who is one of the people listed in the demands letter that was teetering on lawsuit. And he was very friendly and apologetic about the whole thing, and he was kind of filling me in on things with this system that he didn't even know was going on and he didn't agree with. And I think there's actually a lot to talk about in regards to how this even happened in the first place. But first, let me give you the lay of the land here in case you don't know the lore with what's going on. To bring you up to speed, the previously on Dragon Ball Z, if you have no clue what I'm talking about, yesterday I made a video going over how I might be sued, as I had been served some very hefty legal paperwork. It was spearheaded by an IP law firm believing that I was liable for potential copyright infringements and damages in the many tens of thousands of dollars, even into the six figures. In the papers, there was a sense of urgency to comply and respond, and failure to do so would enact even bigger penalties, and that would be when the full lawsuit would come through. What I received was the demands. And when I received this, I was of course pretty skeptical because there are a lot of like fraudulent bad actors out there that are phishing. Who knows, this could have been fucking pages from the Death Note for all I knew. It was representing two YouTubers, Brad Arnold and Reed Timmer. And I didn't immediately recognize who that was. And I don't do like React content or anything, so I was pretty confused. I thought this may have just been, potential phony baloney, suing local Florida man because he pooped when he meant to fart, I thought this could be made in error, especially because the language in the paperwork was very fishy, saying like I used it multiple times, but then it just listed the same YouTube video twice as if they were separate instances. It was a live stream I did during Hurricane Milton. I live in Tampa, so Hurricane Milton came through with the fucking meat. And I was streaming during it, and of course I was checking in on Milton to see what the fuck was going on out there with this hurricane that was in my own backyard here slapping us around. And some of the footage that I showed was from Ryan Hall, y'all, who had footage from Brad Arnold in it, and the other was a bit of Reed Timmer. They were both storm chasing Hurricane Milton at the time, and in total, the footage that was used across both of their work was less than 2 minutes, and it was very, very briefly shown just to stay knowledgeable on what was happening, both for my own safety and just, of course, to like show the audience, this is the hurricane that's here. It was not copying it or stealing it or trying to like make money off it or anything like that. I reached out to both of them privately just to check, hey, are these real right here? Are we dealing with big naturals or is this all, like fake? What's going on? I just wanted to verify the authenticity, but 2 days went by and I didn't hear back. And since the paperwork did express a very real sense of urgency, I made the assumption that, okay, this must have been something they signed off on. So I got my legal team on it. And then I made that video yesterday, bringing everyone up to speed on what's happening. And I also do think it was just an important topic to talk about in general, because it is concerning that if you do show like less than like a handful of seconds worth of like a content during a natural disaster, you could somehow be liable for many thousands of dollars. Like that is something that most people cannot afford to like take that kind of hit, especially when there was no wrongdoing, no malicious copying or stealing of someone else's work, just textbook fair use, staying knowledgeable on a natural disaster and using a couple of brief snippets of footage to stay up to date on what's going on. And getting served paperwork like that with like the very serious nature, the very serious amount of money on the line, I imagine is very scary to a lot of people that would receive it. I don't know how many people got this big blast here, that I don't know. It feels like it was a shotgun approach, and boy howdy did they load that birdshot in. And both Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold were quick to respond and also quick to like retract this whole thing, both saying the same thing. They didn't even know this was happening. So I'm just going to clue you in on everything here. The company, Viral DRM, is a company that has actually reached out to Matt before. And from what I can tell, they are now getting into the space of trying to represent creators as a digital rights manager to enforce their copyright, to smack down, bad actors that might be using it for their own personal gain, so that way you can come in and take the pie back. And that's kind of the business model. The firm was not Viral DRM. I believe the firm was contracted by Viral DRM. They're an IP law firm. They're a very real firm that does IP law. And it's very clear that none of this was ever walked by Reed Timmer or Brad Arnold. They didn't know. Both of them have said the same thing. They did not know I was named in this. And Brad Arnold went a step further, saying he doesn't know when they even send this out to others that are using it. That has now come to his attention now. That they are not even brought up to speed with who their digital rights manager is even going after and what for. Now, based on the conversations I've had and from what I've gathered here, I believe the process is Viral DRM has this content that they have the rights to protect. They log it into their systems, and then their system will start to flag instances of that content appearing in other works that maybe didn't get a license deal or anything go through. So it will now see that that is flagged internally as a potential problem. Then it feels like they go full Yosemite Sam here, firing from the hip, shoot first, ask questions later, making the assumption that it must be a bad actor doing something, nefarious with this content to try and avoid paying for it, and thus action must be taken. And according to what Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are saying, they don't even consult them first or anything. They just take matters into their own hands and do it without ever even bringing them up to speed on what's going on or why in regards to that content. Without ever even checking with their clients here, in this case Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold, do you want to pursue this? They're just doing it without even consulting them. And it's something that Brad Arnold mentioned is pretty disturbing to him that needs to change. So he's already trying to get a handle on that so this doesn't happen to other creators or other people going forward, because it is an issue. Yes, it sucks that I got served this paperwork, but imagine all the other people that might have this exact same legal documents, stack of legal documents sitting on their desk right now panicking that it hasn't been retracted because Brad Arnold and Reed Timmer don't even know they got it, because Viral DRM has already just went through all of this without talking to them first. When it takes 2 seconds for Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold to see, in my case, how it was utilized and be like, oh, that's totally fine. What the fuck? What are we doing here in the first place? This is a huge mistake. There's a big misunderstanding. Why are we even this far down the road on it? The reason why they even have someone manage the rights of their content, as I understand it, keep in mind I'm a little new to the whole Storm Chaser ecosystem here and how their content gets exploited and all of that. But the reason why Storm Chasers sign with these agencies and these managers is because apparently there has been a history of organizations media outlets stealing the content for their broadcasts without paying the licensing fee that they charge to license it out, or they'll do it uncredited, and they'll just take it without ever even contacting the Storm Chaser. And Storm Chasers, as I understand it, they pay out of pocket for these missions, really. So they have these managers manage the rights of it, so that way that doesn't happen. So if a media outlet comes in, takes the content without paying them, it now gets flagged internally, so now they can reach out and try and get that money that they are owed for the work. But it is clearly, fucking digivolved into something far different, where now it's extending to the entire internet space, where anyone now that shows even a brief section of the work is on the hook. Which is, I think, very different than how Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold intended for it to be utilized, especially with how Brad Arnold talked about it to me on the phone. He does not agree with how it is being utilized like this. It's just very odd. It almost feels like it's designed to be there for, a settlement, as opposed to going through, the entire process. Because it took Brad and Reed 2 seconds to get caught up to speed with what was going on and why, and say oh, this is a big mistake. This shouldn't be happening. But the Viral DRM has already gone through all of it, and I'm now served these papers. So it feels like they just built the case very quickly, and it feels very weird to me, because I don't think, if this didn't get retracted, if this went through the entire song and dance, the bells and whistles, I really don't think there's a world in the fucking multiverse that Doctor Strange would peer into where this would win. So the whole thing is just odd to me. I do think that there was probably paperwork signed between Reed Timmer, Brad Arnold, Viral DRM, about how they have full autonomy to manage their rights in whatever way they deem appropriate. But I don't know if Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold were aware of things like this happening. And based on how I was speaking with Brad Arnold and what he was talking about, it seems like he doesn't really like that. He doesn't know what's going on in regards to how his content is managed here and this litigious nature. And it seems like the whole purpose is to stop legitimate bad actors from stealing it and circumventing the licensing fee and that kind of thing, which this was not doing here. And again, I have no idea if this went to a lot of people or just me. I don't know. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering here. Like I said, I did talk to Brad Arnold on the phone, and he was a very nice guy and very understanding of, like, how messy all of this was here. So, and like I said in the last video, there's no ill will here from my end towards Reed Timmer or Brad Arnold for this. I appreciate it being handled so quickly here, and I've got my fingers crossed, really hoping that if others do have this, it can be actually looked at from all parties here to see, is it a mistake like it was in this case here? So hopefully all of this can be, more buttoned up and better in the future, so it can actually be used to protect their content from people that are actually trying to steal it, rip them off, and that kind of thing. So wishing both Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold the best here. I know they both have YouTube channels and their own careers. Hopefully this kind of thing is just water under the bridge now, and there'll be no more scary legalese paperwork going to people that don't deserve it. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Wow. Actually, huge wow. A massive batch of Epstein files just dropped in hot, fresh off the battle bus here from the top turnbuckle out of nowhere. Like, I didn't think we'd even see any more with the DOJ putting up that huge stink even recently about, like, how courts can't force them to release it, this and that. It seemed like this was never going to happen because getting them to comply with the law was like pulling teeth. So they were a month late, but they actually released like millions of Epstein files. And there are huge, disgusting, evil things that have been uncovered in this latest batch of Epstein files. This time around, it's a little different than their previous release where there were hundreds of pages of blacked out redactions, and that was basically it. This is what you saw with the Epstein files, except I thought that was going to make the camera go black. You get the idea. It was basically just staring into the fucking void. It was just pitch black because everything was redacted. It was just a lot of nothing. But even amidst that nothing, they were so fucking incompetent that they left in the ability to unredact the files yourself, where people were able to catch them breaking the law, where a lot of the redacted names were not names of victims. They were various other things, and a lot of the redactions were clearly not victims. Sometimes it even seemed like the redactions were there to protect the names of potential clients and perpetrators, which again is a complete violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act that they were supposed to be following. But again, even with them farting out completely blacked out pages to protect these pedophiles in power, there were still a lot of huge revelations that came from this, such as co-conspirators that for some reason they never pursued. We don't know who they were because their names have been redacted conveniently, but we learned that there were co-conspirators they were investigating, and I guess they just let the leads dry up and then just said, fiddlesticks, they're gone. Now time to pretend they don't exist. Like Kash Patel under oath lying about it. Perjury Patel, by the way, still not punished for it. And speaking of unpunished, you know who else has been unpunished? Every fucking Epstein client, all of these rapists and pedophiles, all of them still just getting away with these unthinkable crimes. No one being handcuffed and thrown in the slammer. Doesn't even seem like they're pursuing any investigations or anything into it. Across 2 administrations now, no fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, who Trump has done everything in his power to ensure she is treated like a queen at a new summer camp that she now resides at. Barely even a fucking prison. This is lunacy of the highest caliber. Now anyway, I know I'm getting kind of sidetracked here with like the previously on Dragon Ball Z with this whole saga. The most recent batch of Epstein files came out a couple hours ago. Millions of files, so people are still combing through them, but what they are finding is alarming. Trump's name, of course, is all over these files. His name appears more in these Epstein files than Green Eggs and Ham appeared in the fucking Green Eggs and Ham Dr. Seuss book. His name is everywhere with numerous allegations about terrible, awful things. Some things we had heard little bits and pieces about from previous Epstein releases, but this one has significantly more, including this FBI report that claims Trump has been compromised by Israel, which anyone who's been paying attention to this administration shouldn't really be surprised at. I don't think anyone heard that and recoiled in their chair going, what? If anyone's followed everything that's been going on in regards to Trump and Israel, it should be no surprise that the FBI believed he was compromised, is compromised as well, most likely. But this is, again, new information that is hitting the public here from official sources in these Epstein files. These are big. Another huge name appearing in here is Bill Gates. So Bill Gates had an exchange with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think it's been known for a long time Bill Gates was associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but this information here is new that talks about how he contracted an STD apparently and had asked Jeffrey Epstein to provide him with antibiotics that he could secretly dose Melinda with. He had contracted it from Russian girls apparently. Another massive name coming in is Elon Musk, who had an email chain with Jeffrey Epstein that was in these files about him trying to plan a visit to Jeffrey Epstein's island, and he seemed to want to find the wildest party, the best time to come through to the island, and he was trying to make plans to go visit the island. These new files also expose blatant lies that a lot of really powerful people tried to peddle to get themselves out of hot water in regards to their close connection to Jeffrey Epstein, like Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick is Trump's commerce secretary, and he claimed he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005, yet in these files we can clearly see he was emailing Epstein in 2012 planning a trip out there, saying, "Hi Jeff, we are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart on Monday at some point. Where are you located? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Mary Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children. 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard." What a disgusting freak. He's even listing out the ages of the children that are joining them on their planned trip to Epstein's Island. This is in 2012. That's quite a few years after 2005, Howard. Seems like you told a big-time fib. Howard said that he had visited Epstein's house in 2005, but it culminated with him getting the heebie-jeebies. He called him gross and said that was basically kaput. That was the end of his relationship with Epstein. He washed his hands of him back in 2005, but that clearly wasn't true now, was it, Howard? These emails are from 2012, planning a trip out there and making a very odd mention of a bunch of children and their ages that will be joining you to Epstein's Island. Howard Lutnick is your U.S. Secretary of Commerce under Trump right now. This is your Commerce Secretary. And he is one of many very powerful politicians whom you'll find in these new Epstein files and previous Epstein files as well. These are just a few of many names, new names as well, very powerful people who appear in these files with alleged horrible, horrible things that they have done in connection with Jeffrey Epstein and the island. It is a big, big deal. This is undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg here. This latest batch was millions of files, so there is still a lot of information out there that hasn't been adequately combed through, and still what we are learning right now is heinous. And I feel like it should be pretty obvious that there needs to be investigations conducted here, and maybe a little bit of fucking justice. Maybe some of these evil fucking demons getting arrested, perhaps. Why are none of these people in these Epstein files even being looked into at all? Why does Kash Patel lie under oath about there not being an Epstein list or clients or like co-conspirators when we now have all this available evidence that confirms there definitely were co-conspirators, there definitely are clients, and there is nothing being done, not in this administration, not the previous administration, to hold any of them accountable or find them. This is a huge deal that nobody should be trying to like minimize the importance of. For some reason, people are trying to pretend as though this is something we should just like brush aside, move on from the whole Epstein fiasco. That is craziness. There are people in the most powerful positions of government right now that are rapists and pedophiles that have got away with unthinkable crimes, and they need to be held accountable. We have so much information here. We have so many names, and we need them to be investigated. We need justice. I don't know why so many people are so okay with being governed by these monsters. It's baffling to me. It actually boggles my fucking mind. This latest batch shows even more evidence, shines even more light on these terrible, terrible things that unfolded here, and the close connections a lot of powerful people had to Epstein and the island. I'll continue to look into the files and see what else turns up from all of this. I'll be, of course, keeping my finger on the pulse of it, and I highly encourage all of you to be paying very close attention to it and the people named in these Epstein files, and the people that try and defend it as well. That is unacceptable. This is indefensible. There's no excuse for it. So anyway, wanted to just give you an update here. That's really about it. See ya. I've talked about some deplorable evil people on this channel, and a lot of the times the people I cover do face, like, very real punishment for being monsters. That's not always the case, though. Last month I made a video talking about Jesse Butler, the rapist. Jesse Butler, the rapist, was facing 10 rape-related charges, looking at a potential 78-year sentence, and this isn't a case of he was framed. Turns out he was innocent, completely blameless. It was the damn deep state working on a crazy conspiracy to throw an innocent man behind bars. No, there's overwhelming evidence to confirm this, including a video he himself took of a strangulation on one of his victims that, according to experts, would have literally killed her if he continued for even seconds longer. He is a rapist. He is a turbo rapist, in fact. And you would expect, given that this is so cut and dry, he would be behind bars for the rest of his life. Well, you'd be wrong to assume that, bozo, because it turns out his family, they've got some real leverage over there in Oklahoma. So much so that the judge and everyone involved in this case thought it was appropriate that he doesn't go to the slammer. Instead, they came up with a fate worse than death. Community service. Yep. His punishment will be no jail time, no nothing. He continues to breathe the free air, be a free man, and all he has to do is complete some community and service, do like a phone call, check in weekly, and then some sex offender treatment. They're treating this animal like he stole a balloon on Free Balloon Day. This is absolutely preposterous, and in a sane society, it would lead to everyone involved in this catastrophic ruling not only fired, but also thrown in jail themselves, and then re-sentencing Jesse Butler to a life in prison. Like, it's not a matter of if he did it. They know he did it, and they just don't care. Let me show you what Susan C. Worthington looks like, the judge presiding over this case. I want to put a face to the name so you can see what a rape defender looks like. She is totally okay with this course of action, or really lack of action. Payne County District Attorney Laura Austin Thomas also seems to be enthusiastically on board with this, confirming that his sentence requires him to complete his rehabilitation plan successfully, including an aggressive schedule of therapy with a specialist in sex offender treatment, and should he fail, he faces reclassification as an adult and a sentence of 10 years in prison. That aggressive schedule of therapy, from what I'm seeing, is basically just weekly check-ins. Whoa! Holy shit, how is he gonna survive that? Man, that actually might be harder than going to prison for 78 years. He has to call somebody once a week to talk about, like, his feelings, and probably still raping on the side. Like I said in the last video covering this, him getting away with this, the only lesson he's learned is that he can literally do whatever he wants and he's untouchable, he's invincible. So I imagine, not long into the future, he will rape again, and this time, he might kill his victim. He got very close to a fatal strangulation on his last one, and maybe the lesson he took away is that the reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So, maybe next time around he won't let them survive. I think there is going to be blood on all of these people's hands. Now, I want to also show you a picture of Lauren Austin Thomas because I think it's important you see all of the rape defenders here. Now, of course, it's not just these two worms responsible. This is a long process with tons of clowns in the circus that led to this disaster, but these were the only two pictures I could find to associate with them. But, yeah. Jesse Butler is free. He doesn't even have to register on anything, by the way, so he's going to go completely under the radar, incognito. He could be in your backyard raping your dog right now if you're in Oklahoma. Sleep in fear. Just sickening, disgusting stuff. Susan and Laura have sent a very clear, very loud message to the entire world. That if you're a rapist, come on down to Payne County, Oklahoma. That's a place you can call home. They'll even pop champagne to welcome you and do everything in their power to protect the rapists. Now anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about this again is because Jesse Butler, the rapist, just had another hearing where a lot of people turned up to protest this complete affront to God that has unfolded here.
In the courthouse, Jesse, why did you rape those girls, Jesse? Jesse, why did you rape the girls? You have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Do you have anything to say to the victims? Being loud is not a violation. Sir, do you have anything to say to the victims? Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape them, Jesse? Why did you rape the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Why did you strangle them, Jesse? You raped those girls, Jesse. Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Are you as dumb as they say you are, Jesse? Is that why you were adjudicated a juvenile, because you're that stupid? Are you that dumb, Jesse? Why did you rape the girls? Jackie, why are you defending your rapist son? Why'd you rape him?
Do you feel bad for being a rapist, Jesse?
Why'd you rape him?
From what I've read and what I understand, there were a lot of people that showed up to express their outrage over this whole situation here. Payne County is very upset. But it doesn't seem like anything's happening at an upper level with Susan or Laura's jobs potentially going into the gutter, which I think they should. That should absolutely just be flushed right down the shitter, because this is not justice. They are clearly not actually looking for justice. They are knowingly allowing a rapist to walk free. I do think they should lose their jobs, and a lot of people showed up to echo similar sentiments about how ridiculous this whole thing is. The sentencing has already happened. This was just like a further hearing that people wanted to show up at to let their voices be heard about how unacceptable this is. So it's all done and dusted. He is not going to jail. He's not going on any kind of registry. He's not going to face any real punishment. All he's going to be doing is some community and service, then like a bit of therapy work, I suppose. That is what Susan, Laura, and the squad of fucking vermin deemed appropriate for the crime of rape, violent rape, numerous counts of rape, as well as a near fatal strangulation. It's unthinkable. It's so unbelievably corrupt. I encourage all of you to look deeper into this case, because I mean, I covered a little bit of it in the video I made on it last time, but there is some really interesting connections with Jesse Butler's family, and not only the judge, but kind of everyone in that area where his family, they do hold a lot of power. Perhaps that played a role in allowing a violent rapist to be free on the streets. Food for thought, I suppose. As you saw in that clip, there are a lot of people following Jesse around, bringing up that he is a monster. And since he's not going to jail, hopefully people will never forget who Jesse Butler is, a rapist. And he should be reminded of that fact every day so people can steer clear of him. It should follow him around like a fucking cloud over his head, like it's a cartoon with like rain falling on him. Like, it is literally a rapist that is a danger to everyone around him. And since the justice system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma didn't want to take it into their hands and do something about it, it's up to the citizens to keep each other informed that Jesse Butler is someone that should be avoided at all costs and ostracized from the rest of the community at the very least, so he can't prey on more victims. He is someone that should never know a moment of peace and relaxation. He is someone that people should literally sound the rape alarm anytime they see him around. He is a fucking monster who got away with it. It is just so infuriating. It is beyond sickening. And I think there should be extreme calls to action for Susan, Laura, and the rest of the system that allowed this to happen. They need to lose their position. I 100% believe they are not fit for their job. They are clearly not actually in the pursuit of justice. The only takeaway you can have from the handling of this case is that the Payne County upper brass here in the justice system is on the side of rapists. It is inarguable. How the fuck can you allow them to continue to hold those positions? There needs to be some kind of governing body to come in and say, no, enough is enough. You're fired. Also, we're going to pursue charges of our own against you for this shit. That's what I think should happen. If there's any real justice out there, I think that's what should 100% fucking happen, because this is just unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's about it. See ya. You think you're so slick, huh, keeping secrets from me? You thought I wouldn't find out about one of the biggest flops of 2025? You thought you could bury that information without me unearthing it in order to huff the fumes of a Concorde-level failure? You imbecile! Perhaps I'm being a bit gung-ho comparing this to a Concorde-level disaster, but this flop we're about to discuss is a really catastrophic one. And I hadn't heard a peep about this until I just happened to stumble across an article going over it today. That is how under the radar this one has managed to fly, even though presumably millions of dollars were spent on marketing it and developing it. It comes from Amazon, that is the publisher of the game. Raise your hand if you've heard of King of Meat. Anyone that put their hand up I know is a liar. I don't trust you. Go fuck yourself. You're tacky and I hate you. In classic video game industry delusion, some of the executives here at the higher level of the studios behind King of Meat were expecting this game to be pulling 100,000 concurrent players, but unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. She came through and slapped the fuck out of them. They couldn't even get a tiny whiff of 4 digits because this game peaked at 320 during a free weekend. King of Meat is typically a $30 game. It's $30 right now. And that's what I paid in order to play this. Anytime I have a chance to be part of history for like these kind of unbelievable bombs, like these absolute septic tank explosions of financial ruin, I have to spend my money to at least be there, put boots on the ground to experience it. So I did spend $30 to play King of Meat to see if it really is just fucking terrible, and that's why no one played it. I've got a whole video of it up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, go check that shit out. Now, like I said, this is a project that had presumably millions of dollars poured into it. This isn't just some like random, Steam stinker that a solo dev put together in one afternoon and only like 3 people on the planet have accidentally downloaded. This was a big production that they put a lot of oomph and elbow grease behind. The biggest being a dedicated Mr. Beast video. On Mr. Beast Gaming, he did an entire YouTuber challenge, beat this game, win $250,000. With 7 million views, he posted it 2 months ago, and it's all to promote King of Meat. He brought out a bunch of YouTubers to exclusively play King of Meat and win money, and it is an expensive production and set they put on here, all to try and get people to flock to King of Meat. They thought by getting Jimmy Beast on the horn for a dedicated video, it would put so much motion behind this project, but unfortunately, it's doing the Black Beetle challenge right now. There's no motion in sight. There's not an ounce of movement. And I can't even imagine the price tag that this must have cost them. Like, I can't even fathom what an integration would cost in a Mr. Beast video, let alone an entire dedicated video for it. Like, that has to be in the 7 figures. This is like a Super Bowl commercial to these companies, no doubt. So to put that much money into King of Meat and not see even a single crumb, not a morsel of return on that, holy shit, that is brutal. It's actually pretty interesting because now I'm really wondering, what kind of return do companies see when buying slots on Mr. Beast content? Because we have very easily accessible data when it comes to King of Meat. Like, even looking in the comment section of the 7 million view video that he posted, which is exclusively an advertisement for this game, people seemed excited about it. Like, they seemed like they were interested in it, that it's a well-received video, and not a single one of them seemed to have picked up the game themselves. It's pretty interesting. But maybe you could chalk that up to maybe it's just not their cup of tea. Maybe Mr. Beast Gaming doesn't have an audience of meat maniacs ready to go spend 30 clams on this product. Or maybe Mr. Beast audience just kind of likes to eyes glaze over and just watch all the flashing colors and the stimulation and maybe don't want to engage with whatever is being advertised there. Also entirely possible. I just find it so interesting because, like I said, I can't even imagine how much this must have cost. Now, this is an Amazon published game, so it's literally chump change to them. Even if it is in the 7 figures, it doesn't matter to them. But I'll tell you who it does matter to is the actual developers behind the game. Because according to the article, Glowmade Games, the studio behind King of Meat, is looking like the workforce will be suffering layoffs here. There's been word of layoffs confirmed by multiple Glowmade employees on LinkedIn that come just a couple months after King of Meat's lackluster performance. So it's looking like there's going to be an unknown amount of employees that will no longer be working at Glowmade because of how poorly this has done. And there was apparently even discussions earlier about voluntary redundancies that would impact about a dozen people. It's all a little up in the air, but it's looking like because this game has done so poorly, they're going to be cutting a lot of team members, which I feel bad for everyone that's going to potentially lose their job from this game not performing well. And I think a lot of that falls onto leadership's shoulders. After playing the game and even just looking at like the Mr. Beast video and their ads, I could tell you this was never going to reach 100,000 concurrent players off rip. It's too corporate. This is a game that doesn't have the same feeling as the other like big party games that people actually are hooked on or immediately, bit onto the nipple of. This is a game that does feel like Suits, kind of trying to play a formula and capitalize off of how big these friend party games have become, this niche. It doesn't have that same feel to it. And after playing it, I can tell you it's not a bad game or anything, but there's nothing in here that I feel like would ever have me go back to it. Like, I would never choose to play King of Meat over any of the other, like, really fun party games and friend games that I play with my buddies. This feels like a game that would have released on the old Xbox 360 arcade that you'd play maybe one time with a friend of yours, and then you both just say, like, let's just do Castle Crashers or something instead. This isn't a game that I think they should have ever had that kind of expectation on, with these huge fucking shoot for the stars to infinity and beyond fucking Buzz Lightyear style predictions of like 100k concurrent players. That just sets up the entire team for failure, and I feel like if they had just had it be more realistic, well, maybe then they wouldn't be looking at layoffs. They could have calibrated the budget, calibrated the marketing and everything to account for that. But, they went hog wild buying a Mr. Beast dedicated video and shit like that. And a Mr. Beast partnership. He has an entire, dungeon in the game that you can play, which, like I said, I couldn't even get enough people in a game to play, so I ended up having to solo it myself. I'll go ahead and put that footage here, I guess. But the thing is, this is one of the biggest flops of the year, and I haven't heard anyone talk about it yet. I had to yap about it. It is fucking fascinating. Mr. Beast Dungeons! What? I see Mr. Beast. Let's do it. Any Mr. Beast meters? Wait. My controller was vibrating. Does that mean somebody's about to show up? Somebody was thinking of playing? No, the estimated time's going up. What's going on? It can't be. I'm alone. Okay, I see how this is gonna go. Time to solo Mr. Beast in here. Is Jimmy gonna talk to me?
Hello, viewers. I'm your host, Curved B.
I probably couldn't afford to have Mr. Beast do any VA for it.
Only two options. Little dynamos, this lot.
Yeah. I can do this. Clean.
Smash that stuff.
Clean. Ooh, close. But I'm in the perfect rotation right now. Oh, yeah. Hit it! Oh, yeah! No!
That looked painful.
He said he'll let me see my family if I can complete Beast Dungeons and King of Meat. Oh, just when you thought he was out of tricks. I did it! I beat the Beast Dungeon on my first try.
They've done it.
You read the title and you've heard the news. Battlefield 6 just released its Battle Royale mode. It's called RedSec. Get ready to put some hair on that chest, dweeb. I've now dumped like 4 or 5 hours into it, which obviously compared to many others is nothing. That's like a very pitiful amount, but for me it's enough to give you a review of it, because I now feel like I've pretty much experienced everything the game mode has to offer. And it's no secret, I haven't been the biggest Battle Royale enthusiast in many years now. The only one I keep up with is Apex Legends. It's just a genre that I find to be extremely stale at this point, just super bland. It's like the 6-7 of game genres, where just hearing about Battle Royale makes me fucking cringe like that god-awful meme. It's just, I'm so tired of it. But I like Battlefield 6, so I thought it only fair that I give this one a shake to see if it's any good, and now I can confidently say, it's fine. There's no huge flaws with it. The tanks are kind of annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just a very by-the-numbers, very generic Battle Royale mode that they seem to have just slapped on here like a hemorrhoid, because there's no reason not to have a Battle Royale mode. It's only a boon to the game because there are plenty of people that will play the Battle Royale that maybe weren't interested in playing the multiplayer. And the Battle Royale is free. So it gets a lot of people in the door, and then maybe they turn into a paying customer. So it makes a lot of sense. But boy howdy, let me tell you, it really does feel like they just tried to draw Warzone from memory here for RedSec. It is 1-to-1 in certain instances. Like, it feels very copy and pasted in a lot of ways. Like, I'm pretty confident there are times where you could show side-by-side gameplay of Warzone and RedSec, and you wouldn't be able to differentiate which is which. It is very similar in a lot of ways, but the thing that sets it apart is the Battlefield 6 gunplay. Like, the gameplay elements in Battlefield 6 versus Warzone are very different. And for my tastes, I prefer it. So I've had more fun with RedSec than I had with Warzone. Warzone I have many more hours than RedSec with, obviously, but I fucking hate Warzone now. I think it sucks major ass. That is some turbo cheeks over there. RedSec at least feels fun to play. It feels nice. I prefer the Battlefield formula, so I've been having more fun with RedSec. But if you already like Warzone, I don't know if RedSec's going to win you over. The game mode is extremely similar to Warzone. You are likely going to just stick with the one that you prefer the gameplay of. So if you're someone that likes the less movement-based shooting of Battlefield, you're probably going to prefer RedSec. But if you already like the Call of Duty formula and all the movement tech there, RedSec's not going to be stealing you over there. It's not going to be taking the Warzone lunch money, I don't think. I feel like it's just going to be boiled down to a matter of personal preference in gunplay. And for me, I prefer Battlefield 6 gunplay. Like, everything in Battlefield 6 gameplay, I vastly prefer to Call of Duty. But again, RedSec and Warzone are so incredibly similar, I can't see a fucking world. In the entirety of Doctor Strange peering into the multiverse, I can't imagine he would see one where Warzone players are so blown away by RedSec specifically that they leave Warzone for it, if they already prefer the Call of Duty gameplay. Because RedSec just does Warzone with Battlefield gameplay in tanks. That's really it. Like, I can't find any other big differences. Maybe the ladder. You get to place a ladder down in RedSec if you play Assault or something. Or like the artillery strikes. But even then, there's comparable things in Warzone. It's just very, 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 very similar. So there's nothing crazy about RedSec. It's just been there, done that standard Battle Royale shit. And if you're someone that likes Battle Royales, you'll probably have fun with it if you already like Battlefield 6 gameplay. It's just as simple as that. But it's worth mentioning that Battlefield devs here are really trying to shove RedSec down the throat of everyone that plays Battlefield 6, even if they're not interested in RedSec. So I've been seeing that there's been a lot of negative reviews, not even so much about RedSec existence, because if you don't care about Battle Royales, just ignore it. But they've tied a lot of like weekly challenges and shit to playing RedSec, so you like needing to farm and all of that. And it seems like there's going to be a big emphasis on like the premium currencies and shit now. It feels as though that even though RedSec is fine, it's just a really standard Battle Royale, it is alarming to the community who believes that this could be the vanguard of more things to come that they just don't want. Like, you can ignore RedSec and not play it and just miss out on the XP tied to the challenges. Plenty of people will do that. Yeah, it's a bit of a headache for some players, sure, but you can just ignore it. What you can ignore is if RedSec takes off, the resources that they'll pump into RedSec that they might be taking away from the rest of Battlefield 6 multiplayer experience. So there's many in the community showing legitimate concern that maybe the rest of Battlefield 6 starts to be neglected as they try and focus more on RedSec so it can stand toe-to-toe with Warzone and try and squeeze some of those players over to RedSec because they'd make more money that way. So I understand the concern there. Like, that does check out. Like, that makes sense. And it does seem like they're placing a huge emphasis on it, which isn't surprising. It's a brand new mode they've introduced. But yeah, it remains to be seen if RedSec is going to end up being like the primary development focus to try and, blast as much money out of it as they possibly can from the community. But I am very curious to see how everything shakes out. I truly don't think RedSec is going to be a battle royale that stands the test of time that people are playing even 3 years from now. As I said, in its current state, it is like the most bare bones battle royale experience. It is clearly an afterthought to Battlefield 6, something that they put in here because they knew it's a very popular game mode that will get a lot of people to check out their game, get them in the door, get their feet in the door because it's free. And battle royales are still just so popular. Even though the genre went through oversaturation for a while, there's still no shortage of battle royales for people to choose from. But you'll probably notice most people just stick to the big ones that they already like. Warzone, Fortnite, whatever. I don't see RedSec doing anything here that's going to get anyone to stick with RedSec. What I think's more likely is people will try RedSec and maybe if they really like the gameplay, they'll buy the multiplayer and then just stick to playing the multiplayer because it's just the better version of the game. Why would you be playing a watered down version of Battlefield 6's multiplayer with RedSec when you could just play the multiplayer? So I just don't think that there's a lot of staying power to RedSec. I could be very wrong. I guess we'll see. Only time will tell. But my early impressions here are it is just fine. It is just Warzone, but better if you like Battlefield gameplay. So if you're looking at RedSec wondering if it does anything new and different in the genre to stand out, the answer is no. The differences between RedSec and Warzone are pretty small in terms of like the actual design of it. The differences in gameplay are substantial, but like the actual mode itself is almost one-to-one with Warzone. Again, the only differences I could pick up are the tanks, the ring of fire. Instead of having like continuous damage if you're outside the zone, you just die, which I do think is a good change. I actually really like that change. I think that's solid. And then the only other one is like classes. So like the classes carry over from Battlefield 6 where you could be like assault and put up a fucking ladder, you know, or recon, support, engineer, that kind of thing. But I can't think of anything else that's different from like an actual design perspective of RedSec versus Warzone. The rest is just the exact meal you're expecting to eat with this mode. And for some people, maybe that's exactly what you want. For me, I just am tired of the genre, so it doesn't really stick with me as something I'm going to be actively playing. When I want to play Battlefield 6, I won't be choosing RedSec. I'll just be doing the normal multiplayer. Anyway, though, I just wanted to drop this little review on you here. That's really about it. So, yeah. It's so crazy. It's so despicable, and yet it's stopped being surprising now. P. Diddy just got sentenced to 50 months in prison. Yeah, he got 4 years in the slammer. That's it. Basically, the Jeffrey Epstein of the music industry gets away with a slap on the wrist. I mean, they're probably going to be supplying him with baby oil in the cell at this point. He just got 50 months in prison. That's it. And truthfully, I'm not even confident they're going to keep him incarcerated for the full 50 months. I don't even think he'll be in there that long. He'll be in and out of the slammer lickety split. I feel like it'll be like that scene in SpongeBob where SpongeBob and Patrick steal a balloon on free balloon day, so the cops like close the cell for a split second and tell him to, scram. That's what I think's going to happen with P. Diddy here. This is just abhorrent. 50 months for the diddler. We gotta start, looking into the judge here for a second to see if he got invited to the next freak-off when he's, let loose. Because, how is this even possible? I had been keeping up with the case. I had already given you the update about the things that they found him not guilty on, which was absolutely stunning in the first place. But it's just insanity. It's absolute insanity. Everybody knows he's guilty. There are decades of evidence, mountains of evidence about all of his crimes. A vile, evil worm. And he gets 50 months. This is just clear, irrefutable proof unfolding in front of your eyes that some people genuinely are above the law. Actually. It's not, conspiratorial. It is just the facts of it. It's crazy. Your Honor, did you stop to consider for a moment that my client has an unbelievable amount of money? Okay, just take that into consideration. I'm not going to bother going into, the particulars here about where apparently P. Diddy was so broken about, the 4 years he has to spend in prison, or the strong face the judge put on there for a second while shaking his finger, waggling his little digit here about, justice and all the sick shit that Diddy did. Because it's all just fucking performative. It's not real. Because at the end of the day, justice wasn't really served. 4 years in jail for the diddler? The fucking baby oil behemoth? That's unhinged. That's just so twisted. But that's the times we're living in. Like, it is crazy the times we're living in. I also just saw today fucking Benjamin Netanyahu just openly stating in front of the whole world his plans on brainwashing because so many people are turning on Israel. So he was asked like what he plans to do about it. And you know what? Since I'm just yapping, I'm just gonna go ahead and go on this topic now too.
I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel. What's our backup plan to be strong, like outside of the diaspora?
Christian influencers. Okay. You said we talked about the woke right, and you said I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're movies.
Yeah, that's his strategy. A galaxy brain chess maneuver here. Call everyone that doesn't support Israel Nazis. Whoa! Holy shit! This he's alting right now. Wow! So basically, if you're not, like, eating out of this guy's gooch and supporting Israel on everything, you're a Nazi.
To secure that part of the base of our support in the United States, that is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers.
Just in case you forgot, Israel literally pays influencers to suck their wiener and just be like these loyal little lapdogs to always just lap up whatever Netanyahu's gooch is sweating out. Like, it's unbelievable. And he's just being like super open about it. Like, he is just saying that in front of people's faces and nobody seems to care.
And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. X. Exactly. Very good. And, you know, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot, and I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now.
Spoiler warning for those without thinking caps on. Censorship. He's talking about censorship. Damn to free speech, Benjamin Netanyahu's got other ideas. It's something he's talked about plenty in the past. He's not exactly shy with it. He's very loosey-goosey with the censorship topic, and he's talking about it again. He recognizes how everyone sharing videos and information about the atrocities and all the slaughter of the Palestinians at the hands of the IDF is making people turn on Israel. So now genocidal freak is going up to Elon Musk. Oh, Mr. Musk, can we do something about, like, all these pesky voices sharing all of this? It's censorship. Super weird, by the way, how a foreign nation seems to have so much pull over things happening in our homeland. Why can Netanyahu come out with his full ass on display, talking about like how algorithms on the platforms here need to cater to him, and also he should be talking to Elon about Twitter so they can do something together in regards to like the people not liking Israel anymore and what they're having access to. Why is that? Like, that shouldn't be allowed, right? Like, what the fuck? This guy gets to come in and, like, completely wash our fucking freedom of speech in order to fit his censorship agenda? Cool. How about no, goober? Like, come on. This should be an outrage to everybody, but it's not. It's just not. And that's just the signs of the times that we're in. Like, I made a video the other day about Ted Cruz with his slip-up where he said to stop attacking pedophiles.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
Quite the Freudian slip. And as I said, there's no way he meant to say that. But he never corrects it or anything. No one points it out. And what he's talking about didn't pertain to pedophiles at all. His crime statistics were robbery, homicide, and rape. 2 out of 3 of those he covered previously. The last one, robbery, that doesn't relate to stopping attacking pedophiles. Like, those two don't connect. You can't put the square piece into the circle hole on that one. And I saw people saying that it was intellectually dishonest to paint it as anything other than just like an embarrassing flub. Which is fair enough, I suppose, because I'm not trying to make the claim that this is him fully admitting to things and he's going full mask off. Ted Cruz did, notably, reject the release of the Epstein files. Like, from all available information, it seems he has been against the release of the Epstein files, judging from his votes in regards to it. So I did pose that, here's a little food for thought. There may be a little something there, possibly, but overall, the video, I was just taking the piss out of it. That's really it. But that was somehow incendiary and made people mad about, like, oh, to portray him clearly having a flub there with his words is absurd. And I just don't understand how we've reached this point where you can't even, like, point out the absurdity of something so fucking preposterous like a politician saying, stop attacking pedophiles. It's crazy to me. But I saw people putting words in his mouth saying what he meant to say, stop defending pedophiles. But again, that doesn't fit with what he's actually talking about here in the full context of what's going on. So why is he even bringing up pedophiles in the first place? It's super fucking weird. That's all I was saying, and making fun of him for it. The same way I've made fun of other flubs and weird stuff from politicians, like Biden, when he talk about, like, kids rubbing his leg hairs and shit like that. But things have just changed so fucking drastically. It's a totally different ballgame. But I'm gonna harp on Ted Cruz for a moment, because I just don't understand the glaze. I don't know how he has fucking hog riders. I do not get the pedophiles that will defend him tooth and nail, when he himself has said that the reason he got into Congress 13 years ago is to defend the interests of Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. Right. And I've worked every day to do that.
So you are an American politician whose sole purpose for being here is to defend the interests of a foreign nation here, domestically. I just don't know how that's not treasonous. I'm just going to say, I don't get how that is not just like full-blown treason. I saw quite a few takes when it came out about Israel paying influencers for like positive PR and stuff, and people were tossing the word treason around in regards to that. This is that times 50. I don't know how this one gets a pass. I don't get how that gets a pass. He is supposed to represent the state of Texas. You would think as an American politician, you would be prioritizing the interests of the nation that you're representing. But instead, he is openly saying that he got into this for the sole reason of supporting a foreign nation here. Now, again, I'm not the most politically savvy guy on the planet. I'm a fucking Neanderthal. I get that. I am a Cro-Magnon man when it comes to this. But I just don't understand. I cannot wrap my head around how people will support that. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. He's also never there anytime Texas needs him, like in the event of like tragedies and shit, like with the flood, the freeze from quite a few years back. He always seems to be on vacation. Like, it's just, it's... I'll stop harping on Ted Cruz in particular. I'm just fucking blabbering here. It's 4 a.m. Obviously, it's another insomnia-fueled evening, so I can't help but just blabber. But my God, it's just crazy, the times we're living in. Anyway, that's really about it. So, hello? You in there? Can you hear me? I'm just kidding. That's called acting. And speaking of acting, it's that special time of year again where we look at the top 5 worst films of the year. By we, I mean me. I give you the only objectively correct top 5 worst list. And let me tell you, after going through the garbage here, dumpster diving, I found that 2025 was a pretty special year for some bad super stinkers. It was tough, but I was able to narrow it down to the worst films of the year. Looking for the worst movies of the year. I know 2 off the top of my head. I know the worst and the second worst. What we need to fill in is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Captain America Brave New World was bad, but definitely not top 5 worst of the year bad. This one's obviously in the top 5. Electric State was a $300 million super stinker disaster film. That was absolutely horrible. Snow White might be in there. I'll put it up here to the side. It might be just out of the top 5 worst of the year, we'll see. Though it does say something that it's one of the first films I've ever walked out of. So maybe it should be in there by default just for that fact. Woman in the Yard, also very strong in contention there for top 5 worst. I don't think Until Dawn will make it, but I'm going to put it there just in case so we can see all of the worst films of the year. Hurry Up Tomorrow probably makes it somewhere in there. Do people still delude themselves into thinking this is a good movie, or have we finally evolved past that point? I remember I caught a lot of heat for talking about how absolute dog shit Hurry Up Tomorrow was. Are we finally allowed to just say that confidently, or are people still trying to defend the movie? It was actually easy. War of the Worlds is the worst. Yeah, spoiler alert. There's nothing worse than War of the Worlds. It is quite possibly one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Because it is just a 2-hour Amazon ad, basically. And can't even just have the audacity to be somewhat watchable. We already know what the worst is. You spoiled it. Megan 2's bad, but doesn't make top 5. Jurassic World Rebirth is bad, doesn't make top 5. War of the Worlds, we already know it's the worst. But let's pretend that it's still... we don't know what the worst movie of the year is yet. Who's to say? Him was bad, I don't know if it'll make top 5, though. I'll put it there just in case. Where's I Know What You Did Last Summer? That one will comfortably be in there somewhere. But I haven't seen it yet. Did I scroll past it? I don't think it was that long ago, was it? Tron Ares. Tron Ares was bad, but it's not in the top 5. At least Tron Ares had visual spectacle that was cool. These up here already have nothing redeeming about them. Tron Ares is bad, Jared Leto's fucking awful. Jared Leto is box office poison that instantly tanks anything that he appears in. But it's still not to this level of these. Okay, are my eyes closed or something here? I haven't seen Strangers Chapter 2, nor have I seen I Know What You Did Last Summer. And I'm pretty sure they came out in this area. Because they definitely weren't in December. This is crazy. Where were they? Okay, so here's Strangers Chapter 2, September. July! Wow, I didn't know it was that far back. Okay. These are definitely the worst movies of the year. So now let's order them. Pretty competitive. Pretty competitive year for dog shit. What about Five Nights at Freddy's 2? Nah, I think these are worse. At least I had somewhat of an enjoyable time watching that, even though I think the movie's terrible. These were miserable. It might be I Know What You Did Last Summer. I think probably I Know What You Did Last Summer would be number 5. Yeah. This movie just sucks major ass across the board. The characters are extremely stupid, and you as the viewer, like, are just insulted for even being there. It's just genuinely, like, a mind-numbing film. It also ruins the legacy characters from the series. Spoiler alert. Does anyone care? I doubt it. In fact, I'll do you a favor. The main bad guy, well, the surprise main bad guy after the main bad guy reveal is Freddie Prinze Jr., which is crazy. That's a crazy decision to have him be like the ultimate bad guy after the way he was established in the series already. Let's not act like the original was good. Yeah, but the original's at least charming. It's still like a classic. This is just trash. There's just nothing to like about this movie at all. Genuinely nothing. Heel turn for Freddy. Yeah, it's a nonsensical one too. The monkey at least had some interesting kills. Monkey wasn't good, but it wasn't this bad. So I Know What You Did Last Summer, 2025. Congratulations. Rank 5 of the worst films of the year. Number 4, it's not going to be him. Him's not good, but it's not nearly to these Titans levels. I think objectively, Strangers Chapter 2 is a worse movie than Until Dawn. But Until Dawn shamelessly borrows a beloved IP's name and then makes something that's not even remotely related to it. This movie has nothing to do with the games. This movie is basically just like a joke film, more of a dark comedy than anything. You've probably seen the viral clip where that guy drinks some water and then blows up on the toilet. He just gets insta-gibbed. That's from this movie. It just has nothing to do with the game at all, and what it is they're stuck in a loop and they need to survive until dawn to break it, but they can't because everything's trying to kill them. A bunch of scary things out there. The water makes you explode for some reason. Isn't The Strangers kind of doing the same thing, borrowing an IP and ruining it? In a different way, yeah, you can make that argument. But Strangers Chapter 1, which this directly follows, was just as shitty, if not shittier. Until Dawn is a game that is being adapted into a movie that has actually nothing in common with the game at all. It's between these two for number 4, I would say. Oh man, but then I didn't even consider Woman in the Yard or Hurry Up Tomorrow. Oh wow, what a competitive year. Wow, this is a cutthroat. This is a chin scratcher indeed. I think I'm going to take Woman in the Yard out. Really bad movie, but it at least tried something at the end of the film to make it interesting. It fucking fell on its face. It was very flat. But they did attempt something at the end, which is more than I can say for these two at least. Oh man. Yeah, and as the title advertises, there was a woman in that yard. And that woman stayed in that fucking yard, I'll tell you what. So if you went there for a woman being in the yard, that kind of action, you get it in droves. I think I'm going to give it to Until Dawn. I think Until Dawn is the 4th worst film of the year. I think. No. Yeah. No. The Strangers Chapter 2 also has the gall to be a trilogy. There's a Strangers Chapter 3 coming. And there's something to that. It is probably going to be one of the worst trilogies. Like, statistically, one of the worst trilogies. The first one fucking super flopped, it's terrible. The second one super flopped, it's terrible. No doubt the third one will super flop and also be terrible. That's pretty special. Like, this is one really long, drawn-out hemorrhoid. Until Dawn is just one movie. I'll give it to Strangers Chapter 2. I'm locking it in. Strangers Chapter 2. You get a collective like 4.5 hours worth of irredeemable garbage. Strangers Chapter 2. Number 3 now. It's between Snow White and Hurry Up Tomorrow. One of these will escape without being on the top 5. Maybe as an honorable mention, they'll live on. Snow White, I really didn't like it all. I don't think it's the worst live action ever made, though. I think it's very bad, and at points unwatchably boring, but I don't think it's the worst Disney live action has done so far. I left the theater, though, because I didn't really feel like waiting till the end. I left with like 20-some minutes to go. Which has never really happened before. That's pretty special. Hurry Up Tomorrow, though, is basically just The Weeknd giving a very artsy concert. Which I can see why people that love The Weeknd might find things to like about it, because you basically just listen to his music and him brooding. Which they probably think is cool. In fact, I know exactly who this audience is. I know who this was made for. Was it made for me? Oh, I didn't even know it flopped. I guess even the audience it was made for didn't bother going to see it. Tough. This is competitive. Snow White or Hurry Up Tomorrow? The scene where he says, "Shut up," kills me every time. Hurry Up Tomorrow does have some iconic scenes with The Weeknd. Snow White has nothing. So maybe that's a point for Hurry Up Tomorrow to get out of number 3. Because I do remember more from Hurry Up Tomorrow than I do Snow White. Him being tied to the bed, having gasoline poured on him, and he starts singing a cappella. There are some good moments in there. Good, as in, like, silly, stupid. Yeah, maybe I'm going to give number 3 to Snow White. Because you can at least enjoy Hurry Up Tomorrow as a fun, bad movie. No one's ever going to turn this movie on again if they had the misfortune of watching it once. There's not a whole lot of enjoyment. I'm going to give number 3 to Snow White, honorable mention to Hurry Up Tomorrow. I think that makes the most sense. Number 2, it's Electric State. I knew going into this where Electric State would be. This movie super sucks, but the thing that really sets it apart from the rest is that it had a budget of $320 million, one of the most expensive films ever made, and I think very few people watched it, and those that did, like me, really were cursed with some very trash garbage. It's bad. I don't know where this $320 million went. Like, some of the visuals are fine, but it's not, like, mind-boggling. And it definitely didn't go to any writers, because this movie is just bad. Like, the whole narrative is bad. The only thing good about it is the world, and apparently it's because it's just borrowed directly from the book. Laundering scheme tier. It has to be money laundering, right? With a budget as bloated as this, it's gotta be to some extent money laundering. Russo Bros need to stick to superhero movies. Maybe. If this is the best they can deliver outside of the superhero genre, absolutely. Electric State is an astronomically bad adaptation of its source material. The author was so insulted he refused to have his name credited. Is that true? I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that they, like, bought the rights to do this. I didn't know that the author refused to be credited. But yeah, easily number 2 worst movie of the year. No doubt. And number 1, surprise to no one, it's War of the Worlds. This is a historically bad film. There's just actually nothing to like about it. But this is a movie you could kick back with your friends and have a good laugh with. This is a movie you can point and laugh at comfortably. Like, you won't be bored if you're watching this to shit on it. It gives you endless material to insult. All the Amazon product placement. To call it product placement is so underselling it. It's not product placement. The whole movie is about the product. A core component to the ending is the goofy boyfriend who's like, I work for Amazon and I actually fucking love it. Wait, Mr. Ice Cube, we have to get you this fucking thing. I forgot. I think it was a thumb drive. But you're too far away. Wait, Eureka! Amazon drones. I can fly an Amazon drone. So then you have an entire chase sequence of the Amazon drone avoiding alien spaceships. He's like, oh, Amazon drone. Yeah, but Amazon drone. Fuck. And then they like hack into that guy's phone to flip over the Amazon drone once he like turtles it. And it's all just about the Amazon drone program. Didn't they also use real war footage with aliens edited in? I read that. I didn't bother to dive too deeply, but I read they used actual conflict and then just basically photoshopped the aliens into it, which were fundamentally just Unity models, like Unity assets. God, it looked so terrible. Didn't the director go on record to say he didn't intend to promote Amazon? I didn't see that, but if he did, that's the biggest lie I've ever heard. That man's nose must have grown 50 sizes. That is some liar plants for hire right there. Amazon was a core part of the story. I watched the movie for the end credits. I forgot, what were the end credits? I remember he becomes a YouTuber. He becomes, what was the name of the hacker guy? I can't remember. Big Buster or something? I can't remember. Who were they chasing? Disruptor. That's what it was. Disruptor. We're all disruptors now. I get War of the Worlds is dog shit awful, but Charlie, nothing, and I mean nothing beats Fuck My Son for the worst movie of the year. About an elderly woman that finds her mutant son who can't get laid, a young woman. Where did you even find a movie called Fuck My Son? That can't be an actual real production. That has to be some shit you found on like an indie site. Like just a random spot promoting like student film garbage or something. What is that? It's on the Wikipedia page. No way, I'm gonna look it up right now. This feels like something I probably can't put on screen. I just googled "fuck my son." What a crazy thing to Google. American comedy horror film from Todd Rohal, based on the comic "Fuck My Son, A Tale of Terror." What is this? Premiered September 11th, 2025. September 11th for the premiere of this. Wow, huh? A box office performance of $33,000. What a smash hit. No, it can't be. I was reassured that AI data centers were good for people, good for all of us, the future of mankind. Investing trillions of dollars, selling out every piece of land in this country for AI data centers to help us. But now, I think the cracks are starting to show. I think the truth is starting to leak out, and, well, don't worry, BlackRock has solutions for that. Larry Fink made a really cool statement about how they're going to protect it from the domestic terrorists that might not want AI data centers, which I think is a really cool label to be slapping on normal, average working people that just don't want to see their energy bill skyrocket and their water get turned into fucking sludge soup. Oh, you fucking terrorist! What, you don't like the data center, do you? Well, welcome to the gulag. It's pretty unhinged, but I'll get to that in a moment. I want to show you something that I just learned about that I think is extremely alarming. This is so far the biggest public goat-seeing from the data center epidemic, where in Lake Tahoe, 50,000 residents have just been informed that in 2027, their energy provider is abandoning them to focus solely on the energy demands of the AI data centers in the area. Now, this probably doesn't come as a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention to what's been going on. All companies are finding ways to butt-fuck the normal person and focus entirely on suckling the bosom of AI. Not just for data centers, but let's take a look back about 5 months ago, which is like ancient history with the way everything's been moving, with Micron. You remember when Micron did one of these to all the normal consumers that relied on their RAM being one of only 3 big players in RAM production? Well, Micron, 5, maybe 6 months ago now, announced that they will be getting out of that sector entirely. Took every consumer's head and just put it in the toilet, giving them a nice swirly, saying, "Fuck you nerds, we've got AI now." Then threw on their sunglasses and never looked back. Which inevitably caused the big RAM crisis and the prices to skyrocket there because of now the impending RAM shortage that would be unfolding because, again, Micron was one of only 3 big RAM producers, and they just outright said, we will no longer be providing to the consumer market starting this year. So they did that because AI was more lucrative, and now you're seeing everything else go in that direction. And this is the first big example of just an energy company that 50,000 people rely on to live, just hitting that Harry Houdini vibe and vanishing on them, saying, don't really care about you plebeians, flesh and blood is cringe, AI is the future, we gotta go take care of AI. I mean, good luck out there though, maybe you'll find other power suppliers, but it won't be us. Bye-bye. NV Energy, the Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades, told Liberty Utilities, the small California company that services the region, that it will stop providing power after May 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers, as in, the energy supplier for the Lake Tahoe region is telling the utility company that it has less than a year to find another power source. Which shouldn't be a problem. They maybe just need to dig a few feet underground to find the fucking Tesseract, and maybe they can install that. Surely that won't be a huge issue. I imagine that'll be without hiccups. Doesn't this paint the most beautiful picture? It's always been abundantly clear companies don't give a fuck about you or anything, but now that companies see a way of cutting you out while still driving up their own profits, they are frothing at the mouth for it and jumping on board. They are abandoning ship on people because they don't need people anymore thanks to AI. So these data centers in this area are now the entire focus of NV Energy, and they are just saying, these 50,000 people, they can go kick rocks, pussy, good luck. And I imagine this will not be an isolated incident. This is something I've yapped about a lot. It's something that is very well known about data centers in particular for the energy demands. And as these companies get a lot of incentive to focus that energy on those data centers, they'll start to make the same decisions that we are seeing here from NV Energy, where they don't really need to supply energy to people. Ew, stinky people? Human beings? Oh! No. They can instead just focus entirely on AI data centers and making a fucking killing in the clams department through it. So they'll abandon people without a second thought. It doesn't matter to them. And I think we're going to continue to see this trend happening in places that are having this big push for AI data centers. Northern Nevada has become one of the fastest growing data center corridors in the country. Google, Apple, and Microsoft have either built or are planning facilities around the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center east of Reno. The Desert Research Institute, using data from NV Energy's 2024 Integrated Resource Plan, found that the 12 data center projects located overwhelmingly in northern Nevada could drive 5,900 megawatts of new demand by 2033. At a regional business event last fall, NV Energy's director of business development called the moment unprecedented, saying the company was eager to serve the new industrial load, but that it would not impact our existing customer base. Are you telling me he lied? He was too focused on the load. That load was too appealing. It felt too good, tasted too yummy, that he did indeed impact the existing customer base by outright telling them to go take a hike. Get out of here, dweebs, and then giving them a wedgie on the way out in order to solely focus the energy demands on the data centers. Come on. No, there's no way they lied. Ah, man, that's crazy. But Liberty's 49,000 California customers may have already been bearing the cost. Liberty Utilities generates about 25% of its power from solar facilities it owns in Nevada. The other 75% comes from NV Energy, and that source will no longer be supplied to the region by this time next year. It's like we don't exist, Danielle Hughes told Fortune. Hughes is a North Lake Tahoe resident, CEO of the nonprofit Tahoe Spark, and a supervisor within the California Energy Commission's Efficiency Division. And it's not like you don't exist. You literally don't exist to these companies. You are not even numbers on a page anymore, because now the numbers that they actually care about are whatever the AI data center numbers that they find are. This article also goes into how messy this kind of thing is and why it's an extremely tricky problem to solve, especially considering that their grid sits inside of NV Energy's balancing authority and they rely on their transmission lines, which they are no longer going to be having access to for these 50,000 residents that are being abandoned here. So the whole thing is extremely difficult to try and navigate, so even finding another power supplier isn't exactly easy and would also cost tons and tons of money. Building a direct connection to California's grid would require a new transmission line west over the Sierra, a project Liberty President Eric Schwartzrock said would cost hundreds of millions of dollars with significant land impacts, and also would lead to higher costs to these residents that have been abandoned. It's going to be passed down to them. So, no matter what happens next, them being completely, thrown to the dirt by NV Energy in favor of them supplying the power to data centers, no matter what happens next, if they do get an alternate power source player to come in to help them, it will most likely lead to a significant increase in their cost. Their bills are going to go up. So they're getting fucked no matter what happens. I recommend you read the entire article from Fortune if you're at all interested in the nuance and the inner workings of how this garbage is unfolding. There's like a back and forth here where NV Energy's like, oh, they knew this was coming and it's their fault for not being able to secure a new independent power supply, that kind of thing. It's been going on for a while. We've always said it's temporary. We've just extended our agreements for a while and they've been dragging their feet on replacing us, that kind of thing. There's really a lot to unpack here, and there is no regulatory oversight that can come in and help fix this, even though there are arguments being made that there should be something out there and protesting how this is even allowed to happen, how the power provider could just be like, actually, we're just going to focus on AI. The 50,000 residents that rely on our power to live, they're, who are they? I already forgot about them. Like, there's been a lot of arguments. There's a lot to it. So the article goes pretty in depth on it. As for what's next in the region, Liberty told customers that NV Energy will remain the transmission provider. The wires aren't going anywhere. So that's nice. They didn't just dig up the wires and throw them in a fucking landfill or something. So the question is, who's going to supply the electricity that flows over them and what that cost will be and whether the regulators can protect customers whose upstream grid sits outside California's usual planning structure. And they are right now shopping the bid replacement contract to anyone and everyone. They are really trying to find this next energy provider. There was a tad bit of optimism when it came to a short-term solution, but long-term is a lot more unstable and unknowable. And they close with this statement saying, we have no representation, it's resource extraction. It is 1000% resource extraction, and representation has proven in other regions across the country to not matter at all when it comes to these data centers. Let's take a look at Utah. The Kevin O'Leary clown show, his fucking circus, who, by the way, likes to continue LARPing as an American. He's not. He is a bald Canadian bitch ass. And yet he still comes over here and tries to preach about American values and why the data center is like the most patriotic thing you can do. Cringe, pathetic, worm demon. Anyway, in Utah, all of the people were voicing how much they didn't want it, the disdain. They would not support it. Please don't. Begging, groveling, do not let this data center project be approved. A 40,000 acre data center. The largest imaginable. Like genuinely, I cannot even fathom something that big. A 40,000 acre data center is fucking diabolical. And the geriatric fossils that were approving this project, who are supposed to be representing the people in the community, outright said, one of them verbatim said, for hell's sake, grow up. A crazy statement, and I do believe they are fighting for hell. They are demons on the side of Satan. So like these fucking octogenarians, in the face of all the community that went out there, and there was a huge number of people yelling, screaming, begging, stop, don't do it, don't, no data centers. In front of all of them, they insulted the people, berated them, and then went into their own private room to get away from all the riffraff, all the hustle and bustle and hoopla, so that way they could unanimously push it through to greenlight the 40,000 acre data center. That goes in the face of all of the people that they are supposed to be representing the interests of. So it's pretty clear that even having representation of like the will of the people does not matter. These data centers are being built and brute forced through because most likely all of these politicians and the people in power in these communities are getting a nice little chunk of change for it, some real strong incentives, and they don't care about the people. And there's no consequences. There are literally no consequences anymore across the board. You can lie, you can scam, you can fraud, all of this, and there is nothing that happens. Nothing at all. So they feel very emboldened to just blatantly, openly be corrupt, and that's what's happening. So these data centers, they are coming. They're showing no signs of slowing down. It's extremely concerning. It's extremely infuriating. And BlackRock is already planning for people to feel like forced into a corner and doing something drastic, like maybe trying to destroy a data center.
And the need for rebuilding the GCC region, to rebuild it so that it's going to be in a position where it's not going to be obstructed by drone warfare. So many more things are going to have to be underground. But even here in the United States, if we're going to be building, let's say, these 1 gigawatt data centers, how do we make sure we're not protecting those $50 billion, $75 billion investments? We have to relook at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone.
These slimy husks, these zombies are getting so comfortable calling anyone that goes against the corporations selling out of this country and their land terrorists. Oh, you don't support the companies coming in here with 3,100 data centers springing up in your communities, driving up your energy bills, ruining your water, polluting your community? Oh, that must make you a domestic terrorist, Buster. Or at the very least, you might have some ideas that are adjacent to domestic terrorism. A little bit of thought crime, perhaps? You don't like the data centers, Well, let's go ahead and check the surveillance data we've gathered on you through these data centers and see what we've got. This is Larry Fink of BlackRock. BlackRock is a huge player in the data center boom, and now he's openly talking about, well, how do we protect these multi-billion-dollar investments and the trillions of dollars that might need to be spent in order to secure them? Because what if a domestic terrorist starts using drone warfare on them? So it seems like there's a recognition from people like Larry Fink, these fucking zombies at the top of the food chain, that people are feeling backed into a corner. Everything in their life is getting more expensive, and data centers are only continuing to accelerate that issue. And the normal lies are no longer landing because the information's already out there. There are operational data centers that have been running for a while, so we know the bills go up in the communities that they infest. And we know they only provide temp jobs during construction. They don't actually supply any kind of economic boon to the normal working people of those communities through employment. The biggest data center in this country only has roughly 150 full-time employees. The smaller data centers or the normal-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees full-time. So this is not providing jobs or anything to Americans in any capacity. So the lies don't work. People are getting face-fucked by this. These corporations are fully selling out everyone and everything in this country. And they're realizing that they don't actually even need people to make money anymore. So they're even getting rid of people, like NV Energy abandoning 50,000 of the residents that rely on their power to live. And Larry Fink is now talking about what they're going to do to defend these data centers from someone who might be very desperate and trying to, destroy a data center on their own in order to, survive in the community or help people in the community live. So he's already okay, we've got measures in place, maybe underground or, maybe who knows. But we're thinking about it. We've got countermeasures. Don't worry. We're protecting these billion and trillion dollar investments. It's fucking terrifying. And he's also being very upfront about they're going to control all the data centers. Great. If you're on the side of BlackRock, you're on the bad guy's side, by the way. To the people that for some reason still mindlessly try and support data centers because they love to swallow that corporate cock and believe all their lies. This is the lowest of the low if you're now just pumping your fist for BlackRock of all things.
So all of these things are actually opportunities, not problems. It's going to require, as we said, trillions of dollars of capital. Governments cannot build these out alone. They don't have the wherewithal. And two, their deficits are started to be mounting. And we spend too little time talking about the U.S. deficits and other countries' deficits. So this is all going to be the role of private sector.
Oh, thank goodness. I feel much more comfortable knowing that the future's in the hands of people like Larry Fink and BlackRock. Isn't that good news? Yeah, so anyway, had to yap about this shit. It is so fucking out of control. It is so blatantly corrupt. It is genuinely terrifying. Anyway, just wanted to put that all on your radar there. That's really about it. So, yep. A couple nights ago on stream, I was ranting about a topic, and now I want to rant about it again, but this time in a video, more deeply. Some of you might have seen this. Fist of the North Star just got a new anime adaptation announced. Fist of the North Star is one of the most beloved classics of all time, and in a lot of ways inspired tons of the anime that many of you watching this might really enjoy. Without Fist of the North Star coming in there raw and no rubber, a lot of this anime that has been blowing up in recent years may not have ever existed. I may not have ever existed. Maybe no Fist of the North Star, no Charles White. Who's really to say with the butterfly effect? And by all accounts, a new Fist of the North Star adaptation in this day and age where so much high quality animation is being done, the anime industry has never been bigger. it should be a slam dunk. Like, this should be the easiest buckets of all time, but take a look at this trailer. Let's see what kind of disgusting garbage they served up on the plate.
暴力が支配するんだ。
お前はもう死んでいる。
Yep, the ugliest looking CG you can possibly find. It's just downright disrespectful to Fist of the North Star. Fucking Marvel Rivals porn is more respectful to the IP than this abomination. It is revolting to look at. It is very clearly the cheapest option. Half of the shots in the trailer don't even have backgrounds. It's like they're just fighting in the void Squidward goes to be alone. Like, that'd be fine for, like, a stylistic shot for a fight, but, like, so many of the action scenes, they don't even have backgrounds, I imagine as a means of saving money on the budget. Now, I'm gonna take a brief pause to thank the sponsor for the video. Big thanks to Mecha Break for sponsoring this video. Mecha Break is a high-speed, high-octane, action-packed third-person mech shooter that's free to play, has multiple game modes such as 6v6 hero shooter, a 3v3 deathmatch, and Mash Mac, which is Mecha Break's unique take on the extraction genre. You can choose from 13 distinct mechs, or strikers as they're called in-game, each with unique playstyles like Brawler, Sniper, and Support. You can customize your pilot and mech to explore an interactive space station hub and dive into dynamic large-scale battles. Many of you remember the beta from a few months ago, and now that the game is finally here, there have been some huge upgrades to make it a more refined and deeper experience. So you can download Mecha Break right now for free on Steam or on the Xbox console storefront. Once again, big thanks to Mecha Break for sponsoring. Now, as I was saying, it's not good looking. This kind of animation just reminds me of colliding action figures into each other. It doesn't really do much. It's just really boring and awful looking. This obviously wasn't very exciting for most fans of Fist of the North Star, and immediately drew parallels to the infamous 2016 Berserk anime adaptation. That is probably one of the most hated anime in recent times, because Berserk is one of the most beloved classics, of course, again, and it got treated in a similar way that Fist of the North Star seems to be, where it got a CG anime adaptation that nobody liked.
Berserk 2016 is the most visually offensive thing I've ever had the misfortune of looking at. It's so bad, even ISIS wouldn't claim responsibility for it. But don't worry, I'm going to break it down piece by piece in this in-depth analysis at why this anime is fucking garbage. We'll start this off with the key and most important point for everyone to understand. Everything is wrong.
I mean it, there's not a soul on the planet that can watch this without getting the need to vomit. Just look how ugly it is! Who is this even made for? I don't understand. Fans of Berserk, and by extension now Fist of the North Star, are not going to want to see one of their favorite properties look this bad. I don't think there's a soul on this planet that enjoys this style of animation. It is just unanimously spit upon. Fucking the meme of Mario goatseeing himself is more visually appealing than this. And I'm not here to say all CG anime is bad, because that's just not true. Trigun recently got a CG anime that did look good and was very solid. Most people were pretty happy with it, as I understand it. I thought it was good. Not all CG anime is dog shit, but this is. The Berserk 2016 quality animation, which seems to be what Fist of the North Star is directly using. It feels like they almost asset flipped Berserk 2016 and slapped Fist of the North Star skin on it. That is an objectively bad style. It looks cheap. Most of it's even like still images. Berserk 2016 tried to blend 2D with 3D, so it was constantly conflicting as well. Like, it was just this fucking dichotomy of disaster. I don't know if Fist of the North Star is going to follow that. All we've seen is CG, but it doesn't look good. It is that same really low quality looking style that just, it is just awful. And it's even more nonsensical because it's not like these are just throwaway names that no one's ever heard of, obscure titles. Berserk and Fist of the North Star are extremely influential properties. I don't know why they get this treatment, especially considering how big the anime industry is now. It is huge. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. And some of the most, nothing burger anime are getting beautiful adaptations. You'll have shit come out of nowhere that no one's ever heard of with ridiculous titles like, I was bullied in high school but then magically whisked away to a medieval MMO where everyone's made out of candy, and I learned that my 10th grade English professor had a fart deficiency. And then you'll watch the trailer for it, and it looks like a fucking Demon Slayer level movie. Like, the animation is that crisp with all the bells and whistles for something nobody gives a shit about and no one's ever heard of. Meanwhile, Fist of the North Star gets this treatment. It gets the shaft. It is incomprehensible to me. What are your thoughts on the CGI trailer for the new Fist of the North Star remake? Everyone's saying it's going to be like Berserk 2016 all over again. I've actually got the hottest take on that. I saw the trailer. And I'm gonna be real brave and say it's gonna be worse than Berserk 2016. It is so insulting how they keep disrespecting the classics with this style. Like, look at how ugly that is. I saw a tweet. A buddy of mine sent me a tweet that said, anime studios, when they're tasked with adapting The Summer My Boyfriend Turned Into a Pencil Eraser I Shoved Up My Ass, and it's like the most beautiful animation you've ever seen. And then anime studios, when they're tasked for adapting the most beloved classics ever, and then it's this dog shit. And that is super true. There's just no excuse for why Fist of the North Star gets this. Especially after the reception to Berserk 2016, and this looks just as bad, if not worse. Meanwhile, that rooster fighting anime gets shitty CG that somehow looks way better than this. Okay, hey, let's not get carried away. That rooster anime looks amazing. And yeah, it actually does look better than Fist of the North Star, animation-wise. Yeah, but that one's gonna go nuts. And it looks significantly better than Fist of the North Star. And, I just don't get it. I don't know why they won't give these beloved anime the respect they deserve. Again, I want to reiterate, I'm not saying that CG anime is just doomed to failure, it's always going to be terrible, because there are examples where that's not the case. I already mentioned Trigun. But this, what you are seeing with Fist of the North Star, is not the Trigun level CG anime. This is just... I don't even know the right word for it, because I don't think it's, super cheap. It's definitely cheaper than all the alternatives, but there's no way that it is, pennies to produce. This is probably still multiple millions worth of production. What is even the point in making something that looks like this? Just don't do it at all. Just save those millions of dollars, because this is just worse than having nothing new for Fist of the North Star. This doesn't get anyone excited. All it does is anger fans of the property. It's not going to bring in anyone new, because I highly doubt there's a lot of people out there that are going to see maybe one episode of this and really resonate with it and just get invested, fucking engulfed in the universe because of how ugly and lazy this looks. It's not appealing, especially compared to all of the extremely high quality anime that are coming out all the time now. It is stacked. This has no chance with this style here, so why are you even bothering? Either do it right or just don't do it at all. I don't know how that wasn't a lesson they learned back in 2016 with that Berserk animation that completely flopped, and now Berserk hasn't been touched in the anime world since. This really should have been obvious, but I guess it wasn't. And now, unfortunately, another beloved classic is experiencing the same shit here. It's crazy to me that it's happening again. I really don't know who this is for. I don't think there's anyone out there that likes this style, so why the fuck is it still being made? I don't get it. That's really about it. So yeah. Today's such a special day, I even dusted off the bucket hat for it. It's High Guard release day. I imagine you probably already called in sick for work in order to take as much time as possible to enjoy this game that everyone in the world had been salivating for since it was revealed at the very end of the Game Awards. Since then, it's been quite a question mark with High Guard because they got the prime spot in the Game Awards out of nowhere, a game no one was expecting, and a genre most people weren't exactly super excited for these days. Most people perceived it to be a hero shooter, myself included, because in the footage they showed it looked like it was some type of hero shooter. Most often compared to Concord, it wasn't a great trailer, and the position that it was placed in at the Game Awards made things even worse. They also then went radio silent for over a month up until like a day or two ago, where they finally broke the silence saying that the game is still coming out as advertised, and then finally started, speaking up about it. The game came out today, and it's very clear that this is not a Concord level failure or anything. It had an all-time peak of just under 100,000 players, which Concord couldn't have even imagined in their wildest dreams. That game didn't even get to like 1,000, and it died in 2 weeks. It barely lasted longer than a poop left in a gas station toilet. So this blew it out of the water in terms of player count. And I think a large part of that success is because the game is free to play, whereas Concord was a $40 paywall. So even people that weren't exactly hyped about High Guard, they were at least willing to give it a spin, at least give it a chance. Kind of. There were some people that literally logged into the game and said this is the biggest pile of dog shit ever, 0 out of 10, throw it in the trash bin. Without ever even like playing a match, or maybe they did the training and then just said, nope, this is terrible, I quit. I spit on this garbage. Which, whatever, I'm not your fucking dad. If that's how you want to interact with games, all power to you, man. Pretty much the second this puppy popped out of the oven here, people flocked to Steam to leave scathing reviews on it and post their, like, jokes and memes about how fucking trash it is without ever even loading into a single match. Right now it's sitting at mostly negative. And of course not all of that is from people just looking to dunk on it because of the whole Game Awards fiasco. There are plenty of things to dislike about it so far with my experience. For me, I always like to give things a fair shake, so I actually played it a little earlier today with Matt and Danny. I have a video up on Moist Critical Gaming if you want to see how our first match went. And I want to give you like my early thoughts here. I'm going to stream more of it tonight. Real quick though, I want to interrupt to briefly mention something that I've been pretty hyped for. Starforge just partnered with Ducky and Jagex to deliver a very special RuneScape keyboard for the 25th anniversary. All of you know I'm a huge RuneScape enthusiast, a super fan, so I was just pretty pumped about this, so wanted to put it on your radar. If anyone out there also loves RuneScape and is looking for a new keyboard upgrade, pre-orders are available now at Starforge. So anyway, back to High Guard. Overall, the game is just, it's fine. Like, I don't think it's nearly as terrible as people are making it out to be. Like, this is one of the worst FPS games of all time or something. It's just not even close, really. It's just very generic. And not in terms of, like, the actual gameplay mechanics, because they actually do try something different. It's not a hero shooter. It's not a battle royale. It's a 3v3 raid skirmish. I don't even know what to really call it, where you have a prep phase where you reinforce things a la Rainbow Six Siege, except the reinforcements here are fucking worthless. Like, basically, you take paper walls and you put plastic on top of it. That's your reinforcement. You can still easily get through these reinforced walls. To me, it just feels like the prepping to defense is kind of useless. It doesn't really stop much, at least not so far in my experience. But you have this phase to prep like that. Then you have a resource gathering phase where you gear up. So you go out in the world and you do some fucking Fortnite mining for materials, which you can spend at the trader for weapons and armor. And you can also find loot out there for armor or, other weapons or even like ability cooldown type stuff. Then after that, then you have the sword part, the shield breaker, where you and the other team will then fight to get the shield breaker. Whoever gets the shield breaker takes it to the other team's base, and then the raid begins, and what you want to do is plant bombs to blow up their base. Rinse and repeat. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of different things put into this mode, and I don't dislike it, but it feels like some of it's entirely worthless. Like I mentioned, that prepping phase to like reinforce certain walls around the points. Like, in theory, that's a decent idea, like in Siege, but here, at least in my limited experience so far, the reinforcing just doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, again, it feels like you're just reinforcing a wall with like some fucking saran wrap. Like, it doesn't juice it that much. What you use to blow up walls when they're not reinforced, you will still use to blow them up when they are, with pretty much a very close level of success. So that feels like they could maybe do with an overhaul. The gearing phase also feels a little not super great, because as the rounds progress, like as the game goes forward, you can just buy what you want from the trader. So you mainly just collecting the crystals is the more important part than trying to like hunt for random loot. And it seems like you all end up getting geared to the same level anyway by the end. So those two things I don't think are amazing, but at least the horse makes this game feel faster than I thought it would be. I was under the impression this would be like Concord level molasses that you're playing through, where every character just moves at a fucking glacial pace. And then when I found out it's 3v3, I thought for sure this was going to be a snooze fest. But thanks to like having a mount, you're able to get around pretty quick, so you're able to go from fight to fight. And during the actual raiding, you do respawn pretty quick, reviving is pretty quick, so it does feel much faster than I thought it would. Movement is still pretty slow, like there's not a whole lot of like crazy movement tech that I've seen yet. I've tried like bunny hopping to a certain level and that kind of works, so maybe there's just more unexplored tech there, but base movement is pretty slow. And the big thing is the gunplay. This has been a contentious one because there's a lot of people that fucking hate it and some people that really like it. I think that it's solid. I actually thought the gunplay was pretty solid. I enjoyed it more than I expected to. It's not the tightest. It feels like aiming sometimes fights against you because it's somewhat floaty, but overall, the guns did feel good. Like, getting into a fight did feel enjoyable. Like, I don't think the gunplay is trash like a lot of people are saying. The big thing with gunplay, though, that holds it back is that there are certain things that this game is missing, which is why I'm saying that it feels kind of generic when it comes to its gameplay. Like, it has decent bones, but it's very bland. So because it's missing a lot of the flavor from some better shooters out there, this one just feels lackluster in comparison. But overall, I do think the shooting is just fine. Like, I have no issues with the gunplay. Some of the abilities are cool too, I suppose. I haven't seen all of them, but the ones I've toyed around with seem pretty solid. Really, at the end of our gaming session, the consensus Matt, Danny, and I drew was that was more enjoyable than we expected going into it, though it's probably a game none of us are going to get like super into. Like I said, I'm going to stream more tonight, so we'll see if maybe I end up falling in love with it somehow, some way. But for what I've experienced thus far, it's fine. Like, it's just a fine game. There's nothing like particularly special about it, but it's definitely not like a really bad game that people are saying that it is. I really think Jeff Keighley fucked him. Like, actually went in there and face fucked him by putting Highguard at the very end of the Game Awards, where apparently, based on a lot of like articles and stuff that have come out and talked about it, they didn't even want to be there. Like, they didn't want that slot or anything. Jeff Keighley just felt so strongly about it that he made the decision to put him there. I don't know if all of that's confirmed or not, but regardless, what is true is that their place at the end of the Game Awards, the most important slot in the most watched event for gaming, went to Highguard, which puts a huge level of expectations on this product, and it puts so many eyes on it. So people were expecting something like really impressive, and this game isn't. Like, it's fine. Like I said, like, there is some fun to be had there, but it's not like a game I can really see people like dedicating their lives to as like, this is my comfort shooter now. I do think that there, like I said, are decent bones here, so if they do decide to build upon it, flesh it out, add more to it, improve certain things, and start to really, spruce it up a bit, maybe it could get to that point, but as it stands right now, not really in that state. And by being in that position at the Game Awards, it really did hamper them. It was a huge detriment, because if this game was just shadow dropped or something, like if this game just like randomly came out today, like, hey, from some of the creators of some of your favorite shooters like Titanfall, we have this new studio and we've been working on this game and we want to share it with all of you today. Come give it a try. Let us know what you think as the game evolves. I think people will be a lot more receptive to it and a lot more enthusiastic about like maybe seeing this game improve down the line. But because it had so much hype at the Game Awards, people went in expecting something that this is just not really delivering on at the moment. Anyway, though, I just wanted to give you my thoughts on the game so far from the little bits that I've played, and I'm very curious to see how Highguard shakes out down the line. They already put like a 1-year roadmap out there, so it seems like they're pretty committed to it. I guess we'll see. But it did have a much more successful launch than Concord, so that's great. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, you know what this is? You familiar with this expression? That's my fightin' face, looking like Sirius Black on the Azkaban posters. I stumbled across something that actually just immediately pet my peeve. It is a head scratcher. It comes from Dexerto. It's an Instagram post. I saw this myself. For some reason, the algorithm fed this to me directly. Just to try and salty up my cheeks, I guess. I don't really use Instagram. The only time I go on there is to post pictures of me with my horses or chickens and whatever from the farm, or petting my goose, that kind of thing. So I went on Instagram briefly, and the first thing I saw was this. I didn't do any scrolling or the For You or anything. Just the first thing when I opened Instagram was this. YouTuber Moist Critical weighs in on why The Boys Season 5 has been a success so far. What? Pardon? Excuse me? I said that? What, is there like a Tyler Durden situation going on here? Like, I'm sleepwalking and saying shit like that? What? Me? I didn't do that. Not even getting into the rest of the caption yet. Just that headline alone, I didn't do that. I made a video last night, which is just me yapping about something that stream keeps bringing up, which is, what do I think about The Boys Season 5? There's only 3 episodes left, we're approaching the finish line, and in my take, I was going over why I think this is its weakest season so far. So, like, I don't know if Dexerto just didn't watch it and just asked Grok to put me in a bikini and then summarize what I said, and it got it all wrong and gave me, like, double D melons or something. Like, I don't know how Dexerto could have even come up with this. Like, they are just putting a wiener in my mouth that was never there. Like, I don't hate The Boys Season 5 or anything, but, you know, here, I'll just play you a couple of clips from it, and you tell me how the fuck Dexerto was able to reach this conclusion for their post. I think the first season is when the show was at its best, because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a supe, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. Some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like, Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. All of that is in the very beginning of the video. It's impossible to miss unless you just miss the video itself and are just pulling things out of your butthole based on a fucking wet dream you had or something. Like, I don't hate the final season of The Boys so far or anything, but it's a far cry from the way Dexerto is posting this headline about it where, you know, I'm saying I failed the Try Not to Come challenge because season 5 is so good and I'm singing its praises and explaining why it's so successful. Now let's go back and look at the caption. Moist Critical recently praised the success of The Boys Season 5, highlighting how the series has managed to maintain momentum 5 seasons in, pointing to its balance of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth as reasons for its staying power. This butt is ass, bro. What? This has to be AI generated. I mean that genuinely. I didn't say any of that in the video I made yapping on this topic last night. I didn't have a whole spiel about like, The Boys has maintained its relevancy and its momentum even 5 seasons in thanks to the brave tiptoeing act, the balancing act of dancing on the line of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth. That's the reason for its staying power. I never even talked about anything of the sort. He acknowledged that certain episodes felt padded, but argued that the overall narrative still hits hard, with standout performances and bold storytelling choices that make this season one of Prime Video's biggest wins. I actually don't know where any of this is coming from. Whoever wrote this may have just been on ayahuasca and they fucking hallucinated this or something coming out of my mouth. I didn't fart out any of this that they're saying here. At all. You can go watch the video for yourself. That never left my lips. What I did, however, dig my heels into the sand on is what I believe to be delusional take that this final season is all filler. It's not. I do think that this is like the worst pacing The Boys has had. That I completely agree with, but I totally disagree that it's all filler. Because even the things that people point to, like Terror's little brief adventure, his little side quest where it's the banging the Homelander toy, even that little bit contributes to the overall plot in a meaningful way. So Terror banging Homelander culminates with us seeing the fallout of the Boys group through the dog's eyes. It's very quirky, it's zany, and I don't love that. I actually really don't like that they did this angle to show it, but it's not filler. You are getting important information about what's happening with the group, and most importantly, what's happening with Butcher. Because one of the core things that's been being explored is the lack of humanity in Butcher. And how, now that he's completely just forsaken his humanity, he's basically just a fucking shell. He's a husk. And it's something Huey points out a lot. But in this Terror, like through Terror's eyes, as we go through this, we see him care for this dog and want to save it when he consumes chocolate and panics and worries about the dog. And that lets Huey know, that lets Huey see that there's still that human side of Butcher. And that is important to the plot. Seeing what's happening with the group is important. And it's very important seeing where Butcher is mentally, like where his character is. Is there humanity left? And through that, we know that there is at least a glimmer of it still there, a little spark. So it's important, even something as dumb as that. Like I said, I don't love that that's how they convey that information. I think it's kind of shitty. Like, I didn't love the way they did it, but it's not filler. Like, again, I agree with the complaint of pacing being a problem, but none of this is filler so far. People were even pointing at the Firecracker storyline as being filler, when that is the most important one they've explored so far. Fleshing out her deeper turmoil and her motivation, how she is at this, like, internal struggle about God and Homelander, and then they bring in her pastor who basically raised her. This is a very important struggle that we get to see that ultimately culminates with her having to decide between Homelander or God, her faith that has gotten her to this point. And she ultimately chooses to forsake God, throwing away the Jesus figure, and then shortly after, dying after choosing Homelander over God. All of that was very important to see. It's not filler. So that I will lat spread on and fight because I disagree entirely that it's filler. There has been padding. I do think there's a bit of bloat, and I think they're focusing on some things that they don't need to for way too long, so it drags a bit. But it hasn't been filler. I think that complaint is misplaced. And I actually think they've done a good job with Firecracker. I think they did a really good job with her entire character arc. And I do think it's odd how now all of a sudden no one wants to sit and learn about the characters anymore. They just want like action figures colliding for action and violence and gore. Now for some reason no one wants to sit and actually learn about the world or the characters in it that we've spent so many years with now. It's very odd. Because it's not like the boys had ever shied away from giving you like information on these characters and fleshing out like what's going on in their personal lives and how it relates to the overarching plot. They've done that plenty of times in the past, but now all of a sudden it's an issue. And I do think, like, the way that this should be framed is that for a final season, they've been extremely slow for the most part. So the expectation was everything's bubbling over, now it's going to be fucking chaos and, you know, just ass cheeks flying all over the place, whatever. Like, I could understand that complaint. Because for a final season, it really does feel like we are not in the end game. It feels like they are making this with still like the thought that they have 12 episodes left to go, when really there's only 3. So I don't see a world where this wraps up in a satisfying conclusion, because even with 3 episodes left, I feel like we're not even close to getting there. Because they have spent so much time on other things, probably for too long. But I just completely disagree that it's filler. All of it has contributed to the plot and pushing it forward. Granted, I don't always agree with the ways that they're doing it, like with the Terror plotline, but it's not filler. That's the only thing that I've been fighting for in regards to The Boys Season 5. But I agree that this has not been an amazing final season. So I don't know why this headline has popped up here. They didn't even watch the video, and the things they said that I was praising and commending, that wasn't in the video. I think they did a good job with A-Train in this season. I think they did a good job with Firecracker. And of course, Anthony Starr's Homelander is still always kind of a home run, so I think Homelander's been pretty strong too. But even then, I had a complaint there because Homelander feels much stupider now than he ever has been before, and they've randomly introduced some new weaknesses like Malchemical coming out, who's just an alcoholic gooner whose breath can knock him out instantly. That's a crazy powerful thing to just come out of nowhere with. So, like, I've had even complaints there, too. I don't know why this headline is saying the things it says about my take on The Boys Season 5. Especially that little nugget they drop in there about how I was giving flowers to their bold story choices. What? Another thing I complained about in that video that they're referencing is one of the story choices they made that I really think almost ruined the entire character with Kimiko. Kimiko being able to speak, I think, is such a strong decision, and it's something they gradually built up to for years across multiple seasons. And now having her speak, I think, is a good choice, but what they've done is they've wiped their ass with it by having her only talk in porn and Zoomer slang, just fucking Gen Z slang from TikTok, which they even point out in a moment of self-awareness, but then they just lean into it and go whole hog, and that's all she ever says now. So they took a character who was emotionally very deep and strong, and now they've reduced her to very one-dimensional, just regurgitating porn and Gen Z memes and slang. Like, that's very disappointing, and I think it's a disservice to the character that they spent so long building. So I haven't been praising a lot of their choices that they've made. I don't know where that's coming from Dexerto. And by far the most confusing thing about all of this, why is it even a post in the first place? Who gives a fuck? Even if I was just meat swallowing The Boys season 5, why is that even worth like a pseudo article, I guess, or the Instagram post? What is the purpose? It's like there's literally nothing there at all. I don't understand. Like, Dexerto's done like some decent reporting in recent times, like more so than they had in the past where they were just grabbing fucking clips from Livestream Fail. Like, they have been at least diving more into some of like the more modern stories they've covered. But why do they also have to do this shit too? Why can't they just stick to like the decent stuff? This doesn't make sense to me, and I'm very confident that this is an AI piece that they've made. I don't think there is a single human being that will have watched that video I made yapping about The Boys and walked away with this impression and this summary. It's very peculiar. I had to talk about it a bit. It was so weird. That's really about it. So yeah. This is far from a new phenomenon, but it's just extremely common where people will immediately pass judgment on something based purely on just what the headline says. If it's only 10 words, that's the only 10 words they need to see in order for them to form their full opinion on it without knowing even a single iota of detail around it. And today, a buddy of mine sent me this. And before I read the headline, I thought that picture there was just McLovin playing a new character or something. Then I read the headline, pet owner forced driver who killed his dog to dig dog's grave at gunpoint. I should shoot for it. And my friend sent this to me saying that it is sad that this guy is about to go to the slammer for a long time for this, most likely. Basically just sympathizing and saying that, pets are members of the family, so his reaction is, understandable. Hopefully he doesn't, have his whole life ruined because of this negligent driver who hit and killed his dog. It's entirely, the driver's fault. And I have dogs. I love dogs. I've grown up with pets my whole life. I do treat them like members of the family. So it's easy to see a headline like this and get emotionally invested in it. And I saw a lot of YouTubers and stuff commented on it saying, based, he's done nothing wrong. Free this man right now. This is super rational and justifiable. So naturally I did what I thought was normal as the next step, reading the story. Because I thought with so many people commenting on it with such strong condemnation of the driver and support for Alberto Joshua Hernandez, this must be a pretty clear, open and shut case of the driver being fully in the wrong here. This guy must have just been like a lunatic flying down the road. He ramps himself off of a parked tow truck, Dukes of Hazzard style, and just flies in like a fucking missile and blasts this man's beloved pet on the sidewalk. But that's not the case at all. It's extremely clear after learning more about what actually happened here that everyone who's commented showing support for Alberto didn't bother to read beyond the headline, because this guy's a fucking psychopath.
Police documents say that he forced the victim to dig a grave, withdraw money from an ATM to compensate him, and reveal a home address. Now, according to an arrest document obtained by our team here at KLTV and KTRE through an open records request, the victim went to police station for a voluntary interview.
Not going to play too much from the news coverage of it because, again, I recently just had a big hoopla for showing a news clip. So I'll just show this very brief section. But the driver had been driving home. He had hit the animal. He then pulled over and he then like even tried to like fix his bumper, but after hitting the animal, he stopped, he pulled over, and pretty soon after, that's when Alberto arrived in his truck, which leads me to believe the dog was not leashed or anything. It doesn't seem like he was walking the dog and it got away from him or anything. Like, that's not how it reads here. Seems like the dog was completely unattended, just roaming free on the road willy-nilly. Alberto arrived pretty soon after the hit, it seems, and pulls the gun on the driver and then orders him to carry the dog's body to his backyard. He takes his phone and everything, his keys, so that way there's no chance for him to like escape or wiggle his way out of it. He then digs that grave. Alberto goes inside, grabs another gun, and then forces the driver to take both of them to an ATM to withdraw money to compensate for the dog. Alberto, after receiving the money from the driver after going to the ATM, then takes a picture of his driver's license and warns him that he might be hearing from him again for more compensation if he feels it wasn't enough. And then the driver goes to the police, and that brings us to this story. So, here's a nice little, like, write-up on it, the bullet points here from a Twitter user who broke it all down. To me, this sounds like a guy who found a convenient excuse to rob somebody. I don't see how anyone could make a sound argument that his robbing the guy and then threatening to rob him at a later date after getting all of his information is in line with like a justifiable response to what seems to be purely an accident, where a dog that was not attended by Alberto or Alberto's mother, completely off-leash on its own, running out in the road. Like, I don't see how anyone could say that Alberto's reaction to that is rational. He's either a dog shit pet owner who just lets his animals roam around freely, or the dog unfortunately got out from the backyard or the front door or something and then ran off unattended into the road. And that kind of thing fucking sucks, but it is an accident. It doesn't sound like the driver is doing anything like malicious or evil. It's not like the driver just drove off after hitting the dog like he didn't have a care in the world. He just puts it pedal to the metal like, yeah, celebrating, I just killed that dog, 2 thumbs up, whoopee, or anything like that. The driver did pull over. After hitting the animal, he pulled over, he got out, apparently even tinkered with his bumper. And then, I do think the timing is interesting, how Alberto just happens to pull up at the scene here, pretty soon after the animal got hit. That's so odd to me. Now, another person that happened to arrive at the scene was the mother. According to the news report, the mom also arrived there and witnessed her son with the AR.
The two then drove back, and the affidavit goes on to say that the victim's mother had come to the scene and parked near the victim's vehicle. She saw Hernandez with his rifle, according to documents. Police say that the video from the ATM shows the victim withdrawing the money and then handing it to a passenger who was holding a gun.
Something seems very fishy here to me. Now, it seems like they were still close to the residence here, considering that the driver was ordered to carry the dog back, so that leads me to believe he walked the dog's body to the house. So, if that's the case, why is Alberto just hanging out in the truck watching the dog run around freely? It'd be crazy timing, a crazy coinkydink if he just happened to pull up right after the dog got hit near the house. There's just something about the timing in all of this and the way that he handled it after the fact, where he literally robs the fucking guy at gunpoint and then threatens to come back at a later date to take more money, that just paints a very different picture than a dog owner who's just overcome with like grief and trauma after his dog got hit, that he now pulls a gun and asks the guy to dig a grave. It's very different when you get the whole scope of what actually happened here. And you know what? I'm just gonna let it rip. I'm going to be honest and say what I thought when I finished learning about all of this. It almost sounds like it was a setup. It almost sounds like this was by design here. That Alberto would let the dog run around freely here, staying close by, so that way if someone did hit the animal, it makes it very easy for them to kind of swoop in and immediately capitalize off of the person who's probably already shaken up about hitting a fucking dog, and then put a gun in their face and start demanding money, this and that. Like, I think there is definitely that possibility. I'm gonna be honest. That's how it kind of read to me after I learned more about how this happened after the headlines painted as this dog owner pulled a gun after this traumatic incident. It's definitely a little different once you hear more about it. But the crazy thing is, even the people that do get the full context, because I saw, like, even that comment there that broke it all down, people under that were like, he's definitely in the right, doing the clapping emoji. Ah, so he's innocent. Good. People just so willing to excuse kidnapping robbery at gunpoint, and the threat of more robberies in the future, all because, at best, this was an accident where the dog got away and unfortunately ran out in the middle of the road that a driver couldn't stop in time and unfortunately hit. But again, there's no evidence to suggest the driver was doing anything malicious. No evidence that he was impaired, not paying attention, or driving recklessly, anything like that. Pulled over, everything. But at worst, I think this could be legitimately like a setup from Alberto, or he's just a dog shit pet owner who lets his animals roam around unleashed. That is also on the table too, because that's becoming very common where people don't leash their pets, and then it's everyone else's fault if something happens. I just find that perspective of people still okay with his response to this, you know, robbing him at gunpoint and then threatening to rob him more in the future after taking a picture of his driver's license so he got all of the personal information on the guy so he could go back at a later date and steal more. I find people that think that's okay and rational to just be scarily deluded. Just so disconnected from reality. I love dogs, and I would do anything for my pets, and if something happened to them, I would be beyond angry. But if something happened to them because of my own negligence, like if one of my dogs somehow got out and ran in the road and got hit, I would be more angry at myself than the driver in that case. Assuming, of course, the driver wasn't, you know, like impaired or doing something like reckless and wrong, you know? That is on me. And the literal last thing going through my noodle there is robbery. Like, how am I going to now rob this person? How am I going to get them to take me to an ATM so they can withdraw money for me? And then also I need to make sure I get photos of their driver's license so I have all this information so I can come back at a later date and get more. Like, that would not be something that would be going through my head in the grieving process. And I don't think it would for most sane people. But we continue to get more insane every single day. So there are hundreds of posts just like this one with open support of Alberto Hernandez, even knowing full well about the robbery at gunpoint and the threat of more robberies in the future. Like, this one says it's a warning to the lawless and careless when society fails to protect innocent lives, dog children, and decent citizens. Americans will take matters into their own hands. You fucking goober, it's his fault. That dog was roaming around completely alone, unattended, no leash, no nothing in the middle of the fucking road. He's the one that failed to protect the innocent life of the dog. That's his failure. The driver unfortunately hit the dog, but did pull over. Didn't just like leave the scene or anything. It wasn't lawless or careless or anything. He fucking pulled over and then stayed around and even like worked on his car there. Like, what are you even yapping about? There are so many people like this, though, where because this man's dog was hit and killed, it now entitles him, in their eyes, to murder that guy and then take all of his money. Like, he is totally justified in their eyes to do that, even though it is his fault that that happened in the first place. If his dog was leashed, that wouldn't have happened. If he did a better job of monitoring his dog, if it, like, got out, it wouldn't have happened. And you know what that's called when that happens? A fucking accident. It's crazy, the state that we've devolved to, where people just look at things so black and white. This guy's dog was hit, now he can kill. In fact, he should kill. And if he does, there's nothing wrong with that, I support it. That blows my fucking mind. Especially because I already know beyond a shadow of a doubt, these same people will turn around and insult others for not leashing their dogs, like at the park, like if they have a pit bull or something, which is extremely irresponsible. Like, not leashing your dog around others, I think that is completely inexcusable. And I imagine all of these people right now would agree. Yet in this case, they just plugged their ears to that piece of information about the dog being completely alone here to just roam the streets by itself. It doesn't matter to them now, because now the dog is unfortunately dead, so that means the dog owner must be totally within his right to rob at gunpoint and potentially rob further at later dates the person that was driving the car, whom I don't believe was fully responsible for this, because it seems like a fucking accident where the dog, being, again, alone, not under the care of the pet owner or anything, ran in the middle of the road and unfortunately got hit. And the driver, again, did pull over and everything and was still there at the scene. So I really feel like everyone that's like saying based and super supportive of Alberto here either didn't read the story or are just so fucking far gone mentally that it's scary. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit because I was stunned. Like, I can't even really be mad at my friend who sent it because it is so normal to not read beyond the headlines, but Jiminy Christmas, it's out of control, because you just had to read like maybe 4 paragraphs to get like more information about exactly what happened and why he was arrested. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. It is wildly interesting to me how pranks have become synonymous with crimes, and I know I've made a ton of content shooting spitballs at and clowning on these worms that engage in this garbage, but it just blows my mind how now it seems like authorities are taking it far more seriously. They're no longer just punching with the soccer boppers on, they're going bare knuckle with the cutters out here and actually starting to punish more harshly these criminals that masquerade as pranksters. And even in the wake of all of that, it doesn't seem to have an effect on the overall quantity of pranks that are still just being posted that are just full-blown raw crimes. Like, there has not been a reduction in it. The fucking brain disease that these weasels suffer from is not being curbed at all, even though people are actually being arrested now for some of these pranks. And today Matt sent me an interesting one that I gotta yap about. It's a guy pretending to be a health inspector so he can invade a small business and harass the owners for some clout on TikTok.
I'm here for inspection, food inspection.
For anyone who didn't get the opportunity to watch the original video, please go and visit my page. But just a refresher, this kid Amber came into my parents' establishment pretending to be a fake federal worker, impersonating himself to be a FDA food inspector, to prank, harass, and trespass onto my parents' property.
So the original video got taken down and the prankster privated his account. Big tough guy. I guess the jester wasn't liking all the attention he started to get. Even though that food inspector prank didn't exactly blow up for him by any means, the son of this family-owned business happened to have seen it and reached out to him to tell him to take it down and also remind him this is a crime. So this video from the son covering this, it definitely has put a lot more peepers on this degeneracy here. As of me making this video, the first part of him covering this food inspector prank that his family was the victim of, it has about 650,000 views. I am showing you part 3 here, which is, you know, after everything's been said and done, so that way it's like the most complete lore of everything. Impersonating a government agent is just a crime, and that's his whole prank. And also, according to some of the other people that talked about this on TikTok, this goober has done this same prank before where he pretends to be a food inspector. And then get a load of this, it's real knee-slapping comedy, because what he does once he convinces these businesses that he is a government agent, he then goes into the back and berates them. Makes fun of them, just insults them, and then he pretends to be checking things off and giving them advice on things that they're doing wrong, this and that. And that's the whole prank.
What you guys didn't get to see in the original video, which I do have security camera footage for, is him harassing my father for not knowing proper English, stating things that are violations that aren't violations, which if we listened to, we could have gotten into serious trouble for. I'll throw a quick pop-up on the screen, but this is him liking a comment stating that this is a felony, this is fraud, and could land him in jail. After I'd seen the video, it had already been up for 2 days, and I tried reaching out to him in his comments and in his DMs, which he politely ignored by blocking me.
He seemed to shy away when someone was willing to kind of stand up to him and put him in his place. He didn't like that very much. He plugged his ears to it, and then eventually privated his account, which is very odd because he's putting on such a strong face here as he kind of bullies his way into the back of this family-owned business as he's done before in the past, apparently. Now, I looked up food inspector prank because I hadn't heard of anyone else doing this, so I didn't know if this was like his galaxy brain scheme that he farted out for his dog shit content on TikTok. And it turns out, no, that's not the case. He actually just suckled this from someone else's teat. There's a handful of other deplorable losers like this that did the same food inspector prank where they just pretend to be a government agent and barge into the back and say that everything's a violation, basically. And what I've noticed in pretty much all of those is that they target small family-owned businesses and they look for employees that maybe aren't fluent in English, so that way there's like a language barrier there to create confusion, so that way it makes it easier for them to squeeze their way to the back here. So really incredible stuff here from the pranking community. They've got an absolute home run with the food inspector prank. It's a crime, and you are compiling evidence against yourself. That is always the most interesting part. You are committing a crime and you are filming yourself doing it. Like, there is no wiggle room for excuses or anything. Now, before showing you the rest of the footage, I want to show you something to cleanse your palate a little bit, show you something exciting. Cheeky is partnering with the Vans Warped Tour, baby. That's right. Actual dream collab for me here, and to celebrate, we're giving away a bunch of VIP tickets. So if you want a chance to win, you can go to usecheeky.com/VIP. It's just an email you put there. That's it. You don't have to buy anything. We're doing this just because we're really excited to be partnered with the Vans Warped Tour. It is completely free. Don't panic. We're doing the email method here because that is just the easiest way to get in contact with the winners here over the next few weeks. So yeah, I'll fucking see you there. Cheeky at the Vans Warped Tour. You bet your sweet bippy. I'm so pumped.
Luckily enough, he went a little too close to home, and one of my friends was able to recognize him and let me know who he was, and he was basically able to reach out to him, letting him know that I was pressing charges against him and that he should take down his video. After the fact, he made a pretty lackluster, shitty apology just because he got caught. The apology will be on my page. It's hard to miss.
Something to consider, if the Sun never saw this video, this business would have no idea that it existed because they were under the impression that this was a health inspector that paid them a visit. And in all of the other instances of the food inspector prank, I imagine all of those businesses still have no idea that the individual claiming to be a government agent was actually just some fucking lonely ass weirdo online desperately fishing for clout by pretending to be a government agent. They were the victims of fraud. So if the Sun didn't see this, that video would still be up besmirching this business based on fucking nothing other than this guy just feeling like being an asshole for the sake of a TikTok prank video. I'm very happy he preserved the apology, by the way, because the apology is about as bad as you're expecting.
So this is an apology video to the restaurant owner's son and the restaurant owner and basically the whole entire kebab corner. So I basically went into the restaurant and did a fake food inspector thing. And yeah, so I posted it on TikTok. Then the son reached out to me saying he's going to press charges if I don't take it down. And yeah, so I took it down now. I just wanted to just like state it out publicly that I'm sorry and please don't press charges on me.
He's begging for the charges not to be pressed. From what I can tell, this wasn't enough to tug on the heartstrings of the Sun here, who seems like he still wants to go through with those charges. All power to him. He's totally within his right to do so. Impersonating a government agent is a really fucking dumb idea. It is, again, just a crime that this guy is pretending was actually like, you know, a good-spirited prank or something. It's not. The whole point was him insulting this business and the people that work there for no reason. So, I don't really feel too much sympathy for this guy. It doesn't seem like he seems to really care that much. He is clearly doing this just in response to fear of, like, punishment, fear of repercussion for violating the law. Also, a little piece of friendly advice, if you're watching this, shave that fucking mustache. It is hanging on for dear life. That peach fuzz needs to go. There's only a couple of threads left there. There are just little strands of pubic hair. Do yourself a favor, just shave it. It's not working out.
And since then has made pretty racially targeted videos towards Indian people. And because of that, he's still getting charges pressed against him. And funny enough, we had an inspector come in today, and guess what? We got the green light, and I'll put another pop-up of that right now. And I genuinely feel bad for the kid because he seems like the kid that you're friends with just to be the butt end of the joke. And if we learn anything, it's just to leave small businesses alone. All these prank videos can be fun and games until you start affecting people's lives.
I can't remember the last time a prank video was fun and games. Pranks in the last, decade have been so bastardized, it has just become harassment, or in some cases, just actually assault sometimes. That's been another big one in recent years where the prank is literally just assaulting strangers. This, I think, would fall comfortably in the harassment camp where that has now been misconstrued as a prank where you just harass people and that's the joke. Anyway, I'm happy the Sun was able to find this video so that way he could set the record straight on his family's business, and also maybe this will help dissuade others from doing a similar prank, because this shit super sucks. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Holy smokes, if you felt the ground shaking beneath your feet earlier today, it wasn't an earthquake. It was the CEO of Crafton getting his cheeks clapped by a judge. What a biblical smackdown. He got good-douched. He looks like a full-blown fool here, an absolute clown. Before diving into the spaghetti and the meatballs of this wacky meal that's been served up here, I'll at least give you the lore for those that don't know. Crafton is the publisher behind Subnautica. I'm confident most of you have heard of that game. It is a massive title, and the sequel, Subnautica 2, is a highly anticipated release. And last year, there was some serious turmoil, some big-time controversy. Krafton dramatically fired Unknown Worlds CEO Ted Gill. Unknown Worlds is the developer of Subnautica, as well as other senior team members. And Krafton also said that the game's launch had been delayed, something it blamed on Gill, even though its team had been working towards an early access release that would have seen them eligible for a $250 million bonus. This was part of their deal. There were certain milestones that they would need to hit, and they were working towards achieving those goals to secure the $250 million bonus. Gill and his former teammates immediately launched a lawsuit after all of that, suggesting that they were outed to avoid that bonus from being paid to them. And Krafton hit back and said the staff had resorted to litigation to demand a multi-million-dollar payout they haven't earned, and then accused the staff it fired of having stolen documents in anticipation of the subsequent legal action, muddying the waters over their exit. I covered this last year as the lawsuit was popping off, and I said then, and I still think it's true now, Krafton's argument is fucking nonsensical. You would have to be hitting whippets for this to be passing the smell test, because this is ridiculous. The claim is basically that the people who stood to potentially gain $250 million all collectively just decided to stop working on their game. They just said, fiddlesticks actually. Bunch of horseradish. I'm just gonna go ahead and not do this job anymore that could net me 250 million clams. In what universe would that happen? Krafton's basically saying like, oh yeah, they stopped caring about the game. They stopped putting any effort in the game and working on it. They just all of them just said $250 million can go right up my ass. Right up my ass. So we had to let them go. We had to fire them. They weren't working. That is mind-boggling to me. That's very peculiar. So you're telling me the people that have developed Subnautica, working hard on Subnautica 2, when incentivized to the tune of $250 million, all said, oh, that's the straw that breaks the camel back. Don't want to work anymore now. No. I'm going to sit here with my arms crossed and I'm done with this now. I don't want the 250. Like, come on, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I believe their side of things here, where it seems like Krafton was trying to wiggle their way out of this massive bonus that had been written up now, that they would have to be held to, because this is now a very crucial part of the deal. And it seems like they started sweating, panicking, because that is a lot of doubloons coming out of the old piggy bank there. So it does feel like they desperately tried to find a way to weasel their way out of having to pay that $250 million, thus opening themselves up to this lawsuit. And now, fast forward to today, and we're seeing not looking super great on the Krafton side of things here. Let's start with the silliest little nugget that's been squeaked out from this case, and I hope you've got your spitballs ready, because this one's a doozy. So the Krafton CEO allegedly was trying to brainstorm with ChatGPT how to wiggle his way out of paying this big amount, because he was unsatisfied with the contract Krafton signed. So Krafton created a secret task force called Project X. Incredible name, by the way. Very exciting. I can't wait for the huge house party Krafton CEO throws to celebrate how the lawsuit's going. Whose mandate was simple: either make a deal with the founders on the earnout or execute a takeover of Unknown Worlds. When the founders refused to accede to Krafton's demands, Krafton pulled the trigger. Maria Park, Krafton's global head of corporate development, told Kim that it seems to be highly likely that the earnout will still be paid if the sales goal is achieved regardless of the dismissal with cause. Kim turned to artificial intelligence to help him brainstorm ways to avoid paying the earnout. ChatGPT likewise advised that it would be difficult to cancel the earnout. So even ChatGPT's not on his side, so then he probably went to fucking Grok or something like, Grok, can you put Ted Gill in a bikini and then teach me how to avoid paying him the money? The co-founders allege that Krafton refused to produce the ChatGPT conversations, later claiming they no longer exist. Also, another fun fumble here from Krafton was their last-ditch, desperate Hail Mary allegation against the former developers, where they suggested that the ousted staff had referenced racist views towards Korea and Korean people, due to a note submitted by Owen Mahoney, the CEO and president of rival South Korean video game company Nexon. Now, I hadn't heard that claim before, so I looked into it, and Jiminy Christmas, what a swing and a miss. I don't know who Krafton hired for their legal counsel here, but they did not call Saul Goodman. They fucking called Paul Foodman or something, because they are really not doing a good job here, because it turns out what this is referencing is Charlie Cleveland, one of the key staff that was let go, wrote down a note that was a transcription of advice from other people. So it's literally nothing he even said, by the way, and that's exactly what he made clear. So these are not my words. These are all transcriptions from what we were advised to do. Like, these are words coming out of two other people's mouths, not mine. Again, every single word, as far as I know in this document, is something that Owen said, not what I said. I'm writing down what Owen told us, so it has nothing to do with my opinions at all. So they put this fucking note in front of me. He's like, "You're racist, aren't you? We got them, they're racist. We knew it. All right, we win, right? Slam dunk, we're done?" But shockingly, that didn't go as smooth as they would have liked it to. And ultimately, it's led to what is just unfolded here now, where I know they're really steaming about what the judge ordered. Judge declared that Gill is hereby reinstated as CEO of Unknown Worlds. The judge found that Crafton had breached the EPA by terminating the key employees without valid cause and by improperly seizing operational control of Unknown Worlds. As a result, the board decision on July 1st, at which Crafton fired the founders, took over control of Unknown Worlds, and delayed Subnautica 2, has been declared ineffective to the extent it infringes on Gill's operational control right. Crafton must immediately restore Gill's access to the Steam platform and is not allowed to impede Gill's authority over the early access launch of Subnautica 2. As for the $250 million sales bonus for the development team, the judge extended the eligibility period to September 15th and noted the co-founders have a contractual right to further extend this to March 15th, 2027. I feel like I can actually hear Crafton CEO furiously typing the chat GPT right now about how to overrule a judge. Oh my goodness gracious heavens to Betsy. Now, I'll get this out of the way up top. This isn't the end of this entire case. There is still a little bit more that's out there. However, this was a triumphant W. The judge came in there and delivered a 619 right to the noodle of Crafton. And again, I know he went tail tucked between his legs right back to the keyboard to ask ChatGPT how to unfuck his butt. Like, my goodness. Like, this is about as happy an ending as you can get, even though it's not fully over. Not only is Gill back as the CEO of Unknown Worlds, but Crafton can now no longer impede his operational control over Subnautica. So they can't get in his way anymore. So now, if Crafton CEO decides to, take a little peek into the offices, he's gonna just be there fucking fuming, like, like, they'd have to put him in a straitjacket so he didn't just go over there and start, like, trying to strangle Gill to stop him from working on the game to protect the $250 million bonus. Like, it is actually incredible. He not only gets his position back, but the $250 million bonus is once again back on the table. And based on all available information, I'm pretty confident they will hit the milestones required to activate that and earn the $250 mil, especially with the extension and stuff. So this is just a great outcome across the board here. Like, really good stuff. And Crafton, they're being such good sports about it, they released a statement too, wouldn't you believe it? Crafton puts players at the heart of every decision, and that will never change. Over the past several months, Crafton and the Unknown Worlds team have worked tirelessly to strengthen the game and prepare it for an early access release, with a continued focus on delivering the best possible experience for the Subnautica community. We look forward to pushing out the newly updated version as soon as possible for players. While we respectfully disagree with today's ruling, we are evaluating our options as we determine our path forward. Today's ruling does not resolve the former executive's claim for damages or an earnout related to Subnautica 2, with further litigation still pending. In the meantime, Crafton's immediate focus remains unchanged, delivering the best possible game to Subnautica fans. Yeah, you can really feel the love. You can really get the sense that Crafton puts players at the heart of every decision, which is why they tried to fuck the developers up here, at the cost of the quality of the game, mind you, in order to try and save the $250 million that they had already agreed to as part of the negotiations. Yeah, Crafton really values the quality of the product and trying to give the community the best Subnautica can possibly offer. By firing the co-founders, that surely will help. That won't be a detriment to the game in any way, I'm sure. And they already blamed the delay on the firing of Gill, specifically from what I recall. So, I don't know, Crafton. I feel like you've shown your whole butt here. I feel like no one believes you. You seem very greedy and very salty about how the ruling went. And they do reference that there is some further litigation, but overall, this is a big W, and it's something I wanted to follow up on here. Pretty incredible stuff, really. That's really about it. So, yeah. I just wanted to briefly give you the latest information in the David case and the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I know I've made a couple videos yapping about this, and it's a really Say whatever you want about Court, but don't you dare besmirch the good name of Zoom Court. It's an entirely different beast. The gift that keeps on giving. Zoom Court has given us golden nuggets of content. It is the perfect combination, like peanut butter to jelly. Zoom and Court. What a wonderful thing. Giving us access to incredible moments like this.
You cannot be driving, ma'am. What are you doing? Come on.
I'm not driving. I'm a passenger in a car.
You're still not. I'm not hearing cases with people driving or as passengers in cars.
Okay, I will pull over right now.
Short of us coming out to everybody's house and doing these on boats and stuff in the summer, I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I replayed that statement from the judge close to 10 times. I don't have a fucking clue what he said. Door to butts coming out and doing these on boats and stuff, maybe? But I've never heard that expression, door to butts. So it's probably not that. I don't know. There's something about that sentence that is not computing in my brain. Anyway, I'll lore dump so that way you can understand what the case was about. So this woman was in a bit of a messy situation here, some hot water, and an attorney named Brian Groen was seeking a default judgment here for a total of $1,921, and Carol was not on the call initially. Later on, though, a mysterious iPhone joined the call. Who is this 4chan hopping in? And it was later determined that this was the woman they were looking for. She was just late. The judge then instructed her to turn on the camera to ensure she has her name listed on the account. Her defense for the tardiness was that she was sitting in a room and didn't realize that she wasn't in the right spot and apologized for it. Now, even though they had already got the farty sharded without her, her presence there did postpone that default judgment, and she was given the chance to, turn on her camera and participate here despite being tardy. Now, that's where the clip starts. She turns on the camera and it's pretty clear she's driving a car. And the judge calls it out saying, like, come on. This is a little absurd. Why are you driving in the middle of this right here? And that's when she cooks up the Galaxy Brain scheme here. She starts playing a little bit of chess while everyone else is playing checkers. She says that she's not driving, she's a passenger in that vehicle. And then she really plants her feet. She buckles down in lat spreads and she starts trying to complete all the QuickTime events here to wiggle her way out of this one.
I'm sorry, I have an emergency. I'm going out of town for a family member, but I will have my driver pull over. Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry. I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to be in a car, but hang on 1 second.
Am I crazy, or does it not look like you're driving that car?
I'm not driving the car. I'm a passenger in the car, sir.
Now it's time for a little LA Noire style investigation from the judge here. I think it's pretty obvious she's driving, but she's about to do everything in her power to squeak out the W here and convince everyone that she's just a passenger in the vehicle.
What side of the car are you on?
I'm on the left-hand side.
How would you be on the left-hand side if you're a passenger in the front seat? Am I missing something?
Right-hand side. I'm sorry. I've been sitting in a room. I didn't know.
Yeah, the seatbelt's coming off of the driver's side. Right? Now you're lying to me, right?
No, I'm not, sir.
Great questions from the judge here. I also think her head movements are pretty clear. That's a dead giveaway. She literally looks around as she's making this turn, but the judge makes very good calls here. How could you be on the left-hand side if you're in the passenger seat up in front? And she's like, no, I meant, that's not what I meant. And he's like, but the seatbelt's coming out of the driver's side, which she had no rebuttal for. She just lets that one kind of dissipate. She just hopes that they forget about that one, like a video game NPC. Must have been the wind. Just de-aggro there and not follow up on the seatbelt question, which was a great observation because that seatbelt is indeed coming out of the driver's side. If she was a passenger, it would have been on the other side there.
Let me see the driver. Let me see the driver.
Hang on 1 second.
Now.
I have to ask their permission.
Now.
Oh my God.
That look she gives when he requests to see the driver is fucking perfect. That is cartoonish. That look right there is some shit out of like a Whitest Kids You Know sketch. Like, I cannot believe how incredible her response to that question was. But she did come up with something, though. Like, she didn't just fold there. She's like, oh, I can't just show you the driver. I don't want to violate his privacy. I need to ask for the driver's permission first. Hold your horses. Calm down. Let me ask the driver real quick. And then she gets out of the vehicle. Where is the driver? Where is he? Is he like riding on the hood of the car or something? So now she needs to go track him down? Like, why did she get out of the car in order to try and ask the driver permission to show him to the judge?
Oh, you're not in the you weren't in the driver's side. You think I'm that stupid? I'm going to go ahead and enter a default judgment. Our paperwork says that they can't drive. Does it not, Jennifer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I took a breath in and started choking. Well, I missed what you said.
Does our paperwork not tell people that they can't be in a car?
I don't know, Your Honor. I'd have to look at it again. I haven't looked at it in a while.
Looking at it does not say that I cannot be in a car.
I love that she walks around the vehicle. She puts it to her ear so you can't see it super well, but you can watch her walk behind the car, like start to walk behind the car, and then she goes into the passenger side in order to continue the conversation. Genius. She's really cooking here.
I'm entering a default judgment. You lied to me. Judgment 1921-85. Send me your counsel and put in there defendant was not available at the time and then was driving a car and telling the court she was not. I'm entering a default judgment. Have a great day. Thank you.
Now, according to this article, she has released a statement of her own about everything that unfolded here, and she's no longer trying to stick with the ruse of being a passenger in the vehicle. I want to be clear that I take responsibility for my mistake. Appearing on a Zoom court hearing while I was driving was poor judgment, and I regret that decision. I panicked in the moment and made the wrong call instead of pulling over or asking to reschedule. For that, I am truly sorry. At the same time, I believe what has happened since then has gone far beyond addressing a mistake. A brief moment of poor judgment has turned into a viral spectacle that's affecting my reputation, my family, and my ability to move forward with my life. I respect the court and the rule of law, but I also believe in fairness and proportionality. The question I'm left asking is whether this situation needed to become a public example at the expense of someone's livelihood and dignity. I am human, I made a mistake, I own that mistake, and I am willing to accept the consequences, but I hope people will consider whether the response has been about accountability or about turning a moment into something far bigger than it needed to be. Now, her statement makes it sound like she's lost her job or something as a result of this, which I can't find any information on, but hopefully that's not the case. She's talking about it as though it's being reported for the sake of, like, accountability or, like, you know, some kind of big witch hunt as though it's something very serious. It's not, and I don't really see that response from everything that's been, you know, shared and reported about it. It's really being portrayed as like a lighthearted, silly thing. Like, what she was facing in court isn't, you know, the most heinous of crimes or anything, where she's some kind of crazy fucking supervillain, you know, mustache twirling evil. And what she did is very goofy, but it's also pretty harmless. She got her hand in the cookie jar and got caught, and she tried to wiggle her way out of it, and it didn't work. Really, the biggest thing was driving while doing this Zoom court, like potentially distracted driving. But she did a lot better than fucking Twitch streamers and Kick streamers when it comes to having a stream while driving. She didn't really look at her phone at all until she had fully pulled over and then got out. So she did a lot better in that regard than a lot of, like, streamers do. So I don't think it's all that serious, and I haven't seen people responding aggressively to it or anything, nor have I really seen it being reported as something serious. More so just something, like, wacky. From everything I've seen, it's all been pretty lighthearted. Like, of course, it's the internet, so I'm sure there's some degenerate assholes going ballistic with it, and maybe that's what she's seeing, but it definitely doesn't warrant that. I agree with her. That does not make sense for what unfolded here. And also agree that, yeah, people make mistakes sometimes and some of them are silly. And like this one, for instance, it was definitely something that had me giggling, so I wanted to yap about, but at the end of the day, it's not that serious. It was just some lighthearted goofs around here, so ultimately, I'm wishing her the best. I hope this isn't, something super detrimental to her or anything like that, and hopefully it is something that she could look back on herself and laugh at, like, yeah, that was a wacky one. It happens. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. We're coming up on a very special 5-year anniversary for a personal journey of mine. If it was alcoholism, I'd be getting a chip for this achievement right now, but I'm receiving a very different kind of gift for it. First, I need to ask, though, what have you done for 5 years straight with unwavering discipline and gusto? Mewing? Maybe? Yeah, and what do you have to show for it, tough guy? You still got that soft chin. What about jelking? You a big jelker? Spent the last 5 years in the laboratory desperately trying to put a few inches on that pathetic little meteors? Well, what if I told you that 5 years could have been better spent doing what I was doing? Watching One Piece from start to current. Over 1,100 episodes. Please, hold your applause, I'm no hero. I just did what I thought needed to be done to finally stop getting bombarded with the question of why I didn't like One Piece. I started this journey 5 years ago, which feels like the blink of an eye now in the grand scheme of my One Piece journey, because I had tried numerous times to get into it and just never fell in love with it. But every time I would stream, I'd always be getting the question about, what's wrong with you, Charles? You gotta screw loose to not like One Piece. So I started it out of spite, and I gotta tell you, sports fans, the first year or so of that journey, for the first 200 to 300 episodes, were brutal. Trying to stay awake watching those arcs was a more difficult boss battle than trying to kick a heroin addiction. It was tough. But I pushed through, I persisted, and I've been giving you steady updates like once a year since, because after about 300 episodes, I did fall in love with One Piece. Experts may call it Stockholm Syndrome. I call it just objective improvements in the show itself. And I understand in the manga, everyone always says this, the pacing for the earlier arcs is just significantly better in the manga as opposed to the anime. And I imagine they're probably right, but I'd committed to watching the show. And I think once we start getting into Water 7 territory, the show really hits its stride, and it maintains that. The show does get a drastic improvement not only in animation, but in pacing, and I genuinely think everything in it starts to elevate. So I'm extremely happy I did push through and catch up with the show, because it is extraordinary. So now that I'm caught up, I'm just going to give you all of my thoughts, kind of like as a all-encompassing debriefing, because like I said, I've been giving you yearly-ish updates on my One Piece progress. But I just want to put a nice little bow on all my thoughts on One Piece as a whole, and I guess I'll get into the nitty-gritty here, the spaghetti and meatballs of Egghead specifically, since that's obviously the most recent arc. But anyway, overall, I love One Piece, like I said. I think the show offers some extremely high highs, but with that comes some lows as well. In particular, Fishman Island. That is my least favorite arc in the entire series. I hated that. That was a slog to get through, and I found so little to like about Fishman Island. And I know I've yapped quite a bit about my disdain for that arc, and I'm not going to go too deep into it here, but just know that shit is poop. I do not like the green eggs and ham of Fishman Island. But my favorite arcs are as followed, in this order. My favorite arc is Marineford, followed by Enies Lobby, followed by Dressrosa. And the more thought I put into it, the harder it became to choose what are my definitive favorite arcs, because there are some turbo bangers in here, so it's always been a bit fluid, but the one that's never changed as my favorite arc is Marineford. That one's pretty unbeatable, but the rest have kind of moved here and there, ebbed and flowed, and I know Dressrosa in particular is a bit of a contentious pick to be in my top 3 arcs. Worth noting, I watched One Piece, so it cut out a lot of filler, which Dressrosa was apparently famous for. I didn't get that experience. I got just a really high quality, very compelling arc that I loved from start to finish. So maybe my Dressrosa experience was very different than a normal anime watcher's experience if they watched all the filler and stuff. One Piece did an extraordinary job of keeping everything flowing, keeping it moving, and it was great. I really, really like that arc, but I don't think anything will probably ever beat Marineford. I mean, I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know where One Piece is going to go, but Marineford was just the culmination of everything that had been building for so long in an extremely satisfying and emotional arc. This arc also opened my third eye to a painful revelation that I may not know what the One Piece is yet, but I do know what the one truth is, that Mihawk is a fraud. Mihawk clashed briefly with Vista in the Marineford arc, and it became abundantly clear that this man might just not be the world's greatest swordsman. Maybe he's like King from One Punch Man, where everyone just perceives him as this unbeatable, indomitable force of nature, but in reality, he's just not. We haven't seen Mihawk do a single fucking thing since he clashed with Zoro at the Baratie, like, 20 years ago. Like, it is so sad. Like, it actually is so sad. He just gets by on aura and aura alone. Speaking of world's greatest swordsman, for the longest time throughout this series, my favorite character was Zoro. But now that I'm finally caught up, it's still Zoro. It was then and it is now. People like to boil him down to just being like a very one-dimensional flat character, but I just think that they're not watching the same show. That's so disingenuous. I can recognize that his motivations and a lot of the side quests, we'll call them, that he goes on are simpler than the rest of the crew, but that doesn't mean that he lacks as much depth as they have. I think Zoro is a perfect character to contrast the rest of the crew, and I always appreciate where he ends up throughout the arcs. My favorite villain is Doflamingo, but my most slept-on superstar is Magellan. I'm somewhat of a Magellan maniac. I believe that if that man could get off the toilet for even just an additional 3 or so hours and they'd let him spread his fucking wings outside of his prison, that man could be an actual threat. Now, of course, it's just pure delusion and hopium to believe that we might see him again engaging in the overall plot of One Piece. I think his role is kaput. He himself is a prisoner of the shitter, and he will probably never leave Impel Down. But I think if he ever did, he would genuinely be an extremely powerful character, even in, like, the current landscape of things. My most controversial take on One Piece is that Sabo is genuinely a fanfic character that you have to suspend disbelief in order to accept his presence in this series. I really, like, the more and more I think about Sabo, the less and less sense it makes for him to even be here. Just this secret third brother that just happens to pop up out of nowhere, and somehow he is the well-known second in command of the Revolutionary Army, a world-famous group, and yet somehow Ace, who himself is extremely notorious and high-ranking in the Whitebeard Pirates, never knew Sabo was alive? Was Ace illiterate? Maybe, but even if he was illiterate, why the fuck couldn't he see pictures in a newspaper? Did he never hear Sabo's name, even though apparently everyone knew about Sabo, who he was in the Revolutionary Army? And there was never anything in Ace's ear that was like, wait, Sabo, it's ringing a bell. My brother. It just doesn't compute, and especially the timing makes it even more fishy, where it feels like the sole reason behind Sabo's presence in the story is that he was drummed up, conjured as a replacement to Ace. He just happens to come through after Ace's death. He also gets Ace's devil fruit. It really feels like Sabo's entire purpose was just to be a Ace replacement. And the way Sabo even is used in the story itself is very odd. He's kind of here as like this all-powerful, damn near omniscient presence who can do everything, and is used exclusively for, like, these fake-out moments. So, like, he goes to the world government, and, like, the 5 elders attack him. He might be dead, but he's not dead. He's on an island. The island gets blown up. Sabo might be dead. He's not dead. It's like, it's very weird. Sabo as a character just doesn't really fit with the rest of the characters One Piece introduces, and it just feels like the way in which he is put into the story feels very forced and very out of left field. Now, not to be confused with me being a Sabo hater, I don't even really dislike him or anything. It just feels very odd how he gets into this story in the first place and the way in which he is used in the story. but his scenes are hype. Like, it is a cool sequence when he, like, tries to save Cobra and everything. Like, it is cool to watch, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense how we even got to that point with Sabo in the first place is all. But still are cool sequences with Sabo, and I do think that he is an interesting character. Anyway, though, let's now dive into Egghead. So when I was first watching Egghead, I was a pretty vocal Scrooge on it. I didn't really love the first half of the Egghead arc. The second half, however, significantly better and much more invested. I think the second half of Egghead has been really, really, really good. First half, bit of a snoozer. But I do think it was necessary to eat your vegetables first here in this case because it does help lay the foundation and build the stakes for what comes in the second half. But yeah, I really was not liking the first half of Egghead. I really didn't like the Seraphim, by the way. I didn't think that they were a strong addition to the One Piece story. Vegapunk, love Vegapunk. I love everything with Stella. I think that is so good. And I really think I can't remember if I've been doing spoilers when going through my One Piece journey. I think for the most part I have been, because a lot of the arcs that I've been covering are like fucking 15 years old. But I don't know if I should do spoilers for Egghead since it's still fresh. I'll try and I'm gonna have to get into spoilers. There's no way I can talk about some of the things I didn't like about it without getting into spoilers. Let's start with the things that I really liked. Kuma's backstory. My oh my, did they hit a grand slam with Kuma's backstory. That is probably the peak flashback. I don't want to use the word arc because it's not a flashback arc, but peak emotional character backstory so far in the show. I thought they really crushed Kuma's story. It is tragic from top to bottom, and his whole existence in the show is just agony. And even where he ends up in Egghead here, there's nothing happy about it. For a character that himself is so positive, despite everything he went through as a child with his parents and himself being enslaved and them being killed in front of him, with his father being murdered in front of him, still trying to find the light and still holding on to the hope of that legendary hero that will come to save them, and then trying to make a difference with the revolutionary army and saving people, and then himself still being dealt such a bad hand. There's always fingers crossed, hoping something finally goes Kuma's way, but it never does. Even when he's raising Bonnie, she's gonna die if he doesn't give over his humanity to the world government, to Vegapunk, to turn into this soulless killing machine, basically. The Pacifista program, all based around him. A weapon for the government. And he does it out of love for his daughter. But to save her, he had to abandon her. And then she went on her own pirate journey quest. Now she's gotten the truth, wants revenge on the 5 elders who were overseeing the program, in particular, Saturn. And Saturn becomes like our main big bad of the arc, and I think he's a really good villain. And he's not alone. There are other villains there like Rob Lucci and Kaku, whom I do think they're good villains, but I didn't like the flip-flopping so many times there. I think that was a little overdone. I get why it's there. Stussy also being there. Her role was very cool. That was quite the plot twist reveal there with her role and everything. But even though I like Rob Lucci and Kaku, like their presence there, the amount of flip-flopping I think was just a bit excessive. But in addition to their presence being there, there's also Kizaru. And Kizaru is a very interesting villain because prior to this, we'd always seen him as just like this callous, uncaring, calm, cold, bad guy. Like, do I need to kill him? Fine, I suppose it would be stimulating. I am a little bored. Here I go, reluctantly killing for the sake of the government. And that's all you ever really got, so you're under the impression that he's just like this guy who will do pretty much everything and he won't feel anything. Just basically a heartless bad guy. Well, here we get a lot more fleshing out, a lot more backstory. And it turns out he is actually somewhat intertwined deeply with Bonnie, Kuma, Vegapunk. So when he is tasked by Saturn to kill Vegapunk and Bonnie, he really doesn't want to. You can start to see emotion in this character. When he does ultimately kill Vegapunk, he is anything but happy. And it feels like there's almost this sense of relief when Luffy is able to actually overpower him. And he makes like the treasonous decision to feed Luffy when Luffy was, out of energy, out of power, so that we can continue to fight against Saint Saturn. So we got a lot more out of him, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'm so curious to see what his motivations are. What does he want? What is his goal? What is he doing? It's so good the way a lot of these things were built up and how they were executed here so far in Egghead. This is also the arc in which we get the most exposition on the Void Century and filling in the blanks for everything that's been happening that has been a mystery to this point, like with the poneglyphs, Joy Boy. Vegapunk gives a final message to the entire world, revealing so much information, much to the chagrin of the Five Elders, whom show up at Egghead to try and put the kibosh on the broadcast and shut everything down because they can't have these secrets getting out about what's happened in the past. It's just really satisfying now because it feels like we're finally starting to see the big picture. We're starting to get these breadcrumbs to follow for what it all means and what actually happened 800-900 years ago. Who is Joy Boy and everything? Who are the Five Elders in Emu? Like, what is all of this? It's so, it's hard to not, wait on bated breath for the next episode and the next big reveal. Oh, also, one of my earlier complaints with this show, the whole series, is that there was always this hesitation to kill someone, even if their role in it had been finished, their whole arc. Arlong or someone, pretty much a villain who served their purpose that I don't think we'll ever see again. The show still had a tendency to just knock them out and move on. They fainted, and that's it. Never to be seen again. And they did that with every character, not just villains, but any character I thought that they were setting up for a death, didn't die, most notably Pell, so long ago. And I get with Pell there was a lot of stuff going on at the time there with Pell, which maybe led for him not ultimately facing a demise there. I get that, but that's just another example that I'm pulling from. There are countless others of characters that I thought should have died there to amplify the emotional stakes of what was being built to. With Egghead, though, no longer does it feel like there is a hesitation to kill off characters. There is a lot of character deaths in here that I didn't expect, that I didn't see coming, that are important characters. So it really does feel like we're reaching the end game here. I just wanted to make a mention of that. No longer is that a complaint I have with recent One Piece. They are actively killing characters. It feels like it's getting much more intense. Now, one of my biggest complaints so far about Egghead, though, and it's not even in the first half, it actually is in the second half, bringing all five elders here, I think just kind of made them seem weaker than they are. So, I like Saint Saturn as a villain. I think he's a great villain. But him actually fighting Luffy, he looks like a bitch. And I get Luffy, as the new Joy Boy, is supposed to be absolutely fucking stomping this man. He's basically blue waffling all over Saint Saturn. It's not even really a contest. But Saint Saturn as a fighter is really underwhelming. He's basically like the Derek Zoolander of the One Piece universe. He has one move. He has one look. And it's just by throwing out his little spider legs, and that's it. He doesn't do anything besides that. Even when he's not fighting Luffy, and he's going after the rest of the Straw Hat crew, he can't even kill them because he's only using his spider legs and nothing else. And then he's oh, this is a waste of my fucking time. I'm just gonna run. So he does. So he goes to the next thing. These insects, I won't bother with them. It just makes him look not a very terrifying presence. And when they brought the other five elders in there, the same phenomenon happened where, because now there's so many, they can't give a whole lot of focus to them. So instead, they all only do one thing. Warkery, I think, is the best example of that. That fucking goober is the equivalent to that goddamn Rick and Morty butter robot whose only purpose is to serve butter. All Warkery can do is go into boar form and charge. That is all they show him doing. All he does is just charge. So when the Giants arrive, which, by the way, super hype. I'm extremely excited that Elbaf is being brought into the mega mix here. Bragi Dory back in the fold now. It's very exciting that they're there. They're having a good time. They're super powerful. And Warkery, all he does is just charge and headbutt. That's it. It just makes him seem kind of lame. He's like an E-Honda player in Street Fighter 6 just spamming that one headbutt special. That is all Warkery does. So, like, it just makes it feel like he's not really a threat. He only can do one thing, and he's not even succeeding at it. Like, he's not even doing a good job with headbutting. And that's just so underwhelming for these 5 elders, whom we have this entire time been led to believe probably the most fearsome, terrifying creatures on the fucking face of that planet. And yet here all 5 of them are just getting toyed with, really, getting laughed at, getting blasted around. Like, they can't even stop a broadcast. Like, they can't even find the transponder snail and destroy enough things to stop it. Granted, they have to be a little careful with the mother flame, I get that. But they just don't look as strong as we've been led to believe, because now all 5 of them were here, still basically getting embarrassed. Like, so far, there hasn't been a moment where I'm actually concerned about a character because of the 5 elders' presence, because they're just not good at doing anything they aim to do here. I think it would have just been far stronger if it was only Saint Saturn who was up against everyone, the Giants, Luffy, the Straw Hat Crew, all while trying to stop Vegapunk's desperate broadcast to the rest of the world to get the truth out there. And Saint Saturn, against all these odds, is still making it a close fight. That, I think, would have been a really strong showcase for the 5 elders and how scary they can be, that one of them is able to go against all of the strongest in the universe there. But the fact that all 5 show up and still can't succeed, it makes it seem like, well, Luffy will probably end up just fucking dog walking them at some point. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're as terrifyingly powerful as I thought they were now. Whereas again, if it was just Saturn there, I'd be left thinking like, damn, this is just one of them able to, do so much across all of Egghead here. I can't even imagine what'll happen when the other 4 get involved. But now I don't have to imagine. I know what happens when the other 4 get involved. Still fucking nothing. They still can't, kill even, a giant or anything. They can't stop a broadcast. They can't do shit. It just makes it feel like the 5 elders are just kind of weak. That's just, my main complaint so far with Egghead. It kind of took a lot of the oomph out of the 5 elders. Anyway, though, that's really my only major complaint with the second half of Egghead. Like I said, didn't love the first half, but maybe it just wasn't my cup of tea. There's really nothing in there in particular I think was bad. Even with the 5 elders, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't know, it felt a little underwhelming given how much had been built up about them is all. But overall, I think it's a very strong arc, and I'm really, really happy that I caught up to One Piece and I get to enjoy this in real time now as we're entering, the end of this legendary series. I think it's a masterpiece. I will say, though, I don't expect anyone to follow suit and, force themselves to watch 300 episodes if they're not enjoying it. I think it's totally fine if you just don't like One Piece after X amount of episodes to just say it's not for you and be done with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I probably would have done the same thing if it wasn't for me being so spiteful. I probably wouldn't have pushed through as hard as I did, and then I did actually fall in love with it. Again, not Stockholm Syndrome, just an acquired taste. My taste buds got a little more refined is all, as the show got better. Anyway, I just wanted to give you this yearly update here, basically. Fully caught up, we fucking did it. That's really about it. So, yeah. You ever experience a Winter Soldier moment, son? Well, you're about to. I'm going to trigger one for you. Campbell's Chicken Noodle Possibilities. You remember that? Well, what if those possibilities were that you're consuming terrible 3D printed bioengineered meat? That right now is the big story around Campbell's, whom I'm sure all of you are familiar with Campbell's food products. I think a lot of us here have grown up with it. There was a recording that just got released that was filmed in secret by an employee that was, I guess, listening to a goddamn podcast from the VP of information at Campbell's, who was ranting and raving about how terrible the quality of their food is and why he'd never buy it, how it's food for poor people, calling it bioengineered, 3D printed, basically just saying it's all a bunch of shit you feed to piggies, not people. Then he also started insulting Indians during this. It was an hour and a half long recording, allegedly. It was recorded by a former employee named Robert Garza, who's filing a lawsuit about basically being wrongfully terminated because he tried to complain about this kind of behavior. And the person apparently that has been recorded is Campbell's VP of Information Technology, Martin Bawley. I learned about this eye-opening revelation on stream, so I'm going to show you those clips, which also has like the pertinent audio section about like the bioengineered meat. Because that is a pretty big claim to say that it's like not real, low-quality, bioengineered meat from a 3D printer. 3D printed meat? That's like fucking SpongeBob canned bread moment right there. I didn't think we were at that point, and I still don't think we are. I'm pretty sure this guy was just a bit off his gourd during this rant, and it seems like it was a rant he was delivering straight from the soul. To be able to yap for an hour and a half, apparently uninterrupted, just raving about the company you are a VP at, like that's a lot. So I feel like he kind of got a little lost in the sauce. I would be very surprised to learn that it's actually 3D printed meat. I think what he was just trying to express is that it's so beneath him he would never eat this poor people food that his company makes. That seems to be the what he was trying to express. You hear about the Campbell's soup drama right now. Security analysts secretly recorded the executive VP for the company saying the soup is made with bioengineered meat that they make for poor people. What? Yeah, I just read a comment, and I just looked it up. There's a bunch of articles. Campbell's Soup at risk of being shut down in Florida because there was secret audio that was recorded with the VP saying that their meat is bioengineered, like slop, basically, quote, made for poor people.
Oh yeah, bioengineered meat chicken from 3D printer. Campbell's Soup VP mocks poor people who buy its food.
I have got to check this shit out later. What
the fuck?
3D printed meat.
Yeah, what the fuck? These stories always blow my mind because how many people have to know and not say anything.
Yeah, like this is just one of those things where there are so many people in this pipeline, and this is the first I've ever heard of that. We have shit for fucking poor people. I don't buy fucking Campbell's products. Now that I know, oh my god, this is crazy.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein.
Oh, Jesus.
Now that I know what the fuck's in it.
How is that? Like, I didn't even think we had that technology yet to, like, print meat.
So we do, but it's currently more expensive. It's super interesting because this guy also just sounds stupid.
Is taking legal action against
bioengineered meat, if I'm not mistaken, is really expensive right now because they can't do it in bulk.
It's got to be something, right? They have to found some way of doing it cheap.
Explosive allegations about one of its top executives.
I guess the other thing is, I can almost guarantee Campbell's probably comes out and goes, "Hey, we don't print our chicken."
Well, but apparently it's an audio recording of the VP saying that. I want to hear the audio. Where is it?
Of Monroe.
Yeah, that's my thought, though. It's like the higher-ups are going to come out and be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Yeah, but it's the VP. Okay, here, hold on. Here's the audio.
In a company like Campbell's, there's probably like 1,000 VPs.
You think so? I guess that's true.
Yeah, here,
Each
I
branch.
can look on LinkedIn.
Robert Garza
VP is like the
Monroe.
lowest end of the impressive sounding title, basically.
Okay.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's so healthy. Now that I know what the in it.
Campbell's
Even
Soup
in a can of
Company.
soup, I
I'm
look
gonna
at it,
look
look
up
at
on LinkedIn. Let's see.
Bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
The recording
Okay, hearing the recording, it sounds like he's exaggerating. It sounds like the 3D printer is something he made up. But he's basically saying, like, this is actual trash food I would never eat. I don't want to eat meat that came from a 3D printer, do you? It sounds like he's the one that's, like, pulling that out, not saying that it actually comes
from
from
that. Hyperbolic a little bit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But even still, just putting that out there is just an immediate, like, bomb to the company.
Yeah, like, I have to imagine their stock has dropped.
Man, that's so fucking
alleges
interesting.
Campbell's Soup VP made racist comments and says its food is made for poor people. Yeah, it seems like this guy lost his noggin.
It's a 15... Well, the recording lasted longer than an hour and 15 minutes.
I just saw that.
Holy shit. What, was he just like uninterrupted monologuing at the office here while this guy recorded it?
A guy just went, over and over as he recorded on his phone.
Oh, yeah. I know exactly.
Sir.
They couldn't think for the I'm like, you dumb
Just pure disgust.
And when he complained,
the response to Robert sticking up for other people is he gets fired.
I'm so curious what even spawned this rant from him. Like, did he just come in randomly like, all right, everyone gather around, I got a campfire story to tell you. Fuck Campbell's, this is shit for poor people, listen to me, listen well. Like, I wonder what got him down this road in the first place. Just like this snowball turning into an avalanche of a rant against the company where he is like a higher level position at. Like, maybe it was something as simple as Robert being like, hey man, what's going on today? He's like, well, let me fucking tell you what's going on today. It's crazy. And so he did record this. It feels pretty cut and dry here that this is that guy saying these things. And in retaliation, after complaining, he was fired. He was sticking up for his fellow employees and got fired for it. Big Campbell's themselves have responded saying, if the comments heard on the audio recording were in fact made by Mr. Bali, they are unacceptable. Such language does not reflect our values and the culture of our company. We do not tolerate this kind of language under any circumstances. So, criticizing his use of sentence enhancers. He's got a bit of a sailor's mouth on him, and Campbell's is condemning that. He's been temporarily put on leave while they conduct their own investigation. They noted his role in IT, which has nothing to do with how Campbell's makes its food, which is true. When I first was reading this story, it wasn't exactly clear to me what his role is, but after looking it up, he is not in, like, the production of its food, so it would be information he wouldn't be privy to in the first place, which is why I said during the stream it sounds like he's just exaggerating about, like, 3D printed meat. He views it as just, like, this lesser food because he's a fucking executive or something at Campbell's, so he wouldn't touch the shit. I don't think he's actually claiming it's 3D printed, and I would be very surprised if it was, because that would be extremely fucking expensive. More expensive than just sourcing cheaper chicken somewhere. But they responded to this saying, we are proud of the food we make, the people who make it, and the high quality ingredients we use to provide consumers with good food at a good value. We know that millions of people use Campbell's products, and we're honored by the trust they put in us. The comments heard on the recording about our food are not only inaccurate, they are patently absurd. Campbell's then said that the chicken meat in its soup comes from long-trusted USDA-approved U.S. suppliers with high-quality standards. So basically their response is, this is a load of hooey, this guy's a fucking wacko, and everything he said is a bunch of horseradish. Which, yeah, that makes sense as a response here. He does sound like off his rocker during the recording, just bouncing from like one complaint to another. And like I said, I really doubt that they actually 3D print their chicken at Campbell's. I've liked Campbell's like my whole life. I've never had like a problem with it. Is it like the highest quality gourmet food you can eat? No. And it's not supposed to be. I don't see what there is to be so incredibly angry about, where you're just like shitting on it entirely, saying like it's strictly for poor people, it's bioengineered 3D printed meat, it would never touch my refined palate. Absolutely not. Like, it's fucking absurd, man. Like, Campbell's is for anyone that wants like a cheap, quick little meal that's decent. That's always been where Campbell's lives, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it is so fucking weird to hear him go on this rant. Like, I do think this will do legitimate damage to the company, given his position and his fiery words here. And it's also terrible what happened to Robert, where you get punished for trying to do the right thing. So hopefully he wins that lawsuit here. Because it sounds like this guy just went fucking rogue. It doesn't sound like Campbell's is going to be backing him up, at least not right now. It doesn't seem to be like that. But I guess we'll have to see. Like, maybe it turns out this recording is, you know, a bunch of horse hockey. Like, it's not real or something, but I doubt it. Seems like it probably is. Anyway, though, just found this to be interesting. Wanted to share it. That's about it. See ya. I used to love Xbox, man. What happened to the game I used to love? What it has become is just embarrassing. Every step of the way, they're finding new lows to hit. Today, Xbox has announced a Game Pass change, and it's a doozy. Try a 50% price increase to the Game Pass Ultimate tier. Yeah, and it is revolting. It's going about as well as me in a dunk competition. They have increased the price to $30 a month for the Ultimate tier, and the two previous tiers for Essential and Premium are just not worth it. The Ultimate tier is the only one that lets you get the games day one. And for a large number of people, that was one of the main draws of the service here. And even though the Xbox catalog has been like a fucking Magikarp over the last few years, just extremely weak, the value you got out of Game Pass at the previous price point made up for it. Like, it was worth it, and it's something that I glazed quite a bit. But now, at this price point, the fuck is the point in keeping it anymore? It's just not worth it. And a lot of people are now canceling their subscription to Game Pass in response to these price increases. It's just L after L for Xbox. Like, even just recently, they farted out a new price increase for the consoles in a time period where Xboxes are like fucking fossils. Like, you can't give those bitches away sometimes. It's a console that doesn't have a whole lot of reasons to buy it unless your friends are already on it, but chances are your friends have already moved past it. Because being an Xbox fan in 2025 is like being a fidget spinner enthusiast. It's just not cool. It's lame. Like, it is so far past its prime now. And it brings me no joy saying that, by the way. As I have always proudly stated, Xbox and Xbox 360 have been my favorite gaming experiences. Those two consoles, I think, are the most important pieces of, like, gaming hardware ever made. But once the Xbox One came out, that's when it all went tits up, and it is not recovered. You hate to see what Xbox has become. And anytime I talk about Xbox or like criticize a lot of the decisions they've made over the years, somehow there is still like this last holdout of warriors willing to fight Xbox's PR battles for them, even though the general Phil Spencer himself constantly throws himself pity parties on every podcast that will have him about how they've lost the console wars. Like, he himself recognizes how far behind Xbox has fallen and how brutal it's been for them. And it just somehow keeps getting worse, even though they have this, like, come to Jesus moment of, man, we really put our own dick in our ass here. They don't do anything to course correct. Like, they did a good decision a little while back that I praised a lot, where they dropped exclusivity. I think that is the brightest path forward for the industry, where every title hits every platform, so consumers have their pick of playing it on their preferred platform. And Xbox was kind of pushing that, and I appreciated it. But for every one step forward they've taken 20 steps back, and today it has been a catastrophic disaster for them, because now they're fucking their golden goose. They even posted a delusional video celebrating these Game Pass changes as if it's something that the community was asking for. It's so out of touch and tone deaf. Just take a peek at this.
Hey everyone, Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade. We've listened to your feedback, and now you have even more freedom to choose how you play the games you want. We've expanded all Xbox Game Pass plans to give you more games and more ways to play and more rewards than ever. Previously, Core was primarily for console, but Essential now lets you play games on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. That means you have the freedom to stream and play on any supported device. And with cloud gaming, that includes a lot of devices.
So she goes through each tier with the upgrades that have been introduced, the improvements that they've augmented all of this with. And I'm just not fucking seeing it. Like, it really just seems like you get the same deal, but with more money needed to be forked over to achieve it. Like, the big thing that stands out to me is that they're putting more of a focus on, PC gaming. So instead of it being all about console, now you get more freedom to play on PC and like the cloud stuff. But for people that are like Xbox heads, they don't give a fuck about that. Like, they're not getting a much better deal. They're just having to pay more money for the deal. Like, it just doesn't seem worth it. And judging from the response from the community, almost nobody is defending it. I don't think there's anyone out there that actually thinks this is them listening to community feedback, because you need to pay $30 a month in order to like play Call of Duty Black Ops 7 on launch. Why would you do that? Why would you be paying $30 a month to then get access to a game day one? It's so fucking expensive. At that point, you might as well just buy the game that you're interested in, as opposed to having this like ongoing expensive subscription to Game Pass Ultimate for it. It's just not worth it. The value is not there. It does seem like it is now just a price increase without offering any real reason or justification to fork over those doubloons for it. What the fuck is the point? I don't know where the spin is coming that they're trying to put on it. Like, this is what you guys been asking for. Everyone's been begging to give us more money. All of you are asking to pay more for Game Pass. And we said, fine. Guess our hands are tied. We're reluctant to do this, but we're going to increase the price by 50% per your feedback. It's what you guys were demanding, so we're just serving you the meal you ordered from the menu. Like, who's asking for that? Like, I don't know where it's coming from. And again, the things that they're talking about in the tier, like the tiers that they're introducing, it feels like it's mainly just PC cloud related stuff that I don't think the console players were really begging for in a big way, especially if it leads to a price increase.
The best thing about Ultimate is that you can play new games on day one. That includes games like Call of Duty Black Ops 7, The Outer Worlds 2, and High on Life 2. But now, the best is getting even better. Ultimate subscribers will get access to over 75 day one games a year. We're also adding 2 new partner subscriptions. With Ultimate, you'll now have access to Ubisoft Plus Classics in addition to EA Play.
Wait, maybe I was a little hasty. Hold the fucking phone here. You get access to Ubisoft Classics? Oh my god, that's what I've always wanted. Access to Ubisoft Classics. Ubisoft! Yes! Oh, I can't wait to be paying $30 a month. Whee! And of course, EA Play. Who can understate the value of EA Play there? This is so silly. And I was really curious if they were going to mention the price increases in this video here, because it's so pivotal. Like, this is a really big deal. It's not like some trivial increase of 50 cents. It's 50%. They have raised it from $20 to $30, and they don't make a peep. They don't mention it in this video at all. They tried to save that cold water outside of the hype of this announcement, which I think is a little scummy. I don't really like that. You should talk about the price changes too. You talked about everything else, like the name changes, which feel totally unnecessary, but that's just like corporate America where names change all the time for the most minuscule of reasons. But come on, you're not going to mention the price here? There's just nothing in this that screams value, that screams that this is worth it now. Previously, at the old price points of Game Pass, I thought it was a good deal. I really did think that they had a good service that they were offering at that price point. At this, I don't see who the fuck would ever be able to rationalize spending that kind of money for what you get out of it. It doesn't make sense to me. And what also doesn't make sense to me is how Microsoft thought that this was a good idea. I recognize that they're not, doing amazing, but I mean, come on, just look at 2025 for Microsoft. It has been rough. And they've already increased prices on console and everything, and now this. They had to know this was going to be a big fucking miss here. I don't get it. It's crazy to me. Anyway, though, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. I really, and I don't mean this exaggeratory, I really don't know how much longer Xbox is even going to be around before they just pull the plug on it. It just seems like it's in such a disastrous state. They have so many things under their umbrella, but yet have so little to show for it. And their one, really good saving grace here with Game Pass is just getting ruined. It is going straight in the dumpster. It's already there. This is a dagger in Game Pass for a large, large number of people. It's not blown out of proportion with the amount of people canceling their subscription. It really does seem to be that bad. Anyway, though, I won't yap about it any longer. That's really about it. See ya. You know what they say, you can't spell druid without D-U-I, and you're about to see the mythical Coors Light druid in full action here as she gets her 5th DUI, this time with her child in the car.
So how'd you end up in the ditch here?
Actually, I just found here and I just...
Okay.
I didn't end up a ditch.
Well, I'm sorry. You're in the grass line here. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Her reaction to that question of why she's in the ditch is perplexing to say the least. Her eyes get so wide I thought they were going to pop out of her skull. She's making the same face Tobey Maguire made in Spider-Man 2 when he realized everyone on the train just saw him without his mask on.
Can I just get your driver's license so I know who I'm talking to?
No, I actually don't have it with me. I'm so sorry.
So I know who I'm talking to.
I promise you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. I promise you.
I hear you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, how do you spell your last name?
The whole time the officer's speaking to her, she's doing some wacky, odd motions with her face, like the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's. It seems like she's struggling to keep her eyes open and like focus on what's happening here. Like she's emoting the same way the NPCs in Fallout 4 do.
When I knocked on the window, she woke up and I said, "Are you okay?" Because I thought maybe she hit her head or something.
She's slurring her speech. I got an odor of something in there. I don't know if that's necessarily alcohol. Her pupils are huge.
Contacts here. Hi, you roll it all the way down. What's your name?
All I could see is a little boy, and I was like, well...
And she was completely passed out?
She was tipped over on the steering wheel.
So the lore breakdown is, she works nearby, was taking the trash out, and saw this vehicle here, and went up to check to see if everything was okay, because all she saw was like a child in the back seat, and then she saw that this lady was face down into the steering wheel, passed out, so then she put in the call, and that's why officers arrived at the scene here.
I see you got a little problem here, huh?
No. I'm good. I'm good.
So what brings you back to the parking lot? Did you have an appointment?
See you. Yeah, we did, actually.
Where was your appointment?
He had an appointment.
Yeah.
Now, from what I can gather with these breadcrumbs she's dropping, she's in this parking lot because her son had a doctor's appointment, and she just got blackout drunk, passed out, and then cruised the vehicle into like this ditch area here. So I guess in order to get ready for the doctor's appointment for her child, she put on her coats and butt-chugged 5 Coors Lights on the way out, and then it led to all of this.
Okay, so obviously we have an odor of alcohol coming from you. Okay.
Hey, actually,
hang on a second. So I'm gonna. So
never do this.
I have an odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. Okay. How did you end up here?
How what?
How did you end up here?
My son.
Okay,
your son drove you?
I'm not from here, guys.
What do you mean, not from here? Like, from this planet? Because, my god, these are like some very uncanny, almost horror movie-esque motions she's making with her body here. So, she tries to say she's here because her son... And the officers interpret that as her trying to say the son was driving and the kid's like 6 years old. So unless he built himself a pair of stilts like Jimmy fucking Neutron, that kid's not reaching the pedals. I don't think he was the one behind the wheel of the vehicle. I think what she was trying to say is the reason she's, kind of torpedoed her car in this parking lot is because her son had a doctor's appointment here. And she was just so fucking drunk she couldn't get the information across.
Okay.
That wasn't the question.
So why are you here in this parking lot? I'm just curious how you got here.
So, I'm sorry.
She didn't have one on her. Her name's Mary.
How did you get here?
Huh?
What made you come to this parking lot?
I really apologize, but I'm not really...
I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you a question. How did you get here?
Sorry.
Why are you here in this parking lot?
It doesn't take a super genius to recognize she's very fucked up. It is a miracle she didn't get herself or her child or another innocent person on the road killed here, because it doesn't even seem like she knows where she is at this moment. And she's making, like, expressions the same way a dog does when you ask it who chewed up the sofa and it knows it's guilty. It is impressive just how many different facial expressions she's going through here. It's like in Super Mario 64, the intro, where you, like, move around his face in a bunch of wacky ways. That's what she's doing. Like, with her teeth and everything. Just hitting some of that. It's more akin to, like, that infamous Charles Manson clip where he's like, I'm nobody. And he does, like, all that weird shit. That's what she's doing right now. She is so unbelievably intoxicated. I think that she was trying to make like a conscious effort with her face to appear sober, but just can't quite do it and doesn't recognize everything that's happening.
Okay. Is your boyfriend his dad? Yeah.
No.
No?
We knew to... No. I apologize.
Are you warm? Are you warm in the car?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Does your car normally smell like alcohol?
Yeah.
Where were you coming from?
Huh?
Where were you coming from?
Are we talking about
the road?
The road. No. Were you coming from your house?
Yes.
You were coming from your house.
That was a checkmate maneuver from this lady here. The chess master made her move. Where are you coming from? The road. Chef's kiss. Then she just drops the mic. Damn. She played hardball.
Okay, so then how do we end up here in this parking lot?
Because I came here from the road.
Okay. So you just came off the road and just came into the parking lot?
Kind of a walk.
Okay.
Well, the more I hear from her side of things, the more I think maybe I was too hasty to judge here. Maybe she's not intoxicated. Maybe she's just experiencing the sixth dimension. She's in like a whole different wavelength right now, but she's starting to really make a lot of sense when you stop to think about it. This could be a huge misunderstanding here, officers.
Mary, do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, I actually do.
You need an ambulance? Okay. Why do you feel you need an ambulance? What's going on so I can tell them why you need an ambulance?
I can't breathe, actually.
You can't breathe? You're breathing pretty well.
What did I do? Can you please tell me what I did?
I can just feel every neuron in Mary's brain banging against the sides of her cranium, desperately trying to get through. Mary, don't ask for the ambulance. Don't say yes to the ambulance. It's a trap. It's gonna be the biggest regret ever when you see that fucking bill they slap you with at the end. Don't fall for it. Don't say yes to the ambulance.
I'll have you turn to face me, okay? What you're gonna do is you're gonna follow tip my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Move your eyes and your eyes only. Top of my finger. Follow it. No, leave your head straight.
Sorry.
Straight on with me.
Sorry.
With just your eyes, please. Okay? Got that? It's pretty simple. Look at my finger. You're looking at the ground. Okay. All right. Actually, come over here. We'll utilize this line here, okay?
They had to break out further testing because she fucking aced the follow the finger brain buster there. She seems like she's in a state to pass the bar, I'll tell you what. She is crushing these field sobriety tests. Wait till you see how she walks this line.
1, 2, on your... Stop. Don't start the test, please. Okay. When you get to your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps like this, turning around. Watch me. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps going down the line. 1, 2, all the way to 9. Count your steps out loud. Keep your hands down to your sides. Right foot in front of your left foot, like I explained to you.
All right.
Okay. 6. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, come on back over here.
She did so well in the first portion of this test, she skips the second. Because she came over there, hit him with the fucking Hezzy Jimbo, and then dunked on their ass with that beautifully perfect straight line that she just walked. So now, they're going to try and get her with a third one.
So this next test is going to be a one-leg stand. So when I tell you to, you're going to raise your foot approximately 6 inches off the ground. And you're going to count in the manner of 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Okay, you may begin.
Sorry.
You're right. Keep going. Jeremy, you have a PBT. All right, you can stop. How much would you say you've had to drink today?
Actually, nothing.
Yeah, that sounds about right based on everything I've seen here. I don't hold it against her for not being able to pass with flying colors on the hold your leg up test. There was clearly a banana peel that she was slipping on there like it's fucking Mario Kart, so that one just needs to be thrown out. They wiped their ass with that. Inconclusive evidence there.
Right now, because he's downtown looking for you. He just called in a well-being check.
No.
And the first place he went is he walked to all the bars because you were supposed to bring him to the hospital.
I would never do this.
You're not at a bar, but you're drinking beer in the parking lot and throwing it out.
Stop it.
So she declined the PBT invitation there. She said, I will not be attending that hootenanny, so now they're going to take her in for further evaluation. The father has called in a wellness check because she was supposed to be bringing the child to the doctor's appointment or the hospital or whatever. Didn't happen, so he started checking the bars, apparently, looking for her there, because this seems to be a common occurrence with her. And now the officers are going to be picking up the father to bring him to the scene. They also apparently located some Coors Light that had been tossed aside here, and the father confirms that that's her beverage of choice. So the dots are starting to connect a little bit here.
How many times have you been arrested for operating while intoxicated? Never.
Your husband says 4 times. Does that sound about right to you?
No. He's not my husband.
Well, okay.
Can you please just stop, judging me, please?
I'm not judging you. I'm asking you questions.
Hey, Mary, I'm judging you, though. DUIs are just completely fucking inexcusable. This is her 5th one now. She had 4 prior DUIs, yet she still gets to get behind a wheel of a vehicle. I don't get it. I truly don't. Why does she still have her fucking license? It seems like the only time she even gets in the fucking car, even with her child in there, is if she already can't even remember her own name because she drank so much. It is so dangerous. She's putting her life, her child's life, and everyone else's life on the road at risk by drinking while fucking hammered like this. And it's something she seems to do often. She has been caught and charged with DUI 5 times. Now let's think for a moment, how many other times has she driven while completely fucking blackout drunk that she just didn't get arrested for? They didn't catch her. It's just crazy. I don't know why she's able to just keep getting her license back. She treats beer like it's Popeye's spinach and it somehow makes her turbocharged and a great driver or something.
Prescription drugs for anything?
Yeah.
What for?
Panic attacks, anxiety.
Because her pupils are as big as her eyes right now. And we have fresh Coors Light cans in the snow. At her drink of choice?
Yeah.
Okay.
She lives in Pennsylvania. She's here for a visit.
Did she come from Pennsylvania today?
No.
Okay, so she's been out here for a couple days. Weeks. Okay. Officer Koleski is obviously arresting her for an operating while intoxicated. Having the child in the car ups everything higher. And then having 4 priors, it's going to be felony levels. And then she resisted, fought, and kicked us. We were trying to do it back here.
I obviously cut out a lot here when they were putting her in the squad car. She was spamming some low kicks there for a minute. Can't really see them all too well, and there definitely wasn't a ton of elbow grease behind them or anything, considering she can hardly fucking stand or keep her eyes open. But even still, they're mentioning that as her, striking at them while trying to put her in the vehicle. They found Coors cans there, which, hey, they're going to have to run the fingerprints on there because it could have been that dastardly Coors Light ferry that comes through and just happens to sometimes just fucking drop Coors Light cans in the middle of nowhere like it's fucking loot boxes. Maybe those aren't hers. And maybe it's just a big old quinky dink that, according to the father, that's her drink of choice. We don't know for sure. That's all remains to be seen.
Okay.
I was gonna feel bad for you.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Did she get you too? You okay? Breathe. Let the adrenaline slow down.
Idiots.
Now you just sound like my father.
Okay.
To ensure officer safety, the suspect is restrained in a chair, and a spit hood is put over her head as she's transported to jail. Her blood alcohol content was determined to be .236, which is almost 3 times the legal limit. She was charged with her 5th or 6th offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated with a passenger under 16 years old, resisting obstructing, and 2 counts of battery to a law enforcement officer. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
So the father then picked up the child. Firefighters were keeping him warm and away from all of the hoopla that was happening with his mother, because that is just such a fucking terrible thing. My heart breaks for that child. That's just terrible to grow up with a mom like that. Now, when they got her to the hospital, they had a warrant to draw her blood to confirm intoxication and rule out the possibility of it being some kind of, maybe reaction to prescription drugs that she does have and that kind of thing. But while trying to draw that blood, she was less than cooperative, you could say. It started to look like an exorcism scene in there for a moment. She was wiggle worming and squirming, apparently even biting. That officer, I guess, got a bloody nose from all of it at some point. I couldn't really see that on the body cam. I don't know how she got up there and got him. Maybe with a headbutt or something. I couldn't tell you. But it was pretty chaotic in there. But when they got her blood, they confirmed, no, she's definitely drunk. Very drunk. That's the root cause of all of this. Now, if you want my Neanderthal perspective on it, I really think she should lose her license. I know, maybe I'm talking crazy. Maybe I'm boofing the crazy pills. But I just think it's pretty clear she shouldn't be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. This is completely fucking unacceptable. It's just a matter of time until someone dies because of this from her. But I just have a sneaking suspicion that's not going to happen. I bet she'll be back on the road pretty soon. And that is very scary. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. Yep. Hey! You stop right there, Buster! I'm approaching with intention to mug you. Now show me your wallet. By God, I can't believe it. You're missing $100 in here. I already know where it went, pal, and it breaks my heart. You put $100 down to pre-order the T1 Trump phone, didn't you? And now you still have nothing to show for it, just an empty hole in your wallet where dreams once were. You know what? Take it back. You've been through enough. You've already been robbed. That's right. The T1 Trump phone, we're checking in on it again. It was supposed to come out in summer of 2025, then it was supposed to come out at the end of 2025, then it was supposed to come out in the beginning of 2026. It is April 6, 2026. Still nowhere to be seen. And curiously, not only is it nowhere to be seen, but it is still complete radio silence from Trump himself and Trump Mobile as an organization. They haven't squeaked out a peep about where the T1 phone is. More than happy to accept hundreds of dollars from tons and tons of Americans, yet not too gung-ho about actually delivering that product or at least keeping you updated on the whereabouts of it. This will be my third time checking in with the Trump Mobile support staff to see where it is. I feel like I'd have a better chance locating DB Cooper than I would locating a single golden Trump phone, the T1 device. I don't want to just regurgitate the lore, but the cliff notes are Trump advertised the T1, a golden phone for Trump Mobile, a $500 phone that has all the bells and whistles, and it was going to be made right here in America, the land of the free, the land where Jesus was born, baby. And then it never happened. Also, they then removed that messaging off their website when they realized they couldn't make the phone they were advertising in the States at that price point. It was literally impossible. It is going to have to be made overseas. All phones like this are overseas. It's just not possible to be made here. So they had to completely strike that from their website that it was American made. Now they tout that it is American proud design. It is a proudly American design as opposed to American made. And even still, it doesn't exist. I have not seen a single piece of evidence to confirm that there is actually a T1 device anywhere on this fucking planet. I don't even think God could get his hands on one right now if he asked. Which is extremely shocking to me because I thought for sure he'd do the classic Trump thing of just grabbing some dog shit from China and drop shipping it over here for a huge markup. But he's not even doing that much. Not even doing like the bare bottom tiddlywinks of providing a product for money. Like with the Trump Bible. The signed Trump Bible that, $60 up to $1,000 if you want like the inside cover signed by Trump. Those are made in China for $3 a pop and sold here for $60 to $1,000. I was expecting something similar for the T1 device here, but not even that is on the plate. So anyway, this is going to be my third time checking in with support to see where it is, because when I called them a month ago, I was assured by the customer support representative that they were shipping at the end of the month, March. That's when the phones were coming. End of March. It's April now. Still no phones. Still no pickles. And I can't find anyone out there that has one. So, let's give them a ring. Let's get them on the horn and see what the holdup is. Well, last month when I called about my Trump Mobile device, the support representative told me that it would be ready at the end of the month. But they missed that window. I'm assuming something went awry with UPS, so it's probably on its way, but I just want to double check.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para Español, oprima el número dos.
Please.
Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
All right, now we wait. They're not even piping in the waiting music this time around.
Hello, this is Michaela with Trump Mobile. How can I assist you today?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to check on the status of my Trump Mobile device.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, this is Michaela. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Michaela, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? What? Hello?
Yeah, but you good.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, this is Michaela. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Help! I'm scared. Hello? Am I being pranked? What is going on here? Should I call back? Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm just gonna try calling back. I guess even the Trump mobile headquarters is having problems with their mobile devices. The ones that exist over there. Let's try again. Okay. I guess Trump Mobile was experiencing some kind of EMP blast or something that was shaking the system, so I gave them a little bit of time to cool off here, let the alt recharge, so I then gave them a retry a couple minutes later, and it did work then. Now, once again, just to remind you, the first time I called, they said that the reason the Trump phone hadn't been delivered is because of the government shutdown, and they had no estimated date for me. And then when I called last month, they said it'll be ready at the end of the month, in March. So, let's see what they have to say today.
To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training
Hopefully it works
purposes.
this time.
Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I think it's going to happen again.
Hello, thank you for calling Trump Mobile. This is Sheena. How can I assist you today?
Hi, yes, I was calling to check on the status of my order.
Okay, we're happy to check on that for you. Give me just 1 second. Oh, brother, you probably don't have an account yet. Okay, let me try your email. May I have your email, please?
Yes, it's bigcwet@gmail.com.
Okay. Thank you. 1 moment.
If it's causing a problem, I'm just more so checking to see when the phone is supposed to be shipping. I'm just...
Yeah, the majority of the phones have not yet shipped. It's gonna, they're gonna pretty much start shipping at the end of this month, but none have shipped as of yet.
But that's, I don't mean to be rude, that when I called...
I was wanting to check. Mm-hmm.
When I called last month, the representative told me it'd be the end of last month. So, are the phones shipping? Like, actively shipping?
Yes. They, and then their second batch, they're stating that they're going to be shipping, like, towards the end of this month. So if you haven't received it yet, then yes, you probably would be part of that shipment.
Okay, where can I find information on the first batch of shipments? Because the people that I know that have also ordered it haven't received it either. So we've just been kind of concerned about the whereabouts.
Yes, sir. Well, what happened was they had some sort of pushback on the push-out date, so that's why they've been delayed on top of, the shutdown and things like that. However, when you called last month, what information did you give the other representative?
The same information I've shared with you. And then I called back in December as well, and it was the same information I gave then too. So I don't know why it'd be an issue now. I guess maybe something in the system didn't log it. I'm not really sure.
So yes, let me go ahead and get this submitted for you, sir. I do apologize for the inconvenience, but we'll get this submitted and you'll be, I can't even talk. You will hear back soon.
Alright, I appreciate it, but just checking in one more time, you said that phones have been starting to ship out, so I should be in the next batch then if I wasn't in the first batch?
Yes, they were stating that they should get shipped out sometime near the end of the month.
Okay, alright, well I appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye. Very curious to see if they actually will reach back out in 35 business days about fully setting up the Big C Wet account. That would be fascinating. That's the first time that a customer service rep at Trump Mobile actually bothered to check if I had an account. All the other times they were somehow magically finding bogus information. So, looks like they're beefing up their customer service protocol there. So, we are still at the any day now. The Trump phone should be here. Apparently, they've already been shipping some out. I guess they're bringing them around on tricycles or something, because it's real slow. I haven't seen anybody receive one, and presumably, according to some data, there were many, many thousands of pre-orders, and yet not a single piece, not a single morsel of information on someone actually having received one in that first batch the customer service representative mentioned. Now again, as I said in the last two, I don't blame the customer service reps. They're just doing what they're told, and right now it looks like their talking points are, it's coming at the end of the month, or it started shipping and, there's another batch coming at the end of the month. So now it went from any day now to this nebulous end of the month kind of spiel. I don't know if I necessarily believe it, but one thing is for sure, the customer service rep this time around actually bothered to look up some of the information I was telling her. I gave her the same stuff I gave the other two, and yet somehow in both of the other cases, they found my accounts and my purchases, which I never made until today, by the way. After the conversation with her, I decided I'll go ahead and put a pre-order down, so that way when we do this song and dance again next month, when inevitably I still haven't seen anyone with a Trump phone, I'll then at least have information for them to pull from, and then they can tell me how it's coming at the end of May, actually. But who knows? Maybe this time it really is on its way. Perhaps that T1, that golden nugget T1 unicorn phone, is right now in the mail carriers, going out to all the good boys and girls across the globe that have wished upon the star and put down $100 to receive it. And by golly, I can't wait, because now I'm excited to get my hands on a T1 device too. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, it's that time again. About every 6 months, like clockwork, there's a new horror movie that comes out that gets the buzz that it's the scariest movie ever made. Hope you brought your diaper, because you're gonna be pissing those britches after how scary this one is. Like with long legs and all of that. And time again, it's usually just like it was an alright movie. Just marketing buzz out the wazoo. And that brings us to the most recent culprit here, Undertone. It has been hyped up by a lot of people as being real scary, no doubt going to be the scariest film of the year, maybe one of the scariest things human beings have ever cooked up. It is an unholy concoction of fear, filth, evil. Too scary even, potentially. And from the trailer, I actually thought it looked good. Undertone utilizes sound as like its gimmick. It's a horror film that does have a gimmick, which isn't unusual. A lot of horror films rely on it, but it executes it very well, and it doesn't live or die by its gimmick. It actually does make you care about the characters in the movie. I just saw it. I'm going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off now. No, it is not the scariest movie I've ever seen. I also don't know if it'll be the scariest movie of the year, but I do think it's good. I did enjoy it. I wasn't bored. I wasn't let down. And I will say, as far as like scariest movie ever made buzz goes, this one's probably one of the better ones that gets slapped with that title. I like it more than Longlegs. I can safely say that. So let's dive into it a bit. Immediately, I want to talk about the gimmick, because that is going to be the bulk of what you experience here. It is about a podcast host, and they go through the creepy stories for their podcast and figure out if the paranormal is real. One of them's a skeptic, the main character that we follow, and her co-host is more willing to believe in it. Not that that overly matters. Also, we are going to get into some spoilers here, because some of my complaints, they do get spoilery, so I'm going to give you fair warning now. But anyway, we follow Evie. Justin is the co-host, who is just kind of there to like reinforce that, oh man, this might be real, where Evie's like, well, actually, this might just be psychosis. that kind of thing, which I think is a fine dichotomy. I think that they bounce off each other well on the podcast, but that sets the stage. It is all about audio for the most part, and it is a slow burn of a movie. In fact, like the first 40 minutes, nothing's happening outside of setting the stage for the main story that we dive into, which is a mysterious email that Justin receives as the subject for their podcast episode. It comes from a mumbo-jumbo email sounding like a 10-minute mail address, and it was attached it had 10 audio files attached and some gobbledygook in the base of it. So they decide to go through it, which I think is also a little weird the way they set it up. It didn't narratively make sense. This is apparently a very popular podcast, and yet he just randomly clicked on an email that just said lol. He even said, like, I got a weird email that said lol. So I clicked on it, and there was 10 audio files there with no actual information or anything. So we're going to listen to him for the episode. That feels like a bit of a leap there. But anyway, it then dives into these audio files, and we learn about two characters in these audio files, Mike and Jessa. And some really peculiar stuff is happening in their relationship, potentially possession. I don't want to spoil everything, so I'm not going to get into like full-blown spoilers or anything. I just want to make that clear right now. But you are now listening to basically a potential possession. And Evie is, of course, not really believing it, thinking it could be a hoax or rational explanations. Justin, on the other hand, starts like researching, and we get like a lot of lore. Like we learn a lot about what's going on in these audio files, and I think the movie does a really good job of making you care and making you feel tense. Even though it's not actually showing you anything, you're just hearing these audio files. It's also shot in a really creative way. It's not just static shots on Evie. The camera's always slowly moving, and you see like maybe some things in the shadows, or maybe like some of the things you're hearing in the audio maybe aren't in the audio file, but it's actually in the house Evie's in. It does a really good job of playing with audio as well as using some good camera shots that make things interesting and eerie. Like, I do think it's shot well, and I think they utilize sound very well, and I really wouldn't be surprised if they actually hid things in the audio that only certain people will pick up on, or if you like run it backwards, which was like a core component of this movie where they run certain audio things backwards and it tells them more of the story and more of like the haunted shit. Now, the big thing is Evie's mother is in rough shape and on the verge of passing away, and Evie is taking care of her. She is basically in a coma and Evie cares for her. And as we're learning about this story through these audio files, weird things are happening with the mom, the house, and Evie. And here's where things start to show a few cracks. When they're outside of like the audio, when you're actually following Evie around her day to day, it is a little boring. There is moments where it just feels like kind of a slog, but I don't think it's like to the detriment of the film, because it does set itself up as a slow burn, and I think it does fine there. But when it starts trying to show you some scary stuff instead of like have you hear creepy things, I think it falls into horror movie cliches big time. Like, it uses some of the most standard shit that you've seen in horror movies, just tropes out the wazoo, like the classic teapot, or Evie likes to draw with crayons, so then she drew something weird. She drew something scary out of the crayons. What? Or like a weird statue that keeps mysteriously getting moved, or the light comes on and then the light goes off. Like, it just shows, like, when it's trying to show you something scary or creepy, I think it just kind of falls into the old tried and true methods of the same scares that you've seen a million times, especially towards the end. At the end, they throw the kitchen sink at the scares that you're used to seeing. So as shit's popping off and they're receiving phone calls on the podcast from people like laughing because it's the bad demon going, ha 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 ha, ho 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 ho. You shouldn't have listened to all the files. Are you dumb, you doofus? You listened to all 10 files? Uh-oh, guess we're gonna fuck ya. Like, it's literally taking like a victory lap, and they use like the standard cliche demon filter where it's like, go ba boo ba, goo boo boo ba goo ba, you listen to the 10 files, ha boo ba ga ba goo ba, you da 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 hoo ba. It's, I don't know, it gets so silly with that. The movie is by far at its best when it's utilizing sound. because I think it actually does a good job at that. And I really appreciate that it wasn't afraid early on to be slow and have these really slow camera shots where you're questioning yourself if you're seeing something there or hearing something there or not. And I do think there was a couple of times where they got creative with like building up tension. So like there's like some really quick, there's a scene where she closes something real quick and there's like a brief flicker on the reflection where I think you could very easily miss something scary that happened in that reflection. I think that's when the movie's doing its best work. When it's utilizing sound, which the whole thing tries to build around, and when it's being unapologetically slow with creative shots that actually do build tension. And I do think the movie does a good job of making you care about Evie and her situation, so you want to get some kind of resolution, you want to see what's going on. And I also do like the lore they set up, but it really feels like someone got cold feet and felt the need to have like a couple of cheap jump scares that I don't think were very effective. The jump scares in this kind of fall flat. And the need to throw in like the standard spooky horror movie visuals. So like at the end, there's a creepy face on the TV and it's making some loud noises. There's the demon voiceover going, ah, ha, 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 ha. That kind of thing. Like it just, like it ruins its own momentum of being like methodical with its tension. And it just kind of blows its load into this giant bukkake of like generic horror visuals. But that's not to say I think everything about the ending sucks. I actually love what they did at the very, very end of the movie. They have like this 10-ish minutes, maybe 15 minutes of doing like the standard horror movie shit. And then like the very end, the last like 2 or 3 minutes is actually only audio. It's only audio to deliver the rest of the movie, and I thought that was great. I thought that was a really good choice, and if it didn't have that wet fart for 10 to 15 minutes before it, I think it would have stuck the landing much better. But even still, I do like the decision they made at the end there, though I think a lot of people will be disappointed that there's not actual closure. It's very open-ended. But for me, I actually like that more, because then you actually think about it. You don't get spoon-fed what happens. You hear things that happen, or you hear things you think happen, and you play it all out in your head. So you are imagining things. And this is something I've said for a while. The scariest thing isn't what something shows you. It's what you convince yourself of. No one's going to scare you more than you will. Which is why things like the very last couple minutes of the movie, I think, work really well, because it's not showing you anything. You're hearing things, and now you yourself imagine them, and maybe you scare yourself with what you think is going on there. I just thought that was smart, and I really like that, and I really wish it didn't have the 10 to 15 minutes worth of, like, haunted house shit that they decided to throw in there. But overall, I do like the movie. I think there are a little too many horror movie cliches, but I do still like the movie. I thought the performances were solid too to really sell you on the characters and what was going on. So I did enjoy the movie. Is it the scariest movie I've ever seen? No. Is it a good horror movie? Yes. Now, it very well could be the best horror movie of the year. Who's to say? I do think it is strong. I just wouldn't go as hog wild as everyone else seems to be going about, like, it's too scary, it's the scariest movie, no doubt, holy shit. I always think that is to the detriment of the film, because then it puts unrealistic expectations on the movie, and it's very unlikely for them to actually reach that level. But if you go in with normal expectations, I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised with the film. I think you're going to enjoy it. I thought it was good. So yeah, overall undertone I thought was solid. That's really about it. So yeah. It's 5 a.m. I got a butt full of poop, but I cannot peel myself away from the computer to go take care of that business. I'm refusing nature's call, and it's not insomnia that's keeping me awake right now. We are in the middle of what I believe to be an actual big development here in the Epstein case. CoffeeZilla just made a video talking about this, as well as giving instructions on how you yourself can get your hands on this latest dump of documents that wasn't supposed to go out yet, but had been accessible to people savvy enough to get their hands on it, and now it's been disseminated. And these are some documents here that I imagine they were probably going to do a little bit more to hide some names and hide certain elements of, because, hooey, boy howdy, I imagine Trump and a lot of the elites are doing this right now. Yeesh. There is some big stuff in here, and I'm not saying that sarcastically this time around. Yes, the vast majority is still like hundreds of pages of completely blacked out, redacted garbage, like it's completely useless, but some of them that they didn't get a chance to go through and just, fucking vanish to the Shadow Realm has eye-opening stuff that directly contradicts a narrative that the government's been running with for a while.
Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail and the guys at DropSite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files. And they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did.
Before anyone tries to cry foul questioning the authenticity of these documents here, this is the actual volume 8. They just made it accessible by pure accident because everyone that seems to be working at the highest level is actually like a thumb-sucking fucking brain-dead moron.
Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit.
That is huge information, especially when you consider clowns like Kash Patel saying that there's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking victims to others or anything like that, making it seem like it was a solo operation and Ghislaine Maxwell, was second fiddle and that's it. And also Maxwell, worth remembering, isn't exactly facing the harshest of punishment. Not real justice there now that she's at a summer camp prison for a little bit petting service animals. So, I want to also make a side note. Kash Patel needs to be in jail. Like, he literally needs to be arrested. I don't know why perjury isn't something that's taken seriously anymore. There is irrefutable evidence Kash Patel has lied on record about this case. It's crazy that he just gets to do that with pure immunity. But I won't start shitting and spitting about that too hard right now. The important thing about this piece that CoffeeZilla is highlighting is that we now have information that confirms that authorities were looking into other co-conspirators in this operation. Co-conspirators that clearly they must have dropped the leads at some point. They stopped sniffing around, said not worth pursuing. But at one point, they did have other co-conspirators and apparently quite a bit of information on them, as the documents seem to hint at and reveal and talk around. So, what the fuck happened, and why are they now pretending that there aren't co-conspirators when we now have hard proof that there was and that they were pursuing for however brief a time?
And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top. And it says, blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim. And I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
Liar, liar, plants for hire. His nose about to grow fucking 5 feet with that big old fib. This is inarguable that they are redacting names of people that aren't victims here. As CoffeeZilla points out, these are co-conspirators. The evidence is overwhelming. There's no wiggle room here, no way to weasel out some kind of explanation for why these would be justifiably censored and blacked out and redacted. These are clearly not victims. This is about the co-conspirators. So there should be no exceptions made. Their names should be revealed here in these documents, but they're not. It's been redacted. Why? Who are they covering up for? And why? This is illegal. You cannot do that. And this is inarguably them redacting names of people that are not victims. It's craziness, and it's so blatant, it's right in your face. Like, the proof is in the pudding, and yet I know people are going to deny it still. It's fucking unhinged. There is no world where you can spin a narrative here where these redactions in these places make sense, because there's no way that what they're talking about right there can possibly be minors or victims. These are co-conspirators that are being protected. That's fucking insanity.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And then they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner.
Even though most of the names are redacted, it's not all of them. So Wexner's name appears here, as well as Brunel, but as CoffeeZilla mentioned, he's dead. He's already burning in hell right now. But Wexner, this was someone that they grand jury subpoenaed, seemingly, and I don't think I've heard a peep about any kind of consequences or justice being served over there, or any kind of, like, pursuit on analyzing his connections here to all of this, even though he is here in one of the emails here about being a co-conspirator. What happened there? The well ran dry or something? Like, it turns out he was completely innocent? That seems kind of hard to believe. That'd be a surprising, shocking twist, more so than a fucking Darman video. I don't know about that. That seems a little fishy. And again, why are other names here blacked out? Why are co-conspirators being protected? Why aren't their identities being revealed? Food for thought.
And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute. Right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. You know, it's insane.
It is insane because their position has been like, oh, there was nothing actionable in there. So, you know, stop asking us. Just pipe down. We're busy covering shit up. Stop asking questions has basically been the philosophy. Our hands are tied. There was nothing. It's all a hoax. Actually, no, the files are on Pam Bondi's desk. No, the files don't exist. It's all a hoax. Wait, actually, here's a ton of fucking files. Nothing's actionable, though. And according to Kash Patel, it was just Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody else. Why? It doesn't go deeper than that. That's it. Case closed. It's a fucking mess. It's a complete circus. And now that we have this kind of information out there, it's even more sickening to know that they are just blatantly protecting these pedophiles, these evil, evil people that engaged in unthinkably heinous actions. They are still getting away with it. And they know, and have known since 2019 apparently, that there are others out there, still at large, and are just not doing anything about it, and would instead rather lie saying, oh, there's nothing actionable or anything. Yeah, there was really nothing in there at all. In fact, it was all make-believe. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was never real in the first place. Jeffrey Epstein was the friends made along the way. What are you guys talking about? It's so absurd. It is downright diabolical. The corruption is so blatant, it is right in your face. And even when we are getting drip-fed the tiniest tiddlywinks of information about this case that have been heavily redacted, mind you, we are still seeing just how depraved this is. There is so much evidence that they can't even sweep it all under the rug. We are still finding just how bad this is. Now just imagine what they're keeping from you and covering up and what they've already probably burned and fucking snapped out of existence. And imagine if they actually did follow the rules here and only redact victim information. Just imagine how many people we could point to as blatantly corrupt and needing to be thrown in jail. For the last 6 years, having this kind of information and not acting on it, and to this day, having so many people in the highest levels of government denying its existence and trying to pretend that it's all fucking phony baloney, make-believe, dirty barnacles, horseradish, it's a hoax, it's not real, that kind of thing. Can you imagine if this information did actually properly release with only victims' information redacted?
Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are two names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was a idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others. And I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not.
Yeah, that investigation hit a brick wall. That investigation went off the tracks and fell into a fucking nitroglycerin facility and just blew up, because that shit has not been pursued, clearly. As CoffeeZilla mentions, this idea of there being more than just Epstein and Maxwell, the highest level of authority has been saying, you're crazy if you believe that, you are falling for, nonsense fairy tale garbage. But even the FBI years ago was saying the same things internally here. And even agreeing that it couldn't have been done alone. They were even moving to call other people associated with this co-conspirators. Information redacted on those names there. But they knew certain individuals to target for this that they were going to be looking into with the investigation and assuring them that the investigation is moving forward on these co-conspirators, and then it doesn't. Why did it magically stop? What happened? What changed? And why, if all of this information is still at the government's fingertips, do they continue to lie and pretend as though it doesn't exist and that there's nothing here at all that the public didn't already know? They've already given out justice by sending Maxwell to a summer camp. That's all they can do. That's the only power they can muster here.
What's even more concerning is our president also seems concerned with the wrong people.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me, too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago.
What an interesting perspective. That is a fascinating thing for him to harp on so much about, we got to think about all the innocent people that met with Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we should be focusing on, and how damaging and how traumatizing this must be for them, those innocent people that hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, all the lawyers and bankers and all of them. Heart breaks for them. Bill Clinton, I can't believe he got wrapped up in this. Love that guy. This is a crazy set of circumstances. He's a big boy, though. Side note, Bill Clinton apparently just put out a statement this afternoon saying release the entirety of the files. So Bill Clinton's like, just do it, pussy. That was a crazy plot twist I certainly didn't expect, because I can't imagine a world where Bill Clinton isn't also wrapped up in this shit. I think that guy is beyond guilty. I bet he had a whole fucking lodge named after him on Epstein's Island. Like, I find it hard to believe that somehow he'd walk out of this squeaky clean. Sounds like mutually assured destruction here, and Bill Clinton's just throwing his meat on the table, challenging him to do so, and I guess we'll see how it all shakes out from there. The thing is that CoffeeZilla is pointing out, Trump's focus is more about, like, there's innocent people here. We have to keep in mind, think of the innocent multi-millionaire and billionaires that didn't know Jeffrey Epstein for all the bad stuff. They just knew him for cracking jokes and stuff and, you know, just being a guy, just being one of the dudes. Like, why is that what you're focusing on? Why wouldn't you instead be focusing on trying to catch all of the people that have just completely been swept under the rug? Why would that not be the focus? Why instead would you be pretending none of this is real, it's all a hoax? That's very peculiar. I think that's pretty concerning. And when you do have an opportunity to release the files, why are they so heavily redacted with hundreds and hundreds of pages completely blacked out? That looks very guilty. That looks like a really big admission of guilt.
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, and part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators, uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just completely ridiculous that some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here.
Once again, just further evidence that they are indeed scrubbing the name of co-conspirators. These are not victims or minors that they are taking the names out of here. Thus, they are breaking the rules of how this is supposed to go. It is blatant, this cover-up. There is no world where that is somehow a victim there, yet their name has been redacted. Why? Why are they hiding the co-conspirators' identities? It's fucking outrageous. And people should be very mad about this. But I have no doubt, again, it's 5 a.m. right now, so I haven't seen like the full response to all of this now being out there, but I know there's going to be people that are butt-chugging the Kool-Aid to such an unbelievable degree that the delusion has fully taken hold that they're going to go through these mental gymnastics to explain why, actually, there's nothing fishy going on here. This is totally normal. They did everything by the book, and you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Clearly the most transparent administration in American history at work here, obviously. Which just, again, you have so much evidence to prove that this is not by the book here. This is indeed a co-conspirator's name and many other examples of co-conspirators' names being redacted. Not victims, not minors. Unless they're trying to say that these names here are victims, these people that are potentially co-conspirators of Epstein, they're also victims. And in that case, you need to be institutionalized ASAP if that's what you think. That is a fucking crazy take. But I guess it's not the most outrageous thing to picture someone believing when you have someone like Trump who continues to just drive that point home, where it seems like he's not even really focused on the actual victims of Epstein and all of his clients. He's instead more focused on like, oh, the innocent guys, we used to, just go watch the ball game together with Jeffrey Epstein. They had no idea, and my heart breaks for them. Oh, Bill Clinton playing a song on my world's smallest violin. Like, he's just constantly bringing up, like, oh, so many innocent people. They're getting wrapped up in all this Epstein hoopla. I can't believe we're still talking about it. You're a bad person if you're talking about it, which is something he did say, by the way, not too long ago. I highly recommend you go check out the rest of CoffeeZilla's video. He also gives you the tutorial on how you can get your hands on these files as well to check them all for yourself. Now, after combing through them, there were some other big eyebrow-raising moments. One of them, CoffeeZilla also tweeted out. This is from a U.S. attorney who wrote in 2020, Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported or that we were aware, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. And then it concludes with, On 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. I noticed Trump's name in quite a few documents in this most recent volume. This has been one that is obviously pretty interesting because it's talking about his frequent flyer miles that he was accumulating with old Epstein Airlines, about how he had flown on the airlines far more than they had thought at the time. Now, whether that's before or after all the flight logs, which does show Trump flying on the planes quite a bit, I don't know. Maybe there's more that weren't on the flight logs. I'm not sure. Again, all of this is still brand new. And I guess as more gets combed through, we'll get more and more information. But like I said, I have been glued to this for hours now. And I really just wanted to yap about it because there is some crazy shit in here. This is finally, for the first time in a long time, big new information in regards to this case and people involved in it, and exposing a blatant cover-up of very important information from these files. Now, it's very late in the evening and all of this is still very fresh. I have no doubt there will be a lot more that comes from this. So I'm just gonna try and keep my finger on the pulse of it. I already have no doubt there will be a large number of people that'll plug their ears to it and downplay the significance. I already saw a crazy tweet from some psychopath named Mila. I have no idea who this troglodyte is, but they are now already singing a different tune about why does anyone care about the Epstein files, which is something that was previously tried. Now, in the wake of all of this, it's being dusted off to try again. I truly hope there won't come a time where people start to say that this isn't a big deal, that this isn't something people should care about. This is a massive deal and everyone should care about this because it implicates the people that control your life. The people in the highest level of power in this country that are actively making decisions on your life and how everything unfolds in this country. And if the people that are in these positions are these evil pedophiles that have been getting away with these crimes, then there's a huge problem there. They need to be held accountable and face justice. You shouldn't want to be ruled and controlled by people that were Epstein clients. Like, I don't know how insane people have become recently, where now they are with a straight face trying to say that Epstein isn't something you should care about. Get over it. That blows my mind. Mila Joy, I suppose, gets her joy from the suffering of children and does so with a big smile on her face. She doesn't care that children were being trafficked and raped by potentially the most powerful people in this country. She doesn't care. She doesn't want them unmasked or thrown in jail. She couldn't care less about that. That's pretty fucking unhinged, Mila. All I can do is cross my fingers and hope and pray that there's not a ton of people with a poisoned, smooth brain like she has. I am hoping there's sensible people out there that are seeing all of this unfold in real time and finally having that come to Jesus moment, that eureka moment of, wow, there's something very, very bad afoot here. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it for now. I guess we'll see what else comes from Volume 8 here of the Epstein files. Huge hats off to everyone that played a role in helping preserve that initial dump of these files, because I have a sneaking suspicion when these are officially released, when they pop up again, they might not be in the same state. I'm thinking there might be further redactions to them. It's just a hunch. I guess we'll see. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. For a couple days now, there's been a video YouTube's been shoving down my throat, recommended out the wazoo, and tonight finally caved and decided to give it a peek. It's called Pulling Over the Police Doesn't End Well from Midwest Safety. And as advertised in the title, this citizen's arrest attempt does not go swimmingly. Far from it.
An officer pulls to the curb for a civilian following behind, honking their horn and flashing their lights constantly. After the civilian passes, the officer initiates a traffic stop.
The reason I stopped you is because you were honking at me and following at an unsafe distance?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Okay, do you have your driver's license on you?
I sure don't.
The chess master has made his move. There was no pressure, yet the quarterback still fumbled here. This gentle Sir Redditor tipped his fedora to the officer, and he's got him right where he wants her. So he was following her, honking, making a ruckus, flashing his lights, in what seems to be an attempt to get the officer to pull over so he could give her a stern talking to. And the way she describes it, and I guess even the way he describes it, makes it sound like that old meme, you know, the hit it, Joe, and then the guy's on like the fucking doohickey, just like a piano with a ton of noise-making gadgets and gizmos going boom, 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 penny whistle, like it seems like that's what this guy was doing, following the officer around. So she like pulled over to let him pass, and then eventually just pulled him over to figure out what the fuck is going on.
You better call your chief right now, you
That's not very nice.
Well, I have the right to pull you over. You were on the phone and you were doing something wrong.
So you were trying to pull me over?
Did you not see the lights flashing?
Okay. Sounds good.
Get your chief down here now.
He's not coming.
Yeah, he is.
And you're not free yet.
I'm asking for your supervisor.
Supervisor can come down, but not my chief.
Your supervisor's gonna come here.
Okay.
Because you have no business pulling me over.
Okay. But you were trying to pull me over.
I didn't do nothing wrong. I was behind you.
He's got some nerve questioning this man's authority. It's pretty clear he's in charge. So he is now doing the classic, I need to speak to your manager move here, the old go-to Karen play. A John Madden classic. It's timeless. He did fumble the nomenclature. He was asking for the chief, which I guess the chief doesn't have an obligation to show up to every traffic stop when requested. Like Bloody Mary, if you say his name 3 times, the chief of police will show up. So he did eventually realize that it's the supervisor that he can request, which she obliges and gets the supervisor on the horn to join them at this hootenanny.
Can you determine from your mirrors what's safe? Because this says right here that may appear to be closer than
10-4, do we have any recent contacts with it?
Scream for help. Get out of the car and scream for help.
The driver is talking to his own child, who's also in the vehicle.
Start screaming for help.
He's now got his child stepping out of the car to scream for help.
Help!
Bud, you don't have to do that.
Okay, he's going to do it because you're
okay.
Help! Help! Help!
He's actually requesting a supervisor now, if one is available.
What an incredible father. He's really raising his son right. Barking orders, demanding that he get out of the car and fucking scream for help. I don't even understand what that plan is. What was the thought process there? That the kid would get out and scream for help and then the police would show up. But the police are already there? Like, I don't really know who he was expecting to show up. Fucking Batman or something? Like, I don't really get it. This is just insanity. Like, this is just actual lunacy. And he's setting the worst possible example for his son. I'm going to spoil the big reveal here because I think it's pertinent to what's going on. This guy's no angel. I know it's going to be hard to believe. Imagine my shock when I found out that he actually has an extensive criminal history with a litany of charges, like an absolute laundry list of charges, and he should not, under any circumstances, even have visitation rights to his child. This guy is a fucking menace. And he's using his kid here as some kind of, like, accomplice to his nefarious scheme. It's so fucked up. It's so weird.
Because you were doing something illegal. I wasn't. I was behind you.
Okay.
Honking my horn at you is not illegal. I'm allowed to honk my horn all I want.
Okay. Sounds
good.
Help!
What a circus he has created here. Entirely avoidable, by the way. This guy went out of his way in order to find shit to get himself into. He literally tried to find ways to steam his own ham by following the officer around apparently super closely, blasting his horn and flashing his lights and shit like it was some kind of like kaiju attack, and he was trying to warn everyone about the impending danger.
Is it gonna be funny when I tell the judge that I was following behind you honking the horn because you were doing something wrong? And I just had a conversation with the day officer yesterday that says that I have the right to do something if I see you guys doing something wrong.
Oh, I know who you are.
Yeah, you dumb.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
I cut out a lot here because it's mainly just him headbutting the horn nonstop. It's such an annoying pest. And now he kind of lets it slip. The cat's out of the bag that he's already had talks with officers, even as recent as yesterday. And then it dawns on her who this guy is. Other officers arrive at the scene. They also know who this guy is because he is a frequent nuisance.
This fat yesterday was on the phone with me yesterday, and that's why she's here now.
Hey, Joe. What's up, man? I'm the supervisor. You want to talk to somebody?
Yes. Can I get out for a second?
Just stay put. I can talk to you right here.
Okay. I was coming off of Ellis Street. This dumb came off of fucking Main Street. Had no blinker on when she made the turn. She was as well on her phone. I followed her down the road because I talked to somebody yesterday that made it very clear that if I had a problem with one of the officers that I can most definitely make a complaint about it. Okay. So I was following her down the road to figure out who she was, and I was flashing my light and honking my horn.
Were you behind her or in front of her?
I was behind her.
Okay.
What a story, Joe. A riveting tale indeed. So he wanted to follow her, find out who she was so he could make a complaint about her not using a turn signal and apparently being on her phone. That was the plan. And things went tits up real quick. So he's now talking about like a ticket that she's trying to give him for all of the hoopla that's being caused here, which has only set Joe off even further. He is now fully deranged and has gone feral because of that, and no matter what the supervisor says, it's already too far gone. He is a powder keg that is in the process of blowing, and he can't stop blowing.
And now she thinks she has the right to give me a ticket for honking my horn? I got every right to honk my f***ing horn.
How close were you to her?
I was a car length behind her.
Okay.
She swerved and hit the f***ing curb like a dumb bitch with her car over here.
Yeah, so he could go around me.
And I was nowhere close to being by her. Did I drive any closer to anybody else than I do any other day in the world?
No.
So,
once again, this guy uses his kid as some kind of criminal sidekick, like a lackey here, to try and help him out of this pickle that he himself has put himself in. So now he's having his kid vouch that he wasn't following any closer to the officer than he does for any car on the road, which is scary, because this guy is probably up every single car's ass if he perceives that there is something out there that they may have done that he didn't like. And also, this guy looks like he is just actually on some very heavy drugs. This guy looks like he is off his gourd right now. Look at these eyes. That is a soulless stare of the devil. This guy looks crazy.
For flashing your lights or what?
She said I was honking my horn at her because I was trying to get her to stop. I was not following too closely.
Okay.
Can you guys prove it? What is the law when it follows too closely? What does the mirror say when you read that? What does that say? If you guys are so smart. Objects in mirror appear closer than they are.
It has nothing to do with what it says in the
Yeah, it does. It is a lawful statement on there.
Why do you always have to be so confrontational when you deal with us?
I'm gonna be honest, I really like that line of thinking that Joe cooks up there. Read what the car mirror says. Objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. He can't quite read that. He's fuming too much. He's seeing red, so he's gone full illiterate. But he's trying his best. He knows that there's words on there that say something to that effect, but he can't quite get them out. But the idea that he's trying to get across is that he wasn't following too close. She has been deceived by the mirrors, which clearly state that they may seem closer than they appear. Thus, reality is distorted. You've fallen for his trap. Joe wins. That's the idea here. The mirrors prove he's right.
Because you guys, listen, this is about transparency. I have been being harassed by my neighbors time after time again, and you guys allow it to happen. This called me yesterday harassing me, and then now she's pulling me over because she's breaking the law. And you guys want to write me a ticket because you don't want to sit in front of a judge in front of
For
one of your...
what? Talking on her cell phone?
Is it against the law to be using electronic devices while operating a vehicle? Is it against the law in the state of Wisconsin?
Not to talk on your cell phone like this. No, it is not.
Since when is it not to...
The officer then goes on to explain the law about being on your phone in the state of Wisconsin, which actually somehow gets through to Joe, at least temporarily. It breaches his defenses where he's like, oh, okay. But of course, that's not, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. He's already upset. So, even though that does dawn on him that maybe there wasn't a law being broken there and that this is a whole bunch of nothing, making a mountain out of a molehill, he's still mad, and thus he needs to take out his wrath.
We can take it to court, and we can make this a thing with Madison.
That's your right to take it to court, Joel. Just like you took that disorderly conduct ticket to court when we dealt with you down at the
this
school.
This dumb bitch literally said in front of my kids
it ain't
that
gonna do you any good arguing.
I don't give a f***, dude. What are you gonna do? Not a f***ing thing. Because obviously you're letting this fat f*** do what the f*** she wants anyways.
She's just doing her job.
No, she's not.
If you don't agree with it, you can argue
How
in
is
court.
she doing her
We're
job?
not gonna argue
What
out
is the
here.
law when it comes...
Joe continues to try and alt. The officer sounds extremely tired of it. No one here besides Joe even seems mad. Like, this guy is spitting and shitting, throwing this temper tantrum, saying all of these nasty, mean things, and nobody even really cares. They just want to go back to their day. They're not even looking to, make a big deal out of this, it seems. Like, they just want to give him the ticket and just wash their hands of it. But Joe insists on taking it to the highest possible extreme.
Did I break the law?
Okay. So stay put. Don't make the saying worse than it has to be, Joel.
What are you gonna do about it?
Stop.
I dare any one of you dumb to try to put your hands on me.
Just stop. We don't want to have to.
No, you started this. You're allowing your
I didn't
officer.
start anything.
No, I was behind your fat officer.
If you be quiet and give us a minute, we'll be done here.
No, there's no minute, you dumb.
Well, whatever, Joel. Obviously, we're not going to come to any sort of agreement here.
I do love that line there from Joe as well. You started this. As Joe was literally the one that peeled off in order to try and get this officer to pull over for this whole song and dance that he had brainstormed. It's a very interesting strategy. I can't say I quite understand fully the Joe gambit, but all power to him, I suppose.
So conduct, a ticket?
Was going to be a ticket, but now it's not.
Joel, you make this stuff worse, dude, by the way you act.
Guys did this. This fat called me yesterday.
Just stop. Joel, knock it off.
She got me by the throat. She's got me by the throat. Stop. She's got me by the throat.
Come on.
She's got me by the throat.
Joel.
She's got me by the throat. She's got me by the throat.
Stop.
She's got me by the throat.
Okay.
Dude, you're on a camera.
She's got me by the throat.
Joe, nobody's got you by the throat.
She's got me by the throat.
Officers, please, can't you see he's being attacked by a ghost? There's a ghost and they're strangling him like Homer Simpson to Bart. Do something. Get the Spectral Patrol out there to take down this rabid ghost that's attacking his throat. Oh my goodness, this is horrifying stuff we're seeing here. So yeah, it's probably pretty clear to you now, but they decided tickets wouldn't cut it here. It wasn't really working, so they decided to slap him with a disorderly conduct charge and take him in. I'm not gonna bother showing any more of his tug of war with the police while they try and get him in the back of the cruiser. And to think that it all could have been avoided if that officer didn't just call him yesterday. What was that about, huh? Free my man Joe. He did nothing wrong. This was all, the officer's fault for driving, I guess. With Joe on the road. Driving while Joe on the road, that's a punishable offense. Joe owns those streets. You will drive the way Joe instructs you to. You are NPCs in Joe's world, and if you are a little out of line, you best be saying your prayers, because Lord help us, Joe's gonna be trying to pull that ass over, I guess. I don't even understand what all of this was about. I have no idea what he's talking about with her calling him yesterday. I haven't the slightest fucking clue what that's about, but it seems like Joe is a daily problem in the area, so it seems like he basically has some kind of confrontation with police every day. So maybe she had responded to something yesterday that involved him. I really don't know. It's just so fucking outrageous. As the name of the video led me to believe, him pulling over the officer did not go well for him.
An officer remained with Joe's child until his grandmother arrived to pick him and the vehicle up. Joe was charged with resisting obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, and battery to a law enforcement officer. While the suspect never sued over this matter as promised, court records indicate the suspect has been repeatedly sued in court for injunctions against abusive conduct, failing to pay rent, repeated issues of failing to pay child support, disputes over child paternity, failing to pay rent, and civil evictions. In both 2023 and 2024, the suspect was prohibited against engaging in conduct or contact with certain victims he had previously targeted. The suspect also has an extensive criminal history, listing dozens of suspected misdemeanor and felony charges.
Sure, it might seem like most of Joe's life is dedicated to just being a piece of shit, but I think this one that we just watched in the body cam is probably the one where he finally has his come to Jesus moment and realizes that he's got a problem and needs help. And this is probably the one that sets him on the right path, I bet. He probably learned his lesson this time around. I think I can't remember, I'm going off memory, but I think he got like 12 months probation and was required to write an apology to the officers at this scene, as well as attend anger management courses. Maybe that did the trick. Maybe that was finally the one that got Joe on the straight and narrow. I have no clue. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. Alright, you might catch me blushing a little bit, getting a bit red in the cheeks and squirming in my chair, because I'm a little embarrassed. I got to do something I've wanted to do for a while, and I got to do it with something that I really, really like. But I kind of blew it. Yep, didn't do the best job there. I got the privilege of doing a voice acting cameo in Baki, which is an anime I've talked about a lot over the years. I think it is just beautiful fucking insanity. And I got to be like a little side character in there. But my shit was poop. I did not do a very good job, I don't think, at least. I'll show you a brief clip from when my character gets introduced in the season. I don't think I can show you much footage of it because obviously it's a big anime. But it's a character that fans have been really excited for a long time, salivating, waiting to see them finally make an appearance in the anime, and, well, their prayers have been answered. That's right, I play generic police officer.
Yes, sir. Even from behind, I could tell you were happy.
I mean, I can hardly believe it. Musashi Miyamoto's alive. And he's agreed to fight me as a condition to get released.
Do you really believe it? That it's him?
In total, I have like 20 lines there as that police officer. A police officer who no doubt will make a return in Avengers Doomsday, I imagine. And I'm very excited to see the community power scaling unnamed police officer number fucking 4 here or whatever. Because I think, personally, he's probably pickle level, but we'll see what the experts have to say. And speaking of experts, let me drop you a little sage wisdom here, a little expert advice. Check out the Starforge Spring Sale we have going on right now. Huge savings on PCs and keyboards. Click the link in the description below. When I got approached with the opportunity, in my head I was like, oh fuck yeah, I know exactly how I'm going to do this. I'm going to ham it up and go for like a classic over-the-top Baki style performance. Like fucking channel my inner Jim Ross like it's the WWE. Get him with that "Bah God!" But what I didn't realize, because I haven't done much voice acting in general and not at all really with anime dubs outside of like 2 lines and like a really old one, is that you have to match the lip sync of the characters that are already established, and you have to match the tone of the voice actor that you are dubbing for. So with those instructions in mind, it became a little bit more difficult for me because that's not something I've done before, and I don't think I really did a great job nailing it. I think I was too focused on making sure that the words fit the lips and that the tone was similar to what was established in the original dub. And it led to this sounding like robotic. It almost sounds like I'm talking at you through like a fucking walkie-talkie giving you quest directions or something in an old PlayStation 2 game. Whereas with Dispatch, where I play Sonar, it was a very different process because I actually auditioned for that role. I actually when I read for Dispatch, it wasn't for Sonar, it was for Golem. And then they offhanded mentioned if I'd want to try to see what Sonar sounded like, and I ended up getting that part instead. And Sonar as a character was one that hadn't already been like dubbed by someone else and was a character that was still being developed and fleshed out. So it was me setting the tone for the character with the dialogue and the performance and all of that, as opposed to trying to match an already established one. So doing that for the dub, like, it was very unusual for me, and I think I floundered the opportunity. Like, I'm still very grateful they had me on board. I think it's still super fun, and I love the show, so it's hyped to be a part of it in even this small way. But man, I just wish I had done a better job. Like, I really went in there thinking about to go ballistic in the booth, about to burn that bitch down. Barbecue chicken alert, barbecue chicken alert. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I've got this. I know Baki, I know Ball. I thought I'd be over there giving you like a huge explanation and lore drop around like a character using their finger as a scalpel to remove their own gallbladder in the middle of a fight because it got damaged. And then I'd recount the history of who invented that maneuver. The fucking London commoner named Geronimo Edwards who discovered it while on the road selling swill or something. I really thought I was about to dial in and nail it. And I unfortunately did not. I just couldn't fucking get in the flow state that I really needed to channel. For me personally, I found it significantly more difficult to try and match an already established performance, like to try and emulate that in English, than just performing something yourself as a character. So my appreciation for English dub voice actors, it shot up quite a bit because that shit was pretty tough, actually. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I really love Baki, so it was cool to have the opportunity. I just wish I had done a better job is all. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert. We got another classic YouTube blunder here. I imagine some of you might have seen a little bit from this, but there are tons and tons of channels on the platform being banned left and right. Very loosey-goosey here, and it seems to be AI moderation tools that YouTube uses going rogue. The ghost in the machine here. I just got made aware of this, and it seems like one of the first people to experience this, Penguinz0, was a YouTuber named Enderman, who is a tech channel.
The reason being, my secondary channel has been terminated off of YouTube, as you can see. And obviously I can do nothing about this. We're going to submit the appeal together and see how far it gets us now. The reason for this happening is AI. It wrongfully concluded my channel was associated with a channel that was terminated for 3 copyright strikes.
If we look at what Enderman has provided here, the reason for the termination here is this linked channel, which is a Japanese channel that is in no way actually associated with Enderman at all. It feels like it's a big old boo-boo here from the AI moderation tools, and he is not the only channel that experienced this. There were a few other notable examples of channels also being linked to this Japanese channel falsely, and thus having their channel terminated as a result. It's anyone's guess why. Maybe that Japanese channel is like a yawn, and it's just contagious, and now it's spreading across YouTube, where for some reason on the back end, the AI has had a fucking conniption here and is associating like tons of channels on YouTube with that account and then just immediately banishing them to the Shadow Realm, which in and of itself is a huge problem because why is there no human being coming to review a channel termination? Why would AI have that ability? Why would it be given that much unrestricted power and authority where it could not only flag these channels for being linked to this channel, but then also ban them for it without a human being ever stepping in? That's very concerning because there is clearly a lot of wiggle room for errors with AI moderation. And it's not just with this linked channel epidemic here. We're going to get into a couple other examples, and of course we've already seen some in the past with it just kind of freaking out and going like bananas, actually just going ballistic for no reason. But in classic YouTube fashion, appeals are more useless than the hairs on my ass. So Enderman even made a video doing the appeals, which of course led to no results, which unfortunately is par for the course. I feel like I can count on one hand the amount of times in my own personal experience too that appeals have ever led to anything. Like, I've never even really heard whispers of someone having a successful appeal on my entire 18, 19, whatever-ish years on YouTube. It feels like that system just doesn't work. That's just all smoke and mirrors. Like, maybe the appeal system is there kind of as like an internal joke at the YouTube HQ. Like, the appeals, once you finish filling them out, what it actually does is just print out a piece of paper that goes straight into the trash can at the YouTube HQ. Like, I don't even know what it's there for. It never actually leads to anything that I've ever experienced nor ever heard of. It is truly just like, you do this only to reaffirm that a human being is not looking at it, or if they are, they're not actually giving a fuck and just maintaining the original ruling that may be incorrect. In this case, being linked to a Japanese YouTube channel that was terminated long ago. This kind of thing would take someone actually 4 seconds to realize it's a mistake. This is a big ol' whoops-a-daisy. But since the appeal system, it needs a drastic overhaul, it is just archaic, and I truly think that it might just not even function the way it's advertised. It didn't work for any of these channels that were experiencing this termination, this wrongful termination. So they did the only recourse they could. Make noise on Twitter. That, and I've said this for years, that is the only way to get actual YouTube help here, it seems, for most channels on the platform, is to go make a big hoopla, big stink about it on Twitter or any other social media, because then they actually do see it, and then a human being does actually step in, and it takes them very short amount of time to fix it. In this case, it did get solved. Enderman did get his channel back. Both of his channels got reinstated. It was very clearly a mistake that this happened in the first place, and the second a human being actually is alerted to it and does take the time to take a peek, it's pretty quickly resolved. But there's a couple of problems here. One, AI should not have the ability to ban channels. That is a big no-no. I think that is going to lead to catastrophic results in the future. We're already seeing some inklings here of that, being the dystopia we're heading towards. Like, you do not want to just let AI be the one to ban channels. A human being should always be included in the mega mix when it comes to that decision, without fail, period. Like, there should never be any reason AI can do that. And two, something's got to be done about the appeal system. It has got to be updated. Like, it has got to get better. This is it's just crazy that it's 2025 and appeals still just don't actually work. Because, again, look, Enderman and many others did make a lot of noise on Twitter. Someone at Team YouTube saw it, took them, a handful of hours maybe, and then reinstated both channels because they were very quick to realize, yeah, this is a mistake. Why didn't that happen with appeals? Appeals, when you submit them, it's like a matter of minutes where they're like, no, it's rejected. Yeah, we re-reviewed everything. Yeah, you're super wrong. You're a fucking idiot. Actually, you're super ugly as well, by the way. Did we mention that? Rejected. We're maintaining the original fucking ruling. Like, it's obvious that no one actually looked at it. So, especially when it's like long-form videos, you'll submit an appeal for a video that's like an hour and a half long, and you'll get a response from YouTube on the re-review in like 15 minutes about like how you're stupid for even trying to appeal it. So yeah, that needs to be changed. That's two big problems. But this isn't the only instance of channels being banned willy-nilly recently. There's been a lot going on when it comes to channel terminations that don't make a ton of sense. Now, from what I've seen, a lot of these have been reinstated since this has become a big issue that a lot of people are talking about now, because it is concerning why so many channels are getting kind of banned out of nowhere for seemingly nothing. Literally nothing when it comes to like this linked channel thing that was happening. Like, some of these terminations aren't even because of like a misunderstanding of the content they were producing. It was something that they did, like, literally was not even associated with anything about their channel and still getting terminated. So it's caused a lot of alarm from people on the YouTube platform. And from what I've seen, some of them have been reinstated, but not all of them. There's also been a lot of bans for like this really weird enforcement of YouTube policies that don't really seem to apply. The big one has been like scams and deceptive practices, which I think right now is out of control on YouTube with ads. Like, the biggest culprit of scams and deceptive practices are YouTube's own ads. I just made a video going over many of the AI ads on YouTube that are peddling legitimately fake products. Fraudulent advertising is plaguing the platform. That, and like AI porn shit and like a lot of weird things have been advertised on YouTube directly that are very much against YouTube's own terms when it comes to scams and deceptive practices. But those don't seem to be getting hit nearly as much as just channels that aren't actually promoting scams or deceptive practices. It's just really ass backwards right now. And I was reading from the community with some other channels. A lot of them were tech-based, where they were like showcasing different things in the tech sector that maybe the AI moderation tool was getting confused by, thinking that they were trying to promote workarounds for certain things, and they just immediately slapped them down for it. I don't know. But either way, it is a problem. There, under no circumstances, should be the possibility for AI to just ban a channel. Like outright. Even if a channel is in violation of rules, and AI moderation tools flag it internally, a human being needs to be involved in this conversation about whether or not that channel needs to be banned. It should not be the AI that's the judge, jury, and executioner on it. That is a big problem, and one that is highlighted big time with this wave of bans hitting the platform. So yeah, I wanted to yap about this for a little bit. It seems like it's getting resolved slowly but surely. And I really hope YouTube learns from this and improves their systems, appeals, and getting rid of this immense power that they're lending to AI. Unchecked power, unlimited power. That's concerning. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Hopefully everyone else that's been, like, falsely flagged and terminated or got a strike or something, hopefully all of that gets resolved as well going forward. Hopefully it won't take too much longer. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. The most anticipated game of 2025 just came out, and the question begs to be asked, does it live up to the crazy amount of hype that it's been generating over the last handful of years? I got something in my eye. Oh boy, that's an eyelash in my eye. Oh baby. Oh. And they say making videos is easy. You see that shit right there? Wow. Pardon my weakness. I had to excuse myself to the restroom to take care of that. This is a dangerous job. Don't let anyone tell you different. Heroes, really, is a term some people would use when it comes to yapping online. Anyway, Hollow Knight Silksong just came out. This game has been highly anticipated for many, many years. Thus, there were huge expectations put upon it by people like me, who really liked the first Hollow Knight a lot. So now that the game is here, does it live up to the expectations? Yep. I think so. I actually just finished the game and posted my whole playthrough on my gaming channel, so go check that out. Moist Critical Gaming, best gaming channel on YouTube. I started the game on stream, but finished it off stream because I was just craving more of it. I was addicted to it. So the vast majority of my playthrough is recorded from off-stream gaming, which I've been doing so much more of recently. So I just beat the game and I want to give you my review of it. Or at least, I thought I beat the game. It turns out that there is a secret third act to Hollow Knight Silksong that is unlocked after finishing all of the wishes in the game, which I didn't know. I beat the game, getting to the credits rolling, and I did most of the wishes. I didn't do them all, though. If you do, you unlock the Abyss. So I'm very excited to go back and do that now. That's one of the most beautiful things about Hollow Knight Silksong. I pumped 15.5 hours into this game, thought I beat it. Turns out there's even more content, even more meat on its bones than I thought, all for only $20. What an incredible fucking deal. The game is just so content rich. It puts a big smile on your face. I do most of my gaming blind. I don't look up a whole lot about the games or like walkthroughs or anything. Occasionally, like with Hollow Knight, there's so many secrets and stuff, I'll look up a few things. But I had no idea that there was even more content after the credits rolled if you did all of the wishes and the prerequisites to unlock it. So now I have even more to go back to and spend even more time in the game with, which I'm really looking forward to because the game is so good. So let's go ahead and dive in here. There's actually been a lot of discussion about this game being like too hard or like really unfair because it's so punishing with how everything does 2 masks worth of damage. For those that don't know anything about the game, your health is measured in masks. So something doing 2 masks worth is a big chunk of your health. And it's led to like this big discussion about, you know, the game being too hard. There's even a mod that I saw going viral that takes out double damage, like the double mask damage thing. Which, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you right now, that is some fucking Weenie Hut Jr. activity right there. Like, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I'm not the fucking hall monitor here to ensure that you're playing the game the way I want you to play it, or whatever. Like, it's, you own it, you do what you want with it. Well, you own it to a certain extent in this day and age. There's no such thing as really owning games or whatever. That's a totally separate tangent. Point is, you play it how you want to play it. Yes, the developers intended it to be played this way out of the box, but if you have more fun taking that and making it easier, I mean, go for it. It's a single player game. You're not ruining someone else's experience by doing it. I think it is a little bit lame. Like, what's next? You're gonna just start cutting the crust off of all your sandwiches? Grow up. But piggybacking off of this discussion of difficulty in this game, there is something, and it's kind of like the only complaint I have about Silksong, that I think is a little overdone. And it is the 2 damage enemies, because basically every common enemy and every single obstacle in the game does 2 masks worth of damage. It's a significant chunk. Even the most throwaway trash mob in the starting zone will be doing 2 damage to you. It is a little excessive. Do I think the game is too hard for it? Not necessarily, but it does make it annoying. Because when you are trying to explore and look for secrets or something, or you're doing a run back to a boss, and the run backs aren't very forgiving. They are pretty long run backs in some cases where your bench is far away from where you died on that boss. So you want to just breeze through the trash mobs to get back, but the trash mobs fucking clobber you. They wallop you for 2 masks most of the time. That's annoying. And it makes it kind of tedious for the sake of being tedious, because it's not hard to kill those trash mobs. You just don't want to spend the time to do it most of the time. So I do understand that complaint. That does become a bit of a headache. Is it the biggest deal in the world? No. But especially in late game, that was the one thing that would have me frowning. It's this was a great boss fight. Unfortunately, I lost. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is having to run back through to get to the boss, because I know I'm going to have to go through these fucking trash mobs that'll hit me for 2 masks if I slip up or try and get through them too quickly. That is a little annoying. That's the only actual complaint that I have about the game. The other thing that I wasn't loving in the beginning was with your first crest, your default attacks, your moves in the beginning of the game, you don't have a normal down air. You don't have a normal down needle attack. You always come at angles, which I didn't like. It made pogoing feel really odd to me. It just felt awkward. And as I got better at the game, that was eased, but I always preferred the original Hollow Knight down nail, so that way you could pogo more consistently and it felt more intuitive. When you get to mid-game, you unlock more crests, which are more moves for your needle, and they do have the normal down needle for normal pogoing as well as other options. So that complaint was completely washed away by the time I made it to mid-game. So I really only have one thing that I didn't love, which is what I just mentioned. Everything else, I adore. I think this is an incredible sequel to the first Hollow Knight game. There were huge expectations placed on this game. I think they delivered. I really think they fucking delivered here. I think they served us a beautiful dish. I think the game is visually stunning. I think the soundtrack goes super hard, especially towards the end of the game. They pull out all the fucking stops. The music goes berserk towards the end of the game. I love the cutscenes that they've added in here. Even though I'm not overly familiar with the lore of Hollow Knight, I really enjoyed the characters here. They were extremely charming. The writing felt good. I liked the story they told here, even though, of course, I didn't grasp all of it, and I did miss things by not finishing all of the wishes and seeing through some of the character storylines. The ones that I did finish were great. The gameplay was smooth. Felt super fucking solid. That's the big star of the show here. I didn't know how much more depth you could give Hollow Knight's gameplay without completely changing its identity, but they found a way. You can schmoove in this game. The movement was really the superstar here. Everything was so fluid, and I really think the skill expression in this game is through the roof. There's probably so many interesting combos and interesting ways of approaching combat that no 2 players will play the same way. This is not just a super simple game, a super simple Metroidvania or anything. There is so much depth to what you can do in this game to squeak out damage or even just moving from point A to point B. And with so many new tools at your disposal, you can have entirely different builds than somebody else that are really creative in what they aim to do. For example, in my playthrough, towards the end of the game, I visited the Architect, and one of the things I bought from them was this ability that allows me to summon saws when I do my float, which is when I jump and I hold A, now I've got my cloak fanned out and I'm floating. When I float, saws would come out which do a lot of damage to anything that they hit. Well, you can actually combo that. You can use that as a really good offensive tool in the middle of punishing an enemy. So what I could do is I could squeak out a lot of additional DPS with this, where I could sprint in, start my sprint attack, which I was using Reaper Crest, which allows me to, when I do that sprinting attack or a dash attack, it hits and then sends me up. So by default, I hit, I get sent up, and then I can immediately float after doing that, so I'm able to squeeze in more damage by floating right after doing it. So I hit, float, which summons the saws, which hits the enemy, and then I can hit again on the way down. I don't need to stay in the air. So I'm able to get like 3 hits in there, which I wouldn't be possible without having that there. And there are so many things that you can mix and match in there. Like throwable items, obviously, with the tools, but I'm even talking just like simple defensive things can completely change the way that you'll approach boss fights or even just destroying trash mobs. Because like the float saws were really good for those really pesky flying enemies that would stay just out of range or just be in a really inconvenient location. Just jump, float, hit them with the saws. And it helped solve the problem. It is just so good, the level of depth that the combat has. And the movement, too. Everything about the gameplay in this feels incredible. I am blown away by how great this game felt to play. I also want to make a mention of the bosses, because there's a lot of bosses here, and I really think the vast majority of them are absolutely great. I saw some discussion around one boss in particular, Morwing. He's the flying boss who summons these projectiles that go all cattywampus, and then he like penguin belly slides across the entire screen. And people were complaining about how unfair of a boss and how shitty the design was with him. I disagree. I don't think the boss is unfair. He's challenging. Like, he's not a super easy boss, but I think there's nothing in his kit that's unfair or anything. I guess the only thing you could argue is, and this ties back to the double mask damage, when you stun him, he falls, and if you get clipped by his hitbox when he falls, you take double mask damage. That doesn't feel great. I can understand why people might be upset about that in particular, but the boss itself I don't think is like a bad design or anything. I really think 90% of the bosses in this game are really, really well designed and are really fun to fight, and it's also usually coupled with some incredible music. The one exception is there is one section towards the end of the game where the boss fight consists of just fighting like 1,000 things, and that's like the challenge of it. I hated that. And I think anyone that's completed the game is going to know what I'm about to complain about. It's going for one of the melodies. I'm not getting into spoilers for this review because I actually value this game so highly and very much recommend it, especially for the price tag that it's at. But towards the end of the game, you are required to get some melodies, and one of these certain melodies require you to go through this chaotic room, which I think is literally like 12 waves of very like aggressive mobs, many of which do double mask damage. And once you go through, I think it was 5 of those waves, you fight a boss, a big beetle with a big fucking blaster of a mace. And then once you defeat him, you then go through, I think it was 5 more waves of those strong normal mobs in order to get to another boss, which is 2 of those beetles at the same time. So they're coming out double fisting you. And this is on the back of already completing like 11 waves worth of enemies and a boss fight prior. It is very reminiscent of like the Pantheon from Hollow Knight, but this one felt worse to me. It didn't sit super well with me. I was so annoyed because it's just draining. It's not really challenging. Like the beetle itself is easy as a boss, but when you have to couple it with 5 previous waves to like whittle you down, and then you also then fight 2 of them at the same time, it just becomes like a chore and just really feels like shit. Unironically, that was probably the maddest I've been all year going through that room. It took me probably like close to 14 or 15 tries, and each try takes like fucking 15 minutes because there's so many waves. I did not like that at all. But pretty much every other, boss encounter or required room was fine. That's not even the only time that you go through, waves and then fight a boss. It's just the other ones was much more reasonable. It's 3 or 4 waves and then you fight a boss, then you finish the room. Is what it is. That's solid. This was just so many, and you'd fight 3 bosses, 2 at the same time in one case, after so many other waves of just mobs. But yeah, not the biggest deal in the world. I just hated that fucking room in particular and wanted to point it out. Overall, I have nothing but glaze for Hollow Knight Silksong. Overall, I had an amazing time on my first playthrough with Hollow Knight Silksong, and it's not going to be my last playthrough. I'm actually extremely excited to learn that there is an entire other section after all the wishes and stuff. Anyway, it definitely lived up to the hype. At least for me it did. And I recommend it, especially at a $20 price tag. That's great. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah. For a handful of years now, I've made an effort to occasionally tune in, try and keep my finger on the pulse of wacky stories coming out of Australia. It's been a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I've just noticed some similarities between some of the crazy stories here in Florida and the weird and wild stories of Australia. One of my favorites being this almost Lord of the Rings style plot and adventure where there was a business that was illegally dumping trash. And what would happen is the service would be called upon, like in one of the cases, they were tasked with getting rid of a huge refrigerator. And the guy shows up, takes the refrigerator, walks it down the street, and then just dumps it on the street. Basically just like fucking timber tips over the fridge on the street. Just like illegally dumping their trash everywhere. And then there was a huge investigation as well as like an attempt to scam the scammer. Just stuff like that I find to be endlessly fascinating. So I like to check in occasionally, see if there's any, quirkiness like that going on there. And today, during one of my check-ins, I found something mind-boggling that I've just got to yap about.
Police have taken a young Meadowbank woman to court, alleging she left an anti-Semitic voice message for a well-known nutritionist just days after the Bondi attack. But the accused's lawyer says it was an accidental pocket dial, and the charges are a massive overreach.
Yep. In a nutshell, there is a nutritionist claiming that an empty voicemail she received was actually an anti-Semitic voicemail. She reported it to authorities because she believed in this voicemail, which has no words, no nothing, mind you, she believes she heard gunshots there in the emptiness, in the void. So she contacted authorities. Authorities showed up at this woman's house the next day and are now attempting to charge her with an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Serena Tanuri charged with harassing Mandy Sacker, a nutritionist of Jewish faith she'd never met but seen on TV and social media. The alleged offending contained in a voicemail 1 week after the Bondi massacre.
Obviously, the Bondi massacre is a tragic, fucking horrible thing. But it's also entirely unrelated to a completely silent voicemail that was accidentally left on this woman's phone. It was, by all possible accounts here, a butt dial. It happened at, I believe it was 1:30 a.m. And she didn't even know she had called her in the first place. So when authorities arrived at her house, she didn't even know what was going on. She immediately gave them access to her phone, everything like that. And this whole story just seems fucking absurd.
All of the circumstances of this case point in one direction. It is an accidental call.
Serena's lawyer noting his client, who works at Bunnings, has a severe intellectual and cognitive disability supported by the NDIS.
She's not anti-Semitic. She doesn't even understand the conflict.
I also don't understand the conflict. This is actually a fucking nothing burger that is now positioned to maybe ruin this woman's life, all because of accidentally calling someone that she was attempting to get nutritional advice from. I can't even imagine a world where there'd be gunshots on a voicemail to intimidate her. Like, what would that even be like? She calls her up and then lets the voicemail play for 4 minutes, and then I guess at one point just like Yosemite Sam breaks out fucking, akimbo revolvers to scare her. Like, what the fuck is that? That would never happen. Or like maybe she's assuming that the gunshots she heard in the voicemail was her maybe playing like a soundboard of gunshots, or like, I don't know, playing audio from Apex Legends or something for gun sounds. Like, why would she think that there's gunshot sounds on her voicemail? That doesn't even check out logically. Why would she start shooting a gun on voicemail as a means of intimidating her? Someone she has never met before, and someone who had just previously, earlier that day, sent her text messages very politely asking for nutritional advice and seemingly looking to pay her for nutritional advice after seeing that she has successfully done that for others. So why would her conclusion that she draws from an empty voicemail that's like 4 minutes long be, this must have been gunshots to intimidate me and scare me, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime? That's just fucking unhinged thought process.
It's alleged Serena sent a text to Mandy, writing, "Hey, how are you? Is this Mandy? I saw somewhere that you helped Katie from Married at First Sight with her nutrition. I was wondering if you could help me as well, Serena." Around 5 hours later, a call from Serena's number went to Mandy's voicemail. No voices were heard on the recording, but Mandy claims she heard sounds she believed were gunshots, causing her immediate fear and nervousness.
It could be a bed creaking. It could be someone snoring.
It could be a million things, the least likely being gunshots. It sounds, by all evidence here, to be an accidental butt dial. And guess what? When an accidental call comes through, you're gonna hear some weird noises and some creaks and moans and stuff like that, like you're playing fucking Amnesia, the Dark Descent or something. Because, again, it's a butt dial. It's an accident. My dad sometimes forgets to hang up the phone when we're done talking, and I'll sometimes, I don't know, out of curiosity, just continue to listen to hear what's going on around him. And that shit sounds like I've just taken a trip into his fucking gullet through the magic school bus with Miss Frizzle. I'm hearing all kinds of weird noises. But I'm not under the impression that my dad just then went into a fucking firefight or something. Like, I don't know how you even jumped to that conclusion that those noises that you were hearing in the background of an empty voicemail were gunshots. Like, I don't know how in the silence she's getting gunshots and whatever going on there. I so desperately wish they released the voicemail to the public. That is not accessible as of this moment. I don't know if it ever will be, but oh my god, fingers crossed they eventually release that. I am so curious to hear it. And the woman here that's accused of an anti-Semitic hate crime does not appear to be an anti-Semite. This appears to be a woman who had no idea of her faith or anything beforehand and had no idea what was even going on here, why she had like agents at her doorstep demanding her phone in the first place.
Ms. Saka contacted a community security group who alerted police. Serena claims the first she knew about the voicemail was when detectives arrived on her doorstep the next day. She willingly handed over her phone and gave them access to everything on it.
Until the point she was charged by the police, she did not even know that the complainant was of Jewish faith.
I imagine that's got to be the most confusing situation to be unfolding. You just now have some agents at your door demanding your phone. You give them your phone out of fear, and then you find out later that it's all because of a voicemail you didn't even know you left in the first place that is now being labeled as anti-Semitic against someone who you didn't even know was of the Jewish faith in the first place. And also, according to the reporter here, Serena is apparently someone that expresses no interest in politics or religion to begin with. So it makes even less sense why Serena would be leaving a anti-Semitic voicemail in the first place with gunshots on it to try and threaten someone that she was trying to look for help from. Nothing adds up about this. I don't understand why there are now potential anti-Semitic hate crime charges being pursued against Serena over actually fucking nothing. I have to imagine some of the authorities have taken a listen to that voicemail, right? Wouldn't they want to employ some level of common sense like, that's probably not gunshots. Like, that could be a million things, and gunshots probably isn't one of them. This woman has no history of, like anti-Semitic hate or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe this isn't really something we should be putting time and resources into to, attempt to ruin this woman's life over what seems to be, by all evidence, an accident in the first place. Like, why is that not happening there? This makes me feel like if I traveled to Australia, walked down the street, closed my eyes, and just started pointing at people saying I imagine that they said a slur to me, I could get them in trouble.
Today, the newlywed pleaded not guilty to using a carriage service to menace, harass or offend. In these sensitive times, her lawyer stressed they weren't critical of the complainant.
I just hope police use some common sense here.
You and me both, man. I would hope common sense will prevail here. Unless that voicemail is really damning, which I doubt. It seems like a fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m., and she started, like, fucking hallucinating gunshot sounds in it. I do not think this was an anti-Semitic hate crime where she left a voicemail starting, shooting guns on it to scare her for some reason.
The 26-year-old, who has also been hit with an AVO, pleaded not guilty today. The case is listed for next month when a decision will be made on whether the charge is dropped or if the matter goes to a hearing.
And you were very shocked to hear you've been charged from police?
Especially like with my mental health
Just wish people could understand.
I'd never heard of an AVO before. I thought this was like a separate charge she was also given here for this voicemail. But I looked it up, and it's an apprehended violence order. And in Australia, it's used to protect someone they believe is in need of protection from, like, harassment, stalking, that kind of thing. So I'm assuming, based on the way the reporter presents it, saying that Serena got hit with an AVO, it means that they believed Mandy was in potential danger from Serena doing something. So now they've served her an AVO to protect Mandy from Serena, all because of an accidental fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m. when she was looking for nutritional advice. Quite the circus, I would say here. I'm hoping the charges get dropped and that it doesn't go to a hearing for some reason, because I truly cannot imagine a world where this is an actual anti-Semitic hate crime, where she was shooting a gun on voicemail to scare a nutritionist she was looking for advice from. But I guess we'll see. I'm very curious to see where it goes in a month here, to see if it does progress further. Hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, I know this is something I don't typically talk about, but I'm going to blabber about it quite a bit today. I was recently talking about Saudi Arabia after their purchase of EA, going into detail about how they are gluttonously buying up basically everything thanks to their infinite money that they have at their disposal. They're basically playing life on admin mode. Like, they've entered this era where they just have so much money, and now they're using it to buy everything. And I've talked about my own personal experience seeing that firsthand in the esports space. They fundamentally own esports. They've got the entire industry on nipple clamps right now thanks to the money they pump into it, because it's an industry that is deprived of it, and they are starving, malnourished when it comes to finances. And then Saudi Arabia has swooped in with that supple teat that they're allowing all the orgs to suckle from. Thus, they now basically have esports in a stranglehold, a fucking full Nelson, really. And this is extending to basically everything in the entertainment and tech sector. And most recently, I'm sure a lot of you saw, there was a Saudi Arabian royal family-backed Riyadh comedy festival where basically every comedian with a pulse got paid a bag to go perform in Riyadh, and pretty much all of them did it with a big old smile on their face, and now that they've finished it, they're doing their best mental gymnastics to justify why it's actually not a big thing and they're not hypocrites for doing it. For those that don't know, Saudi Arabia has a multitude of human rights violations. One of the biggest ones that make the comedians in particular look like hypocrites is their complete disregard for freedom of speech. Like, that doesn't exist there. They execute people for some of the things they say. There are so many notable examples of it. And Dave Chappelle, in particular, has just released a little statement that I think is so laughably delusional that I cannot help but shoot spitballs at it, which is so painful because growing up, Dave Chappelle was such a big part of my childhood, as I'm sure many others. But this is just not the same guy. He has been replaced by a fucking skinwalker. He unironically said that it's easier to talk in Saudi Arabia than it is in America. If that isn't the dumbest fucking thing I've heard of since Hawk Tuacoin. Dave, to even perform there, you signed a contract that expressly forbid you from talking about or joking about things that may be considered to degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, embarrassment, or ridicule Saudi Arabia, its ruling government, royal family, or any religion or any religious figure, period. This comes from a comedian that was offered to perform, but said no, which is apparently very rare because not many comedians had the wherewithal to say no. They didn't have the strength. So this contract was leaked, revealed to everybody from a comedian named Atsuka Okatsuka. Hopefully I said that name correctly. She got the invitation, the contract to go, and declined. She refused, and then revealed all of the stipulations that were put in the contract in the first place to ensure people were gagged on the things they were allowed to joke and talk about there. So all the comedians preaching about like how free they felt to speak, they literally signed a piece of paper binding them to ensure they wouldn't talk about a lot of things. So these are things that you are literally not allowed to talk about, Dave. You muzzled yourself just to even attend, to even accept that bag of money. It came with the stipulation that you would not talk about these things. It was fucking forbidden, Dave. Yeah, it's so easy to talk there as long as you agree to not talk about this laundry list of shit that they don't want you to talk about. And Dave, maybe you didn't read the contract. In fact, I'm confident you didn't. So, what if you did end up talking about things they didn't want you to talk about? What would have happened? Would you have ended up like one of the many people who were sentenced to death for criticizing the government or making like, you know, what they deem to be destabilizing remarks? Because that's something that Saudi Arabia still does pretty often. Like, even in 2025, there's been a lot of executions, and one of them was a journalist who had made posts talking about corruption in the Saudi Arabian regime. His name was Turki Al-Jassar, and he recently was put to death on June 14th after being accused of terrorist crimes, including destabilizing the security of society and stability of the state, which, you're not going to believe this, Dave, there was no evidence for those alleged crimes. But don't worry, his family did at least get to visit him before they took his life, but his family wasn't informed that they were going to kill him. That was just a little surprise they sprung up. And they also haven't got his body, by the way, either. Weirdly enough, Dave, it seems like his crime was talking. I don't know, man, there's just so many things there that are just giving me this inkling of a suspicion that it's not exactly as easy to talk there as you like to claim that it is, man. I don't know, there's just little birdies out there saying that it's not exactly super easy to talk in Saudi Arabia. You just happen to agree not to talk about the things that they didn't want you to. Brother, this is just so fucking see-through. Why don't you just be honest and say that the money they offered was too much to turn down? At least that's honest. At the very least, you're being honest. Like, Bill Burr's trying the same fucking mental gymnastics too, as opposed to just admitting, yep, I took the money, I know it makes me a hypocrite, don't care, it was a lot of money to perform for like a day or two or whatever. Like, you might as well just be honest. You've already fucking done it. There's really nothing you can say to be like, actually, this place fucking rocks. This is like all about, you know, we get to joke about what we want and have a good hoot and holler. Because that's just so blatantly wrong. It is so provably false. There are so many things you can pull from to show all of the ways in which that is just not the case. Like, come on. People have the internet at their fingertips. They can easily just Google Saudi Arabia, like, speech laws or something. And you will find instantly, by the way, Turki Al-Jassar, who was just executed, he has been incarcerated for 7 years because of his crime of talking about things they didn't want discussed. And he was even allegedly tortured before they just recently executed him. Like, people can easily find this information, and yes, it does make you hypocrites. Because Dave Chappelle is someone that's, in this statement here, talking about how hard it is to make jokes in America because you might get canceled. And sure, fair enough, that is something that has been going on in America for a while now, and it super sucks. Unfortunately, it's only becoming more and more common now, too. It's fucking terrible. But, in Saudi Arabia, you don't just get canceled, you get canned. You get sent to meet your maker if you talk about things that they don't want discussed. Here, the worst thing that's gonna happen to Dave fucking Chappelle if he gets, like, canceled is he'll lose, like, a show. But then he'll make up for it with a $50 million Netflix special and 100,000 new fans because people usually will support someone that gets, like, a show taken away because they said a joke that was too raunchy or something. Whereas the worst thing that'll happen to Dave Chappelle in Saudi Arabia if he did decide to go rogue off book and start criticizing like the royal family and talking about corruption and shit, they might have fucking imprisoned him and maybe down the line killed him. Because they have a track record of doing that. Maybe not someone to Dave Chappelle's size, they probably wouldn't do that because they know that would be such an international incident, but to just paint the picture, that is something they do there and actively continue to do, showing no signs of stopping. And yet Dave has the chutzpah to try and claim that it's easier to talk there than here. Fucking crazy, man. I almost feel like part of the contract had to be like brainwashing of these comedians too, like literally just forcing them to spit shit out for them, just vomit like tourism brochures. Because Bill Burr, after coming back, is like, oh my god, this was life-changing, calling it a top 3 experience he's had. It was a great experience, that part of the world, and to be part of the first comedy festival over there in Saudi Arabia. The Royals loved the show. You don't say. They loved it? Damn, Bill, that's crazy that they happened to love it. Everyone was happy. The people that were doing the festival were thrilled. Great news, man. I'm super happy to hear that it went really well for the Saudi Arabian Royals there. I was worried. I was a little nervous that the sets might kind of not go over really well there, but I'm happy to hear it was a home run with the Royals. God, Bill Burr's defense of it is almost as fucking stupid as Dave Chappelle's. You think everyone's going to be screaming death to America and they're going to have like fucking machetes and want to chop my head off because this is what I've been fed about that part of the world. Who are you even talking to? Like addressing with this? A ghost? Like what? Who is actually expecting you to go over there and be met with machetes and people screaming death to America? They paid you unfathomable money to be there for a day, Bill. They're probably not going to be trying to chop your head off screaming death to America. You are there as a helpful, useful puppet on their strings that they are feeding money to dance because it is supposed to help them with tourism. This is put on by their fucking, like, tourism arm here. And also to help obfuscate a lot of the bad stuff going on over there. Of course they're not going to make you have a horrible time, Bill, by waving machetes around. What are you talking about? What a crazy unhinged statement. So Bill, before getting there, thought he was going to be met with machetes and people screaming death to America? Really? That was the impression you were under? Also, the way he talks about Saudi Arabia, like what he describes, I think is just like extremely fucking weird. Is that a Starbucks next to a Pizza Hut, next to a Burger King, next to a McDonald's? They got a fucking Chili's over here. I had to stop a couple times during the show and say, I'll be honest with you guys, I cannot fucking believe any of you have any idea who I am. It was just this great exchange of energy. They know their reputation, so they were extra friendly. How is that anything beyond, like, a full-blown insult? Is Bill just a big fucking idiot or something? Like, how oblivious is he to the world around him? He's talking about Saudi Arabia like he's talking to children, like, I cannot believe you guys even know who I am over here. He expected them to not have, like, electricity or internet or something? Like, why wouldn't they know who you are, Bill? You're one of the biggest names in the world. Why would you think they wouldn't know who you were? He talks about this, like, it's just, I'm not taking crazy pills, right? Like, this is a super odd thing to say. He took this money, and as he's going over there, he thought he was going to be met with machetes and people coming for his skull saying, death to America. He gets there, and now he's, like, raising an eyebrow, shocked, saying things like, you guys have a fucking Chili's over here? What are the odds? Over here, in this part of the world, you have a Chili's? It's just so weird. Like, again, if Bill would just say, like, look, I'm a hypocrite. I took the money. I couldn't resist. I put my hand in the cookie jar. I was too tempted. It is what it is. At the very least, he'd be being honest. Like, there's more dignity in that than what he's trying here with these statements. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to just insult all the comedians that went. That would be a 10-hour video because every comedian went, basically. There were a few that didn't, and I want to give flowers to one in particular, Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis has been on a meteoric rise for over a year now, where he's become one of the biggest names in comedy. And Shane Gillis, according to him, was offered a bag to perform at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. But he turned it down. He even did make a statement saying that he took a principled stand and declined the offer to perform at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Now, he's not the only one that said no. I already mentioned Atsuko Akatsuka. She's the one that actually revealed the censorship rules in the contract that we talked about earlier. But it seems like the overwhelming majority of comedians that received the offer accepted it, seemingly without a second thought crossing their mind whatsoever. Even some of the comedians that claim to be very supportive of free speech, putting a huge emphasis on it as part of their materials in their sets about how important it is, like Jimmy Carr, well, they couldn't resist either. Fucking Jimmy Carr was a co-headliner for this. Really stuck to your guns on that one, eh, Jimbo? And he's far from the only one. If you look at the people that perform there, many of them you've probably seen frequently posting about how wrong it is that people face, like, punishments and stuff because of, like, what they might post online or, like, jokes or whatever. But they're totally fine taking money from Saudi Arabia, a place that literally has executed people for their opinions and things that they say online. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? Until you realize that those comedians, they don't actually believe any of this shit, it seems. They're more than willing to fold on all of this as long as they get paid enough money. It was pretty uncommon to see people say no. And Shane Gillis is right now at, like, the height of popularity for comedians. And he, I have to imagine, got a crazy, crazy, crazy offer to go, but still said no. And I just find that to be amazing. I'm really happy to have learned that Shane Gillis wasn't there. But I was very disappointed to see many of those that were. All of the comedians that turned down the offer, I think, deserve like a very strong round of applause because they actually do practice what they preach when it comes to free speech and the importance of it. Meanwhile, all the comedians that love to yap about principles and all that for their sets and then still went to Riyadh Comedy Festival, seems pretty clear that it's all a bunch of fucking horseradish from them. To me, at least, it seems pretty clear that they're just fucking sellouts that don't actually believe in the things they pump their fist about and joke about on stage or anything. It's all just phony baloney performative, and as long as you give them enough money, it's not like a principle they're gonna stand by. They'll just go take the money instead. Oh, something else I really want to mention, and I know I've already been blabbering about this for a while. Tim Dillon is another comedian who initially accepted the offer, and then on his own show was poking fun at it in saying like they use slavery over there and that he's willing to turn the other cheek because the money was so much, that kind of thing. And they fired him for it. So the implication is when you accept the deal from Saudi Arabia, you then also have to censor yourself in America too and just constantly promote Saudi Arabia and the regime. So even on your own show in America, you were still needing to be a full-blown Saudi Arabian shill. So everyone that went is just so fake, such hypocrites, and they are now just fully shills for Saudi Arabia. They're just so fucking fake, man. It's crazy. I'll stop blabbering about it. I know it's been a little bit already, but it's so sad. It's pathetic. It really is. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. We're going for the sad mood lighting for this one because this is legitimately a funeral for over $100,000. Alpha Magic the Gathering. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, I'll tell you. It's like the most expensive thing to buy, like a sealed Alpha starter deck. It's up there with like a first edition Pokemon, like Shadowless base set, that kind of stuff. It is like holy grail for collecting. Last year, we opened one, and it was a really like kind of juiced pack. Like we got some good hits from it. It was a lot of fun. So we wanted to do it again this year, and thus, I had another Alpha starter deck. We brought out Pay Money Wubby again, the boy wonder himself, and I'm just going to spoil it now. It's already spoiled in the video title. This is perhaps the worst recorded Alpha starter deck opening ever without it being a scam. Everything in this seems legitimate. It doesn't seem like it was repacked or anything. There's nothing like super fishy about it. I think it is just statistically the worst possible box you could ever open of an Alpha starter deck, and we got to capture this tragedy on camera, and I'm happy to share it with all of you. One of these goes for like $100,000, if not more, depending on who you're buying it from. So this is legitimately the biggest possible waste of money imaginable. Hey, it's the Alpha Box. We're back. It's been a year and some change. We brought in the magic guy himself.
I'm the magic guy?
The magic guy, Wubby. He's back. Hey guys, we're back. We got this box from him a year and a half ago.
It's the same box?
Yeah. When we just started playing this goofy little card game.
We pulled nice cards and we had no idea what to be excited about.
Yeah.
You were shaking and we were like, whoopee!
I want you to know times have changed. I'm a colder man now, and I'm not going to shake.
That's good.
I'm excited for whatever happens.
We now know what's in there. Still probably will be like, whoopee!
Yeah. I've also lost knowledge since then. I was way more prepared the first time, and now I kind of don't remember shit.
I didn't want to say anything, but it did feel like that when you came in.
Yeah.
This guy got stupider.
This guy doesn't know shit anymore.
This isn't the same guy from last year.
All right, so you brought this last time too. This was the second one that Charlie decided he wanted both then and there.
Yeah, he's even dated May 2024.
May 2024.
You can't just print those either. That's like official.
That's true. Yeah, it's laser etched on the bag. All right, open her up.
Wait. While exploring their barn, can I say that?
Yeah.
While exploring their barn, I found smelling salts, which I've never done, and I'm gonna make everybody do it before. We need to lock in.
We gotta get excited.
Go ahead.
Me first. Well, you've never done them. You go first.
I need to see how deep to put my nose in.
Oh no, just guess.
Well, that's crazy.
There's no wrong answer with smelling salts.
Ooh, and now nobody else do it.
These are not that strong as far as smelling salts.
I could get in there.
You could.
You smelled stinky instead of pain.
Yeah, it felt
stimulation.
Is it not supposed to smell stinky?
It's supposed to like stimulate you. You do it for like a big lift or like he said on hockey shifts.
Oh God!
That one hit harder. They're activating. No, it's not bad. It's not bad. Legitimately, Huck.
It feels like I shouldn't breathe that. I want more.
Yeah, see, he's already getting used to it.
Ooh, hold on.
It locks you in though, right?
It's opening his fucking
How much
neurons
can I
again.
do before I start to like die?
It says 2.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
I want to do one more. Should I not? Is this crazy?
No, you can do smelling salts. You can smell till the cows come home.
It's making my eye twitch.
It kills some brain cells, not too many. Isn't that funny how that's the reaction though? Like,
It's good though. Ooh. Go again.
Let me
open this pack.
They're a little skunk.
Maybe we could see if somebody can go pick up some high-end ones for the next video.
Yeah.
Because you'll fucking snap your
What
head
if you
back.
do like a line of it?
Ooh, that last one.
That might kill you.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So
That last one was
smelling
not
salts are just ammonia.
Oh,
so it
like
smells.
happy.
Yes. So your brain goes, you shouldn't be fucking smelling this.
Yeah. I didn't want to breathe it.
Hey,
Yeah,
what do you
the-
do with cat pee? That was a really fast
You
association.
smell it, but no, like the really good ones.
Oh, yeah,
you'll
they'll
feel like
fucking
there's like
punch you.
fire going
Yeah.
into your head. We'll get some for
Yeah,
you.
we'll get some
We
of
will
them.
not let you leave here.
Thank
without
you.
Every
that.
single thing we do while you guys are here, we're going to start with some smelling salts. A new
everything we
brand.
filmed, just keep
Oh
ripping it.
man, charades later is gonna go.
Everyone has a bottle.
All right, let's get into this now.
We've got the fresh, sealed Alpha starter deck. It doesn't look tampered, right? I think
Let's
we can
take
all
a-
agree.
Oh, I don't want to.
Don't. He's on a magic card
he
right
is
now.
magic
Yeah, no.
build
Don't
right
be
now.
careful because this could be a sleight of hand thing.
Oh, well, you know tricks now and shit?
Oh, yeah.
You should do some with this.
That's a good idea. I know a trick.
I'm going to be real, okay? This looks good to me, but I don't like saying that because some nerd will tell me I'm wrong. I'm just going to make sure it's filmed from every angle so when this goes terribly, someone can tell
have
us.
proof.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's very important. I learned that the hard way. It looks good, though. I mean, one thing to look for, if you want to be real for a second, any kind of scuffing where someone's thumb would go right here, and this looks clean, I think. You want to take a look at that?
That light gave me.
Looks clean.
Oh no, that does look clean. It was
Yeah.
the light playing tricks.
The one, I've got many fakes in the past, and almost always the fakes have some kind of like someone's nail went there, they bent it a little bit. Do you want to look?
Yeah, I would love to. Sorry, I was just admiring your technique.
They're addicted.
I develop a light addiction to smelling stuff.
to cat piss.
Bro, take a look.
Does that smell like cat pee?
Rip that shit!
How do you want to open it?
Yeah, no, we're prepared this time.
all the tools
Yeah.
out for
We
you.
brought all
Well,
the
you don't need a
utensils.
tool for this part.
Oh, right.
okay.
Well,
There should be a pull tab. Well, you can go that way. Yep. No, fuck it.
You don't need a tool.
Oh, we're so back, aren't we? It's the same thing.
You're like I'm a lot less high.
I'm not.
This time,
No,
you know?
as
Oh,
he,
right, there's literally a pull tab right there.
wow.
He wasn't lying. He was not lying.
I'd like to take back what I said. I'm super high strung immediately.
Here, pass the rock. I'll open the top.
He said throw it. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
I truly thought he was going to throw it.
No.
See, it
There was
looks
scratches,
like there's
right?
like a scratch going up.
Okay, so yeah, that looks like that's bad. No, that can. We should have lined this up with the plastic. That is.
when I looked, I did see the scratches through the plastic.
Scratches? Are we sure?
It's
There were
like
two.
So there's dents on the cardboard, and you want to see that there's also dents on here. But it is possible to dent the cardboard without denting
that's
this.
fair.
That's a yellow flag to me.
Yellow flag.
He's going in. He's going. Wait. Did we look up the order? Did anyone do this?
Oh, that'd be.
Last time
There's
you
like
just
12
knew it.
people in this room right now, and everyone just went.
Hey,
Should we look this up or do we not?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, look up the.
I believe because I believe it can be different. It can be right here. I believe it can be up below the instruction booklet. It can be above the instruction booklet, and there's a low chance, I believe, of being on the top.
Let's see.
like a year ago, there's a Charlie video that probably has the
Pull that
order
up.
we
Pull
could
it. There's a guy in it who probably knew.
You probably actually explained it.
I do think I'm right, and I do think it can be in a lot of places, especially with Alpha. These things were not quality controlled at all. They're kind of everywhere. But be careful with the bottom. That's where you could see it.
I've got some
kind
crazy
of an
developments
idiot.
here. It's already open. By the
Oh
way.
yeah, look at that.
Yeah, the whole ass end of it down there is open.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's.
Someone did the job for us.
Opened is generous. It's like splitting.
Yeah.
It's damaged.
I will say these look like Alpha cards based on the corners, which is always the first. Wait, are they?
Uh-oh.
They look rounder, right? Get a normal Magic card. These corners should be more rounded, and they look like they are more rounded.
I would say like a wider.
Yeah, Alpha is the only card printing where they
Good
have
save,
a-
Matt.
okay.
Good save.
Okay,
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, this is important. Yellow flags galore on this one.
That's good. I just took a peek at the bottom by accident.
Did you see?
I can tell you it's not. I can promise you.
I tell you what it's not.
I can promise you we don't want that to be the rare. I'm hoping.
Is it? Can you flash it to me?
Oh.
We don't want that to be the rare. That can be, and that's a disaster.
Oh, I think we've seen it now. Might as well just.
I can also explain why that's really bad potentially. So that is an island.
Wow. Yeah.
And
that's what I thought.
The issue with that is you can get an island in the rare slot in cases. It's not even a misprint. It was part of the rare sheet.
You would say that's the worst possible thing you could get in there.
Where did we get this again?
Yeah, well, there are some people who value those rares, and they consider them island rares, and they do buy those at a premium, but I still wouldn't say that's a good hit, because it's not a Lotus.
That's a good point.
It's pretty much nothing, actually, is what I would say.
There is one grading company, I believe, that grades those as rares if you have proof that you pulled it in the rare slot, which does put a nice label on it, which can be...
Does it look like the plastic is pulling so tight it's almost bowing, or am I crazy?
Yeah, but I mean, this is what, 30-some years old or something?
Yeah, it's just old.
The thing, like, there are real Magic savants who I want them to see this wrapping right now, because they will, in a glance, they'll tell right now. That's why I love doing this live, because it'll get to them while it's live, but we'll find out. I just want the whole thing documented. Listen, I've been scammed so many times, I'm not the authority on this. It looks fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
I trust you.
This source is about as reliable as you can
It
get.
literally is. Well, at the very least, we know he would never do anything.
Yeah. You're going to try and open it with that?
Oh my God.
Would you guys like to? He talked a big game before he sat down.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
There was already dumped smelling salts
The
on it.
precision of a surgeon.
We got a rare
I'm glad you guys are
island.
here for this one. You were off camera last time.
Well, we're gonna filter in some more friends. We have a ton of people here who are gonna
That's
watch
okay. They're good, I think.
Yeah, they're fine.
You guys are good, right?
Did you get it?
I'm very
I
confident.
don't see it.
Here,
I got most of that side.
Be sure to spill this.
Yep.
The fucking vacuum is nowhere. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's just doing it.
This one copy. Okay, careful now. We don't want to spoil.
I will say, top of that card is shit.
But that's understandable.
Let's get it
And
out.
remind me what we're looking for in commons.
Llanowar Elves, we're looking for Lightning Bolt, we're looking for Sinkhole. Sinkhole? Dark Ritual.
I thought Dark Ritual was a Demonic Tutor.
Demonic Tutor, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Here's Lightning Bolt. Okay.
Wow.
We are
That's
not looking for tap symbols, which we don't have.
All right.
That says tap.
That's
good.
great.
That's very
That's
good.
great.
That is good. All right.
Do you want to do 3 and then pass?
There's a lot of commons.
Yeah, no. Let's do one each to get it heated up.
There we go. And in I believe in one card, the audience at home will be able to tell the entire common.
Real quick. You also have a bunch of smelling salts on your side.
Oh, look at that. Thank you.
It's weird. There's 1/4 of this table without smelling salts on it.
That is odd.
Do you want to fix that?
And it's a boring corner.
Yeah, that corner doesn't have fun.
Go ahead.
Okay. Did you get there's a little salts over there.
No, it's fine.
Swamp.
Garbage.
Okay. All right. That's normal.
Yeah. We can
okay.
use this as a coaster too for the rest of the good cards.
All right.
Rip it.
Yeah, give us our first something.
Lightning bolt.
Sorry, that was really bad.
This is looking good so
All
far.
right, wait.
Yeah.
Talking a big game over here.
Okay.
I am. And I'm going to rip this lightning bolt now. You ready? You see
Oh.
how these look? Okay, only the top card was damaged.
Perfect.
This top card is quite fucked.
And haboom.
I have a question.
Pestilence. What?
Would you say that corner is like cut off?
Where?
This one?
Uh-oh.
No, that's normal.
Oh,
That's okay. These cards look homemade because they almost essentially were.
If you are from BGS, these look wonderful.
That's
Our
good.
grizzly bears.
That's so good.
That's cool to see. I mean, these look nice though. That's it. We're holding alpha cards, guys.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Hopefully alpha cards.
They don't look as nice as the Avatar cards.
No, I know. Where's Aang?
Yeah,
Okay, this is a little weird.
That's weird.
That's strange.
Keep doing it.
Okay.
We're keep going 1 for 1. All right.
That's a good card on the bottom.
I picked it up while I
know
slid it.
it.
We know what it is.
So we don't mind.
We know
we
what
can,
it is.
It's
The
impossible.
Black Lotus could be this card, or it could now be sandwiched on the.
All right. So bottom card is now fine to rub
Bottom
to our
card
heart's
should be an
content.
uncommon.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't rub it, though.
Yeah, I won't.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Maybe rub it a little.
That's a forest.
it's a forest with a pathway.
I feel like we're playing.
That's basically a
shitty
Llanowar
board
Elves.
game.
Haboom.
Wow.
I'm going black. Ray's dead.
If he pulls a grizzly bears, I'm question marking.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
No, it's
Okay, we're good. We're off.
All right. Anyone else want to filter in here? This is a rough
Yeah,
start.
we're not doing
we
so
need a fresh
hot.
set of hands.
This is okay though.
Yeah.
We're okay still. This is commons.
I remember when we
switching-
did the last one.
are we
We had
switching
some cool
laws?
stuff right now.
If you pull swamp, you gotta hit the salts.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think that's fair.
I think I have to hit the salts and then pull the swamp, I thought.
Should we make him hit the salts? Or
He did just sit at the table.
Where is it?
We're very careful. Please don't get them on the table.
It damages the.
Did someone get smelling
It's
salts on the table?
really
It could
bad
have been
for the
anyone.
table,
It
yeah.
could have been anyone.
It smells like a cat pee.
Oh yeah. That smells like cat piss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't hit that hard though. You see how you just tanked it?
It just
There's your
stinks.
toy
Yeah,
bag.
It just
stinky.
smells bad.
It's just stinky.
Oh, an island.
bro.
Fantastic.
Well, we're getting all the lands out of the way early.
There's lots of lands. I hear that this is a rare. Oh.
If that's a land, I squeal.
Fog.
Okay, fog's good.
Fog's better.
We like fog.
Playable
Fog's a
card.
beautiful card.
You can use fog.
Ryan beat me with fog once.
Fog.
I love
Fog is
fog.
Ryan's go-to and everything.
Boom.
Oh, yeah.
A swamp.
You took my card.
I'm sorry.
Oh god.
I got a black theme
bastard.
going here though.
It's okay. We're gonna turn it around right here.
Yeah, this is where we start to get serious. Well, that's not bad. It's a fur. What the hell am I reading?
He's a guy.
The furloon.
Yeah.
Furloon
Minotaur.
Herloon Minotaur.
He's got it.
It's a Herloon Minotaur.
There's a jacket with him on it.
How nice.
Cool is that,
guys?
It's like $300.
Is that more or less than the card?
More.
Ooh, I didn't even announce the card because it's bad.
Yeah.
So here you go.
What was it?
That doesn't matter. Phantasmal
Danny.
Terrain.
Yeah, Danny, we need your
Mono blue enchant land.
Danny boy.
Denny.
Give him the salts.
I'll do salts.
Based on how we are, I think we're both doing salts.
Speed
Yeah,
at which
yeah,
you're
I'm good,
dealing
I'm good.
salt.
Now you're good.
That's
Go
my,
on.
that's my
No, I get it. Yeah, I've done those occasionally.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, thanks. Do one more. Do one more. Right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, you got it.
I rolled this over.
You
That
got
was
it.
technically
Okay.
my
We
card.
have to break the loop.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to change something.
Fix it up.
Yeah, it's a coffee bean forest.
Yeah.
This is a big one. This is a big one.
Boom. It wasn't, guys.
Wow.
Yikes.
We're getting real close to those cool knives.
I'm gonna give up. Should we?
I'm gonna give up.
As are we all.
Please don't give up.
It's okay, guys. This is very normal. The commons are boring normally.
Yeah.
We got shit. Disintegrate.
That's new.
It's new for us.
We haven't had him yet.
This is like any other magic
to
pack.
us.
Okay, here's the Phantasm or Blue Elemental Blast.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's playable.
that's a
Yeah,
very
it's
playable.
playable. That's a card.
It is playable.
And look, nobody's here for the comments.
No one's here.
No one's here for the comments.
I like the comments. Someone shoot that guy.
Bro, boo. Ooh.
Nope.
Nope. That's a worm.
Brawl worm.
Yep.
But
He's ugly.
you warmed it up
Yep.
for my lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt.
That could cast lightning bolt.
Could
I
cast
could.
lightning bolt.
Wait, maybe that's a sign.
You and I work together.
Now watch. I'll rip it. Ready?
You rip it, I'll cast it.
Okay, here we go. Tap. Can you tap it?
Yeah.
Tap for lightning
And
bolt.
I'm gonna play lightning bolt.
Oh, I saw
We
the
could
right.
play-
Saw the right.
Wait.
Tap it.
We could play
play a lot
multiple
now.
lightning
Yeah.
bolts.
Yes.
Tap yours.
Yep, tap
I'm
it, tap it,
tapping,
tap
okay.
it, and lightning bolt.
Oh, it's an island.
Wait, now we can play
Tap
something
it.
else.
Lightning bolt.
We've got
I'm gonna
everything we
float
need.
the blue.
Yeah.
All right, I've tapped it.
We're crafting the worst card in all of history. Yep, it's a forest. We are ramping.
Maybe we're casting a commander.
We're ramping as hell.
Are we not doing enough?
I don't. We need to filter in more.
Yeah. Let's
These
get
hands
a
are-
flip out.
Chase. Chase.
And Zach, come on.
haven't given up a spot. Someone should.
Yeah. Someone come take my spot ASAP.
Come here, sit here. I warmed it up. Now, if you reach into here, there's smelling salts. So.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
They've been really lucky for us so
Zach.
far.
Okay. Zach, come to my seat.
Okay. There's Brandy, bitch. Ooh, yeah. Careful on the table.
That was an inhale.
You ever been to Corpus Christi? That's what the water smells like.
Oh, Jesus.
Shouts out.
It's just piss.
That's really it. That's really it.
Yeah.
All right.
Give
And he's flipping
commentary.
and.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Guys, it was because his mountain was tapped.
Truing. That's. I think that's the best common you can pull.
Yeah, I think
One
so.
of them, I think. Yeah.
That's not a real lightning bolt.
No.
It's either bolt or red.
You gotta follow that up.
Yeah, well, this land's gonna be real nice.
Land or elves.
Regeneration.
They're not bad.
That's bad. That's bad.
The smelling salts kind of fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Pussy.
1, 2, 3. Let me hear you say, "Wayo." Ooh,
Weakness?
He's getting that good suck.
Oh. He do. He got that face. Samite Healer. Oh, this guy just chilling.
All right, I'm feeling an island on this one.
Who's coming in for
back to back
for me?
Yeah. I'm down to tag back in.
Danny, you want to flip our rotators?
I'm summoning a Carlos for pulling some cards.
Come get some card people over there.
All right.
Oh boy.
Felt like you thought I was setting up.
And I jumped on it.
Oh,
damn.
Two forests,
guys.
Good try.
Oh, when do we break into uncommons?
Yep.
So, here, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We're like
You're gonna love
there,
it.
right?
I'm gonna love it. Yeah.
Or is it after
I lied.
Dude.
It's the booklet.
Nice.
So, be very, in fact, if we want to now, we're
They're,
not almost to uncommons, but I'm
oh,
gonna
you're
right
gonna
now.
take out the
I'm gonna
possibilities.
move where 2 rares could be. These 2 could be
those
rares
two
as
could be
well.
rares, I think.
And I'm gonna put them.
Gonna put them in the middle.
Yeah. Right there.
You got it.
As well as I think after the booklet.
After the
Are these
booklet,
also there's also possible rares?
Those are the bottom.
Yes.
Those could be rares. We really hope not. These are above the booklet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ha boom.
Wow.
His plans.
Yeah.
I think it's 4 lands in a row. Yeah.
I think that was
So only good things. Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Flip one of those.
Giant spider.
Big spider.
He does not fly, but can block flying creatures.
Is that a common? I think so. I think so.
Why do I think he's an uncommon?
I'm already satisfied.
Okay. Little dryads. Little dryads.
Yes.
Booty, I'm gonna show it to you.
Tap it.
I'm really happy to see just a lighting bulb.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh no, but you made another Schuler. I'm getting a lot of Douglas Schuler actually.
Here we go. Would anyone else like to get in? Back in?
Get Alex in, and it's just a full. It's just a Wubby video.
Circle of Protection green.
Okay, a Circle of Protection.
Circle of Protection green.
Well, there's almost playable cards here.
Hey, thank you.
This almost. This would be the most whack draft.
Yeah.
Ever.
There is women here.
All
right.
Welcome to Mulligan's.
Yeah.
All right.
Guys,
All right, guys.
I'm Alex, the token woman.
How do we do this? Rye, cut that. Thank you.
Now, Alex, flip over the card, look at it, and describe the card to us. Don't read the name.
What it does.
What are you hoping for?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hoping for.
Tell us what it does based on the art.
Yeah. Unless it's a land, I guess.
But
then
what?
just-
But I can see the words. It'll tell me.
just
Oh, don't read. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
illiterate, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Very empty.
Oh, it's
It's plants. Yeah.
Very sad. Very empty.
All right, this will be my last one.
Okay.
Okay. It's a
Oh
pretty
my god, it's a unicorn.
It's a Belisara.
Would a greedy person
Give
pull
us a-
this?
Earthbind.
Oh! Hey!
I'm hard as fuck right now.
That's the kinky one.
I'm hard as fuck right now.
I'm so hard. I gotta rotate out. Anyone else?
Oh, but I never got salts, man.
Oh, wait, come here.
Booty, why do you gotta bring it? I was. Yeah.
Carlos almost got away with it. He did not do it. I was trying to put it on her like she got away with it.
I'm full. I
Are
don't.
you trying to quit?
Is this monster? Yeah. I'm
You're
just.
like it.
It just stinks.
Oh. It just.
It's not good. Well, here
It smells like hair dye, actually. If ever been covered in bleach, you know, like the girl take. Yeah.
Salute, he says.
That's a good sign.
Boom!
Oh, damn. I felt it.
You tried to sneak up on it, like I got it.
When we weren't paying attention.
Yeah, literally.
Gentlemen?
Hold on, ready?
Oh, let them both put one more.
Oh, okay. You're too kind, guys.
Death Ward.
That's new.
Okay, we like new.
They're all gonna be new, by the way.
Yeah. I would hope they're all new or something's wrong. Okay, let's
Roll
see.
something big for the
Last
for
one.
our chair.
Rip
it right here.
Yep.
Let me add to that.
Okay, yep.
Give me more mana. Yeah.
We gotta tap a bunch. It's gonna be good.
Yeah.
Gotta put all the energy into it.
All right, I'm all tapped out.
Shaboom. Oh,
No, that's fine.
you know what?
That's good.
All right.
Also,
okay,
remember when I said there's no doubles?
Hey, keep the other spot proud.
Is this the last uncommman? I mean, last common?
Last couple, there's like 2, I think.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
there's 2. So that means Charlie will start the uncommons. Okay.
That's good.
That is good.
We love to see those.
And I think this is going to be a Llanowar Elves. Nope, it's a snake.
Okay. Good.
Okay, I'm now going to prep next for you. So these could be rare. This is the book. Very rare. These sell for like These sell for something.
Well, we need those because we really don't know.
Yeah, we gotta read up.
Yeah.
These could be rare right here. And I'm gonna move them to the side.
So any of these packets can
So
be
we
rare.
know what this is an island.
Yep.
Could be a rare. Rares. We don't know. And these should be uncommon. We're gonna find out right now.
Here comes the demonic tutor. Well, good growth. That's not bad.
It is an uncommon, right? Somebody fact check it. You know?
A dragon whelp.
Oh, yikes! Yikes!
No good. No good.
Yikes!
So what you're looking for, Ryan, when you're pulling?
Demonic tutor.
Yep.
There's a lot of uncommons that are rare.
Let me see the back of one of these.
Are you looking at the blue ink mark that's on every Magic card?
Yeah. You look at the
You see that there?
Yeah.
It's on all of them.
I have a story about that. When I first started buying vintage cards, like very early, I got into it with a seller about the blue mark on it, and he educated me, and it was a very humbling experience. He's like, "That's how they're printed." All right, here we go. Demonic tutor.
Damn.
Boom. That's tough. You don't want lands in this section.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The good news was this was a free pack.
Yeah.
You know?
This was nothing. It's been sitting so long, it just doesn't register.
Well, remember, Wubby back then, Play the Clip, said, I'll cover this one for you.
Just get me
all
out.
the good
Just
stuff
get me out of
concentrating
here.
towards the bottom.
Oh, God.
All right, there's only one thing to do here. Danny, come flip this card for me.
Whoa. Calling
This
in.
didn't work so well last time.
It's all right. Talking to my pecs.
Well, I don't know if I need to talk to do this. I'm going to be
talk.
honest.
Narrate.
All right, I'm flipping the card right now. What do you want this to be?
What do we want this
Demonic
to be?
tutor.
Demonic tutor,
I
please.
think I pulled the last one.
You did pull the last
Do it again.
one.
Yeah, let's do it right here.
No way.
Oh, okay, wait. That's still good.
No, it's not.
It's trash.
Spoken like someone who's played against that before.
Yeah. It's tough because you recognize the card, you get excited, but it's like, I don't think there's value there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Demonic tutor. Boom. Gloom. Doom and gloom.
That's a really bad omen.
How we're all feeling.
That's a good omen.
Here, let me get in here real quick.
Get in. Please rip it.
It's not good.
Ooh, little J.
I summon Drew.
Okay.
Can you redeem this chair?
No, I can't, but I might on accident.
Demonic tutor.
Is this the last one? Because I'm locked in for this
You're
one.
locked in. It's the last one.
I'm locked
It's
in.
a tutor. It's a tutor.
Do it, Matt.
This one.
Do it. Please.
Man, this is less fun when you don't hit.
Wow. Maybe don't upload this one.
Well, here's the thing. It's about the rares.
Okay, so
Yeah, we're here for the rares.
It's about the rares.
I say, can I lead?
Yeah, please.
I don't have to
Please
flip,
do.
but let's just start by getting rid of what we know, which is the
Yeah.
island.
Rare island.
So this, hopefully not. We're praying. I'm gonna leave this.
Sure.
We leave that for last?
We'll leave it. Well, we'll see. We're
Yeah,
gonna start these
that's
files and
true.
see where. Let's start. You want to start here?
Yeah, let's start there. I like
Do you want to start?
No, you start. It's
Okay, so
calling your name.
let's. If this is a rare, we hope it's good. If it's not a rare, that means we can flip the rest of these.
Yeah.
Or if it is a rare, we can flip the rest of these. All right, here we go. Wall of Air. Is that uncommon?
I think that's uncommon.
This is worth fact checking.
I heard
I think so
keyboard.
too.
This is worth
Zach is
Wall
keyboard.
of
We have
Air.
clicking coming.
My boss just spent all of their money on that.
He's googling how to
Job
return
applications, Florida.
Uncommon.
Uncommon. Okay,
Uncommon.
good. So
Uncommon.
that means
Which means that's a demonic tutor.
this is an uncommon if you
Yeah.
want to flip it.
Which means this is nothing. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
You did say nothing.
That's Siren's call. We said it was nothing.
So that brings us to these two.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to start.
I
I think that skill check gets to flip one together.
really hope this is a rare.
Me too, because
Actually, we need this to be
We
rare now.
need this to be a rare.
Ready? Go.
Oh.
Unsummoned. That is an uncommon.
I think
believe.
so.
Which means we got a rare island.
No way.
that's good news though.
Unless it's one of
Someone had
those
to do it.
rare. All right,
Someone had to do
I'll
it.
flip the last
just get us out of
uncommon.
here,
Yeah.
boss.
Just take us out.
Really wipe that on the table.
No, that's this. Yeah. That's
no.
Good. This is good.
Charles.
This is where we want to be.
So that means here's one of our rares,
Now,
everybody.
here's the thing. All of this is moot and is not hurtful if that's a Black Lotus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or if it's just anything.
That we recognize.
Okay, I'm not going to
Anything-
look at it. I want good reactions.
Make sure it's on camera, bud.
Are we happy?
Oh my God.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
That may be the worst alpha booster that is possible to open.
Hey, when we were all here to share it together.
That's exactly
It's a
right.
great time.
Gentlemen,
Yeah,
that's exactly
Gentlemen,
right.
that's what's
History was
happened to
made.
me.
History was made.
Gentlemen,
It was the salts that got us there the whole time.
Hey,
Yeah.
the next person opening an alpha deck,
You're lucky. We got this one out
You're
of the way.
talking to
before
us
you.
in a year.
Yeah, that's true. Us. Our next deck is going to be great.
You brought the other one with you, right?
Oh yeah, it's always with me. Yeah. Hey guys, this was really bad.
Yeah.
In case we didn't realize.
That was not good, huh?
No.
No, that wasn't good.
We made $600 back.
Yeah.
Chipping away at the investment.
I think I'm just going to put that in a deck.
Yeah.
That was good. Hey,
I would play this.
And we were here.
All right.
Let's just delete the footage.
Do we upload this? This does feel worse when you don't get anything.
Yeah.
Let's fake it.
Wait,
We've
is this
talked about this before in like esports and stuff. We've found scientifically we have more fun when we do well
Yeah, win.
than when
Winning
we
is
don't.
more fun,
Yeah.
usually.
All right, well done.
Hey, that's one less force field out in the world.
You're welcome. Your deck is worth more now because of us here today. So
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go cry.
That was good. Hey, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Man, dude, the wind got sucked out of this room.
Oh yeah, you just got freaked off.